A decaying, decrepit aura pervaded the Tao Palace, with the green bricks underfoot cracked throughout. Chuzheng took a deep breath and carefully searched the entire Tao Palace. After a long while, he stopped his search, finding nothing that could be mended. Everything was beyond repair, as if all the traces left behind had been erased. Underneath a fragmented plaque, Chuzheng sat on the shattered stone steps, gazing at the crimson clouds above the pale sky, lost in thought. The restored ancestral Tao statue looked so similar to him, and the Tao Palace that had just been restored had returned to its original state. All of this was shrouded in mystery, unclear to the discerning eye. After a long time, Chuzheng gathered his thoughts and began to sort through the complex information in his mind. Although the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record is a 10th-order cultivation technique, it contains little about the cultivation pathways. The earlier realms are likewise 100 days spiritual transformation, tempering jade bones, constructing the Tao embryo, forming golden core, refining the primordial spirit, returning to void, and Tao integration. Following Tao integration is becoming a heavenly immortal. Read exclusive adventures at FreeWeb novel The Early Qi Techniques in the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, involving the circulation and the circuit of Qi, are not much more profound than the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, even quite similar, albeit with some minor adjustments. After becoming an immortal through Tao integration, the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record doesn't provide specific cultivation methods but mentions some slight changes in the pathway of Qi cultivation practices. However, overall, it remains a method of Qi refining with no significant changes. This is just as Ji Yuyan had told him before. Once a Qi cultivator reaches great achievement, there is no specific cultivation path to follow, only to accumulate cultivation through enduring tribulations. 100 Tribulations Celestial Immortal, Myriad Tribulations Mysterious Immortal, Million Tribulations Golden Immortal. Untouched through countless eons, seizing lifespans from heavens, reckless wanderings, and only then one becomes a Daluo Golden Immortal. The defiance of the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record lies precisely in its method of enduring tribulations. The path of a Qi cultivator endures great tribulations, and they are omnipresent. No matter how strong or cautious one is, it's impossible to ensure one's safety every time. Therefore, it is rare for Qi cultivators to meet a good end, and living out one's lifespan peacefully is considered a rare blessing. Especially after Tao integration, stepping into the realm of heavenly immortal, the surge of tribulation Qi is almost exponential, making it hard to overcome using one's power. Qi cultivators often lack descendants, typically having just 2 or 3 disciples, relying on the power of their sex to avoid disaster, which is unrealistic. Moreover, within the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, there is a clear admonition that no matter how tough the tribulations, one should not rely on external forces to shift causality. Using external forces to avoid tribulations, hoping to deceive the heavenly laws, the only outcome is to invite a more terrifying deathly tribulation. Just as with the previous Chuzheng, borrowing the name of Fu Quanliang to hide his tracks, in the eyes of heavenly judgment, this is considered a direct shift of causality. The path of Qi refining, though not subjected to the thunder tribulations, still faces calamities brought by mankind which are often harder to evade than divine punishments. The Eternal Calamity Treasure Record specifically introduces the method of incarnating into the world to endure tribulations for this reason. With a virtual body to undergo real tribulations, dispelling one's tremendous tribulation Qi. To switch falsehood with truth and deceive the eyes of heavenly law is naturally not as simple as talking. This carries its own significant risks, weaving through the threads of causality during incarnational tribulations does not simply vanish once the incarnation dissipates and might likely bring consequences to the original body in the future. Therefore, the site of incarnational tribulations must be sufficiently far from the original body, so far that it could utilize the power of time to dissolve the threads of causality. For Chuzheng, this is not difficult to grasp, similar to the starlight traversing from the cosmos. When starlight reaches his location, the star emitting the light may have ceased to exist thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years ago. In the vast expanses of the universe, time gets stretched by distance and even shattered by it, however strong the causality, once all beings at the other end of the causality line die, it ceases to exist. For this purpose, apart from the chi circulation method, the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record also includes a very mystical secret technique named Star Capturing Heaven. Observing the signs of the Zhou Tian stars, capturing the opportunities presented by the heavenly Tao, using the starlight to discern the essences of heavenly breath, and ascending in reverse to deploy incarnations to endure tribulations. Within the starlight, most carry the breath of their respective heavenly Taos, but in worlds that have perished, there will be no presence of such heavenly breaths. To distinguish the actual state of the worlds behind the myriad starlights, that is precisely the true purpose of the great divine skill, star capturing heaven. For a chi cultivator, this is undoubtedly an extremely precious method of enduring tribulations, equivalent to having countless more lives. However, deploying incarnations for tribulations requires strong support from the divine soul, needing at least choosing to achieve perfection in soul condensing, or even step into the divine infant realm before he can attempt it. For Chu Zheng's current level of cultivation, there is still some distance, but according to his current pace of cultivation, that distance is not too far. Apart from star capturing heaven, the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record also contains many other divine skills, such as 3 heads and 6 arms, heavenly patching technique, swallowing stars, causality reversal, and so on. Most of these need at least the cultivation level of a heavenly immortal to begin practicing, which for Chu Zheng, is still quite distant. Having roughly digested the contents of the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, Chu Zheng turned to glance at the Tao Palace and left without lingering. Unsolvable puzzles, persisting in brooding and pondering, have no real meaning but merely waste time. The information he possessed was too limited to allow him to analyze some of the things he could possess. Once his cultivation was sufficient to touch upon the realms of the ancestral Tao, perhaps the problems he faced now would no longer pose any issue. He could stay in the Tsangyun secret realm for a total of 3 months, and only half of that time had passed. Within this world, vast treasures still awaited Chu Zheng's excavation. Now free from the bindings of the Tao Palace, he was able to explore the external world once again, not only seeking opportunities from the immortal path but also feeling an interest in the regions where other Taoist orthodoxies existed. This might help him unveil a layer of the ancient era of Tsangyun and allow him a glimpse at its partial true face. Even so, he might uncover some clues about the origins of this secret realm. Upon leaving the Tao Palace, Chu Zheng took out the Tsangyun secret realm map and began studying the routes. Soon, he made a decision and headed north towards the center of the map for exploration. There, no mist obscured the view, and one could clearly see the distinctly demarcated tricolor areas. The closer one was to the central area, the safer the environment implied, signifying little to no danger to him. Chu Zheng naturally felt curious about the regions he had not explored before, but sometimes, restraining unnecessary curiosity could save a lot of trouble. After this departure, he might never have the chance to enter the Tsangyun secret realm again in his life. With such a rare opportunity, he naturally had to seize it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Chu Zheng had explored more than 1,000,000 miles northward, witnessing countless landscapes along the way. The areas marked with golden light were mostly sect ruins and some loose cultivators' caves. For ordinary cultivators, visiting such explored areas would undoubtedly be a waste of time, yielding no gains. However, Chu Zheng's harvest was substantial, obtaining many legacies, among which spiritually drained magic treasures and elixirs made up the largest proportion. During this time, Chu Zheng also experienced several regrets. The only downside to scavenging was that the truly good items had mostly already been taken by others. For example, when passing through a certain underground palace, he saw a sword-nurturing pond. According to the panel's information, it nurtured a sword array of 7 Tongxian spiritual treasures, flying swords. At the time of the sect's demise, the spirit swords had not yet matured, hence they remained in the sword-nurturing pond and after hundreds of thousands of years of nurturing, survived to today, but were taken by someone tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, Chu Zheng found a still-warm pill furnace in a sect's alchemy hall. Several semi-immortal pills remained in the furnace, preserved till today by drawing upon nature's spiritual energy. Elixirs with the word immortal were extraordinary by nature, like the Tongxian spiritual treasure, Immortal pills inherently have 9 orifices, enabling them to draw in nature's spiritual energy to sustain themselves. These several 7th-order immortal pills were taken by someone thousands of years ago, yet the warmth of the pill furnace lingered. Regrettably, the pill furnace was not a spiritual treasure, almost akin to the Fengyang cauldron Chu Xing had previously acquired, just a step away from being a Tongxian spiritual treasure. This step's difference, for magic treasures, spelled the difference between life and death. Chu Xing also discovered a complete treasury, still guarded by an active spirit formation with high defensive strength. Even a cultivator at the soul-condensing realm perfection would find it challenging to forcibly break in, requiring at least several months' effort. In response, Chu Xing summoned the Heavenly Aura Sword and deployed the 5-element sword formation, commencing a forceful demolition. After spending an entire day and night, and full of anticipation as he opened the treasury, he discovered that it had been swept clean, leaving it in utter disarray. Engraved on the wall of the treasury were several lines of bold script, sharp in their execution: "Fellow Taoist, bear no grudge, I have obligingly repaired the array here, wasting some of your time. Please remember to repair the array when you leave for those who come after, Tu Zilin." Looking at the characters on the ground, Chu Xing rubbed his forehead, truly amazed by the vastness of the world and the trivialities of some people. If an ordinary cultivator were to come here, having spent a great deal of time breaking this array and seeing this message, they might very likely be destabilized in their cultivation heart. Chu Xing walked around the entire treasury and ultimately found only a few elixirs depleted of spiritual energy. Before leaving the treasury, he reached out to touch the array at the entrance. Hidden Spirit Formation, 4th order / incomplete, a defensive formation that can block out divine sense, withstand a 4th order being for half a day, forcefully shattered by you, can be repaired, 0/18, details: it would take half a day for a mighty one in the divine infant realm to break through this formation. No doubt, cultivators had discovered this treasury before but abandoned it due to various reasons. Spending so much time on such a place was undoubtedly a loss greater than the gain. Chu Xing was too lazy to even open the detailed information, repairing the array completely and slowly walked away. Despite missing out on many treasures, after many episodes, Chu Xing eventually found 2 rare wonders. 1 fragment of immortal treasures and 1 genuine remnant of an immortal pill. Star Trace Tower, 8th order / incomplete, a top-quality immortal treasure. The tower body is divided into 9 levels, refined with 99 top-quality great stars. It was shattered by a celestial lord in battle. With your current abilities, it is impossible to repair. Detailed information: a support-type immortal treasure, one of the top treasures among immortal treasures. It draws the power of the stars and can refine star origin liquid, increasing the cultivation of those in the true immortal realm. Lacking the remaining fragments, it is extremely difficult to repair. If the other fragments can be found, the difficulty of repair will be greatly reduced. The fragment of the immortal treasure that Chu Xing found was a broken piece of a cyan pagoda, with only the spire and less than 3 levels on top left, 2/3 missing. A divine peak of tens of thousands of feet had been snapped in half. He found the Star Trace Tower among a pile of rubble, unremarkable and only the size of a palm. Had his spiritual eye not been constantly active, he would never have discovered it. It was hard to imagine that within such a small pagoda were refined 99 top-quality stars. He wasn't very clear about the grading of stars. The 100 stars elixir he acquired previously, which was made from the essence of 100 lower-grade stars, could greatly increase the cultivation of a 3 calamities true immortal. As for the remnants of that immortal pill, it was even more of a coincidence. They were scattered next to a fire control array. The fire seat at the center of the array, as well as the pill furnace, had vanished without a trace, surely taken by someone who came before, but around the edges, there lay scattered chunks of what appeared to be charcoal residue. Clearly, someone had discovered this place for alchemy a long time ago, took the pill furnace and the fire seed, and directly dumped out the dregs of the pills, leaving them behind. When Chu Xing saw the information given on the panel, for a moment he could hardly believe it. Golden Scale 9 Revolutions Pill, 8th order / incomplete, made from the heart blood of a sacred qilin, supplemented by 9 strains of immortal herbs. Due to overcultivation, its medicinal properties have been completely destroyed, and with your current abilities, it is impossible to repair. Detailed information, a 4 Tribulations Immortal pill that has experienced 4 pill tribulations. It can greatly enhance the cultivation of true immortals below 5 tribulations, and there's a small chance of increasing a tribulation strength or acquiring Qilin blood. The Golden Scale 9 Revolutions pill was 1,000 times stronger than the 100 Stars elixir Chuzheng acquired. It was even effective for 5 tribulations true immortals. However, regrettably, his current level as a repair master was too low and insufficient to meet the requirements. Chuzheng had performed the heavenly divination technique to try to find the fragments of the Star Trace Tower, but the direction was very vague, at least millions of miles away. This was already in an area shrouded in mystery, with unknowable risks. However, even if there were some risks, so long as the fragments of the Star Trace Tower were still within this secret realm, Chuzheng would attempt to find them. After all, it was a top-quality immortal treasure, a top treasure among immortal treasures, something one chances upon but cannot seek. Even if it was currently unrepairable, there would eventually be an opportunity to put it to use. Chuzheng made some changes to his initially planned route, starting to move towards the direction guided by the heavenly divination technique. He didn't waste any of the 20 daily refresh opportunities of the repair panel and used them all, mainly to repair various 4th-order spirit pills. Elixirs that even great divine infant cultivators struggled to obtain, Chuzheng consumed one every few days. The speed of his divine soul's growth was terrifying, with the range of his divine sense changing almost daily. At this rate, his divine soul would achieve another breakthrough before leaving the secret realm. With the existence of the repair panel, the so-called pill poison was simply not a concern for Chuzheng. The only slight issue was that his physical body was gradually struggling to keep up. A feeling of fullness would often emerge from the Niwen Palace at his forehead, as if something was about to break out of its cocoon. With the dual enhancement of the Tao embryo and soul condensation, the strength of his divine soul had grown too swiftly, far surpassing the realm of his physical body. He was not lacking in body refining techniques, but he never had spare time to devote energy to practice. He needed to think of some other methods in the future. Moving towards the direction indicated by the heavenly divination technique, after several days, Chuzheng suddenly had a shift in his expression. He sensed the presence of a cultivator, whose internal qi was very vigorous, likely young in age. Chuzheng had detected this person from tens of miles away, but their divine sense was far inferior to his and had not noticed anything. After pausing to ponder for a moment, Chuzheng took out the hidden dragon list and recorded the unknown cultivator's aura, starting to compare them one by one. The Tsongyun secret realm didn't have much fame among ordinary cultivators. Under the intentional control of the Holy Lands, this place had essentially become the back garden of the major Holy Lands. Anyone who could enter here was from the Holy Lands, likely elite talents hailing from one. Soon, Chuzheng made a discovery. Hidden Dragon List 274th place, from Taisu Holy Land, Ji Shao, Cultivation at the peak of Mid-Soul Condensation Realm, Bone Age 81. Someone from Taisu Holy Land. Chuzheng felt a slight sinking in his heart. Along the way, apart from Taishan, he had the deepest entanglement with Taisu Holy Land, with its shadow over his head since his time in Great Zhou. Just as Chuzheng was lost in thought, the presence in the distance began to flee rapidly, obviously trying to escape. In the blink of an eye, Chuzheng's gaze sharpened, and he strode forward, crossing 100 miles in an instant. Beneath his feet, clouds formed and mist streamed from his cuffs, rolling over the void. A tremendous and overpowering wave of qi trailed behind him, accompanied by a roaring boom as it crushed through the void. Since he was a person from the Holy Land, it was certain that Ji Shao had the Tsongyun secret realm map in her possession, which must be more complete than the one he held. The Tsongyun secret realm map from the Taisu Holy Land must be entirely different from that of the Taishan Holy Land. If Chuzheng wished to find the Star Trace Tower, he needed to get his hands on that map, as it might reduce many hidden risks. Even when he was in the entry Dao realm, his speed of movement had already surpassed that of great cultivators in the soul condensation realm, and now, with his cultivation greatly advanced, it was even more astonishing. In just 2 steps, Chujing had already caught sight of her figure, with curves graceful and swift, clad in a dark vestment robe, with light around her body flowing like water, her swordplay dispersing in bursts like a dragon rushing swiftly into the distance. Taiyuan Dragon Sword Dance. Stop! Chujing commanded with a light shout that shook the vast expanse of sky for 100 miles. Ji Xiao turned a deaf ear, ignoring him completely and merely focused on her desperate rush. Seeing this, Chujing harbored no sympathy or tenderness, his 5 elements immortal root stirring slightly within. He reached out a large hand, and a massive palm wrapped in 5-colored mysterious light thunderously crashed down. Boom! In the span of a flick, Ji Xiao's fleeing light was shattered by Chujing's palm, and, like a falcon with broken wings, she plummeted to the earth, smashing through several low peaks before finally coming to a rough halt. Chujing reached out again, mana surged forcefully, forming another giant palm that scooped up Ji Xiao. To the current Chujing, someone in the mid-soul condensation realm was no match for him. In the blink of an eye, Ji Xiao was captured. Ji Xiao had already fainted, her body limp, her head and feet covered in dust, and bright red blood continuously dripped down from her skirt's hem. In that palm strike, Chujing had not held back in the slightest. Ji Xiao's bones were mostly shattered, and it was only due to her profound mana that she still clung to life. "Villain, cease your hand!" A roar echoed from the distant void as 3 figures emerged. The one who spoke appeared to be under 20, with long brows, well-defined features, and eyes filled with rage. Above his head, spiritual light surged, supporting a jade umbrella, with golden jade as its frame and shielded by spiritual light, concealing within it an ominous force. A genuine Tongxian spiritual treasure. Sensing the threatening presence from the jade umbrella, Chu Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. No one knew better than him the might of a Tongxian spiritual treasure, as even a strong practitioner of the 9 transformations of Immortal Path Divine Infant would be as insignificant as roadside weeds in its presence. While his mind was still in shock, Chu Zhang suddenly noticed the tribulation chi around him was serene, showing no signs of reaction. To him, these few individuals didn't even count as a minor tribulation. Enjoy new stories from freewebnovel.com. This was clearly illogical. With such a spiritual treasure present, he could face death at any moment. With this realization, Chu Zhang calmed his mind and spirit and, after a careful sensing, his eyes lit up with understanding. This jade umbrella had no connection with these few individuals. In other words, it had yet to choose a master. It was likely that these people had found this Tongxian spiritual treasure, but they didn't possess the qualifications to be chosen by the treasure. The greater possibility was that they had struck a deal with the spiritual treasure, to take it out of this secret realm and find a better master for it elsewhere. Once aware of this, Chu Zhang quickly regained his composure. Not far away, the leading young man's eyes grew colder as he said, "Villain, release my junior sister Ji and I shall spare your life today." "Spare me?" Hearing that, Chu Zhang couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. Her life or death now lies within a single thought of mine. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Before his words could fade, his gaze shifted toward the hovering jade umbrella, mana gently swirling around him as he said aloud, "My superior immortal bone, 5 elements immortal root, are hundreds of times stronger than these fools. Instead of wasting time with these incompetents, why not follow me? Perhaps one day, you might even become an immortal treasure." As he spoke, Chu Zhang slowly raised his hand, "Come." Under the crimson firmament, the jade umbrella glowed with a gentle light, suspended in midair. For a Tongxian spiritual treasure, ascending to an immortal treasure was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. This was no different from promising a cultivator the chance to become an immortal. As soon as Chu Zhang's voice fell, all the Tai Su True Transmission's expressions drastically changed. In today's southern region, aside from Shang Zuling, no one else had the competence to match Chu Zhang in talent. Under the fearful gazes of the Tai Su True Transmission, the jade umbrella above their heads swayed lightly. Without much hesitation, it slowly drifted towards Chu Zhang. Seeing this, Chu Zhang couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth upward, knowing that communication would save countless troubles. As the jade umbrella drew near, its detailed information flooded into Chu Zheng's mind. Flowing cloud umbrella, 6th order, birthed over 784,000 years ago by the hands of true lord of flowing clouds, later sealed by a cultivator of the immortal tribulation realm, preserved till today, possesses potential for ascension, detailed. Detailed information, mainly made from spiritual communicating jade, carries the soul calming divine skill, exerts strong suppressive force on the divine soul, its top is inlaid with an ethereal crystal, serves storage purposes. Within a few moments as the information flooded in, the flowing cloud umbrella had already approached close by, and a ray of spiritual light swept across Chu Zheng's entire body. Clearly, the umbrella didn't fully trust Chu Zheng's words. Soon, the spiritual light dispersed. Once its verification was complete, a ray of spiritual light surged once more from the flowing cloud umbrella and entered Chu Zheng's crown. A moment later, Chu Zheng felt a faint connection. The flowing cloud umbrella had recognized him as its master. Master. A slightly ethereal voice arose in Chu Zheng's mind, carrying respect. Spiritual treasures did not have the complex minds of humans, they were beings created by humans. Once they chose a master, they wouldn't harbor thoughts of betraying their master until his demise. After recognizing its master, Chu Zheng gained a clearer understanding of the flowing cloud umbrella's capabilities. Its combat power wasn't as strong as the Lihua spear, but it was still an insurmountable mountain to any cultivator below the Tongxian, soul calming upon opening, a guaranteed kill upon strike. Experience more on freewebnovel.com. The smile on Chu Zheng's face was now irrepressible. He gently stroked the jade umbrella and after a moment, finally lifted his head to look towards the Taisu sect individuals not far away. He quickly found their information from the hidden dragon list. All of them were prodigies listed on the list. The man leading them had reached the perfection of the soul-condensing realm and ranked 17th, named Yu. Master, these people released me from a dark prison, they have shown me kindness. Can we let them go? The flowing cloud umbrella pleaded, but its tone was not firm. Even if Chu Zheng decided to kill them now, it wouldn't mind and would even take action itself. Its former master was dead, and now Chu Zheng was its newly acknowledged master, which held the utmost importance to it. Concepts of moral honor and disgrace did not exist for it, all its feelings were based on Chu Zheng's perspective. These people posed no threat to Chu Zheng at all, not now nor in the future, given the vast disparity in talent. Letting them go would do no harm. In response to the flowing cloud umbrella's request, Chu Zheng did not refuse. Having effortlessly obtained a Tongxian spiritual treasure, he was in an excellent mood. He waved at the group, "Leave behind all your possessions, and I can spare your lives." The Taisu true transmittees looked at each other. After a moment, reluctantly, they removed their various storage magic treasures, took out a jade pendant, and handed it over to Chu Zheng through the air. This jade pendant, like the one Beng Yang had given to Chu Zheng before, had no significant utility other than serving a locational purpose. Compared to their lives, these external belongings were truly insignificant. Even before Chu Zheng had reached soul-condensing realm perfection, he had managed to defeat the encirclement of several holy lands with just his sword array, relying on his own power. Now that he had stepped into the soul-condensing realm, he was truly beyond comparison. Moreover, now that the flowing cloud umbrella had been seized by Chu Zheng, they stood no chance at all. It was already a stroke of luck that they could save their lives. Shortly after, all the belongings of the Taisu true transmittees, including their storage magic treasures, were taken by Chu Zheng despite them wearing their vestment robes. Chu Saint Air, could you release junior sister Ji? Yu took a deep breath, pointing at Ji Xiao still suspended in midair. Chu Zheng glanced at Ji Xiao and did not respond to Yu's question, but instead countered, "When did you enter the secret realm?" "The same day as you." After Yu replied and saw the smile suddenly appearing on Chu Zheng's face, a chill ran through his heart, a bad premonition forming. "Then there are 20 days left." Chu Zheng calculated briefly and said slowly, "After 19 days, I will wait here for you. At that time, hand over everything you've obtained in the secret realm, and I will return the person to you. Then, we will leave the secret realm together." Several searching together would undoubtedly be much more efficient than him alone. The flowing cloud umbrella was an unexpected gain, and perhaps these individuals could still bring him some pleasant surprises. Indeed. Shameless villain. All of them looked displeased and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Without giving them time to ponder how to respond, Chujing then suppressed the smile on his face and spoke in a stern voice again. Remember, all of you must come here. Don't try any tricks. I'm not accustomed to giving people a second chance. Missing even one person, I'll take her life. The group shuddered slightly. Even during this brief encounter, they had genuinely experienced the terrifying aspects of Chujing. His thoughts were meticulous, and his actions were decisively ruthless. He did not seem like a cultivator who was under 20 years old and had just entered the immortal path 2 years ago. He glanced at Ji Xiao, a sigh evident in her gaze, and without saying more, she left with several Tai Su true transmission disciples. After the group had left, Chujing immediately began to check the storage space at the top of the flowing cloud umbrella. An inheritance from a true monarch should bring him a considerable harvest. However, after a thorough inspection, Chujing couldn't help but feel disappointed. There were plenty of spirit stones, but most of them were spent, clearly absorbed by the flowing cloud umbrella. Only a few bottles of elixirs remained, with no trace of magic treasures, leaving behind only some cultivation techniques, inheritances, and scrolls of ancient books. Quickly skimming through them, Chujing concluded that this true lord of flowing clouds was not from a major force, but a loose cultivator. Crafting such a spiritual treasure as the flowing cloud umbrella had exhausted his foundations. He harbored no small ambition, hoping to ascend to immortality together with the umbrella, hence the materials he had prepared were of excellent quality, with tremendous potential for growth. What surprised Chujing the most was an ancient book, recording a segment of ancient history from millions of years ago. Millions of years ago, the landscape of the Tsangyun realm was not as it is now, divided into 6 domains and 4 seas, where just one domain was several times larger than the current total of 4 domains of the Tsangyun realm. Back then, the immortal path wasn't the sole power, but within its ranks, celestial lords would often appear. Apart from them, the martial path also had saints, and the two paths coexisted peacefully. As equilibrium had been reached amongst the native forces, neither the Immortal Alliance nor the Martial Hall found any reason to interfere in this great realm, despite recognizing its existence. Later, with the opening of an outer domain pathway, evil demons invaded. Many beings and cultivators were corrupted by the demonic aura, undergoing drastic changes in nature, leading to much unrest. Faced with former friends, family, disciples, and elders, not everyone could bear to act decisively. Most sought to capture them alive and then find a way to expel the evil. This was especially true among the smaller Taoist orthodoxies. The fewer the disciples, the deeper their bonds, making it all the harder to cut ties. With no one forcibly intervening from above, turmoil often erupted. Out of necessity, the strongest of the second-fold immortal martial joined forces to suppress the outer domain pathway and then branded the remaining orthodoxies with the name of evil demons, expelling them from the Tsangyun realm. However, things were far from concluded. The heavenly Tao had been contaminated by the demonic aura, and the world began to produce many bizarre phenomena, even giving birth to innate evil demons. With no other choice, the Immortal Path powerhouses left the Tsangyun realm seeking aid from the Immortal Alliance. Soon, a heavenly judge, whose cultivation had reached above that of an immortal king, descended to Tsangyun and cut away 2/3 of the realm. This stroke banished the heavenly fate of all paths, save for the second-fold immortal martial. The ancient book ended abruptly, but Chujing already had a rough idea of the subsequent development. A long strife for heavenly fate ensued between the second-fold immortal martial, with the immortal path emerging victorious, resulting in today's Tsangyun realm. However, the exact origin of the Tsangyun secret realm remained a mystery. After a long while, Chujing put away the ancient book with a soft sigh. Throughout the ages, the Tsangyun realm had witnessed too many events, far more than could be explained in 1 or 2 ancient books. Even the history of the past 5,000 years unearthed by later generations was just the tip of the iceberg. In this world, there were numerous beings who had lived longer than 5,000 years, making the ancient history millions of years ago all the more elusive. Chuzheng did not dwell on this, and after searching through the storage bags of several Tai Su True Transmission disciples, he retrieved its Sanyun secret realm map. After comparison, Chuzheng smiled with satisfaction. The Sanyun secret realm map from the Tai Su Holy Land was more than twice the size of the one from the Taishan Holy Land. Although some areas overlapped, there was also a safe region more than 10 million miles wide, which was extremely beneficial to him. In his search for the Star Trace Tower fragments, he could now be less cautious, as the Sanyun secret realm was not absolutely safe. Having completed all this, Chuzheng turned to look at Jishao nearby. Jishao, third order, the tendons and bones all smashed, the internal organs ruptured, the dantian damaged, heavily wounded by your strike, can be repaired. Chuzheng reached out to seal her dantian, then repaired half of her injuries. After a few breaths, Jishao slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Chuzheng, an involuntary fear manifested in her expression. Explore more at Freeweb novel. In an instant, she had lost consciousness, completely powerless to resist, narrowly escaping death by his hand. Chuzheng's strength was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Your Taiyuan dragon sword dance is really poorly executed. If it were stronger, I'd have to exert more effort to capture you, Chuzheng remarked, recalling Jishao's earlier performance. The Taiyuan dragon sword dance, a divine skill of 8th order, was mysterious, and he had only scratched the surface of its secrets. However, in his eyes, Jishao's execution was far worse, not even reaching the threshold of initiation. Scoundrel! You're a Saint Heir, after all. If I am no match for you, you could just kill me instead. Why humiliate me with words? Upon hearing those words, Jishao's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes brimming with resentment and determination. If I were to beg for mercy, it would be a disgrace to the Tai Su True Transmission. Among the various true transmissions, her Taiyuan dragon sword dance was already of high caliber, and even the Holy Master had personally praised it. She naturally felt extreme humiliation from Chuzheng's words at the moment. Chuzheng shook his head slightly, his fingertips producing a sword flower that danced like a roaming dragon, disappearing in an instant. Water has no constant shape, you can't even properly dissipate force, and you forcefully took my palm strike. You're lucky to be alive, it's a stroke of great fortune. Jishao stared blankly at Chuzheng's fingertips, lost in a trance, because it was her mastery of the Taiyuan dragon sword dance that allowed her to understand the exquisiteness of Chuzheng's earlier move. This kind of subtle control was something that, within the Holy Land, aside from the Tongxian pseudo-immortals, only a handful of the divine transformation realm elders could achieve so effortlessly. How long had Chuzheng practiced the Taiyuan dragon sword dance? At most, it wouldn't have been more than a year, while she had practiced for a total of 54 years and 7 months. Before Jishao could collect her thoughts, Chuzheng sealed her mouth and said softly, I'm waiting for your fellow disciples to come and redeem you, just wait quietly. A few days later, the panel signaled an anomaly. Repair Master, 4th Order, 2000/2000, the experience of a 4th Order Repair Master was full. However, Chuzheng's cultivation was still a considerable distance from reaching the Divine Infant or Golden Core, and it would not be possible for him to advance to a 5th Order Repair Master in the short term. Having acquired the Tai Su Holy Land secret realm map, he quickly began the search for the fragments of the Star Trace Tower. According to the direction of the energy, the Star Trace Tower was broken into 3 parts. The second fragment was buried within a lake and Chuzheng efficiently retrieved it. The area where the remaining fragment lay was shrouded in fog on both maps, a region yet to be explored. After some thought, Chuzheng decided to investigate it. With the spiritual eye in his possession, and his ability to discern evil energies, Chuzheng encountered no terrifying dangers on this journey and smoothly acquired the third fragment. After tens of thousands of years, the Star Trace Tower was once again united in Chuzheng's hands, albeit currently no different from scrap metal, but one day, it would surely shine anew under his touch. Calculating the time, Chuzheng did not continue his exploration and returned to the place where he had captured Jishao. 3 months was an extremely short period. The area he could explore was actually very limited, not even 1/10 or 1/20th of the entire secret realm. But as the return date approached, it was time to stop lingering and wrap things up. The remaining time passed in the blink of an eye, and the day had come when Chujing entered the secret realm for the 89th day. Above the shattered land, Chujing sat cross-legged in midair, with no one else in the void before him. He took out the hidden dragon list, and after sensing for a moment, he couldn't help shaking his head. The auras of the few remaining were far away, millions of miles distant. Even at his speed, it would be very difficult to catch up now. It seems, your life is not as important to your fellow disciples as an immortal fate. Ji Zhao's eyes dimmed slightly, but her voice showed no sign of softening as she coldly said, "Evildoer, you will eventually suffer heavenly punishment." Heavenly punishment? Upon hearing this, Chujing let out a light laugh. Heaven has wanted to punish me for a long time, yet I'm still alive. Both now and in the future. Before the words were finished, he raised his hand and released the seal on Ji Zhao, gesturing with his hand, "Go then." "You're not killing me?" Ji Zhao looked slightly surprised. "What use is there in killing you?" Chujing said with profound meaning, "You being alive is more interesting than being dead." Ji Zhao's life and death were insignificant in Chujing's eyes. Her only value was to serve as a bargaining chip to threaten He and the others, now that the chip had lost its effectiveness. At this moment, killing Ji Zhao meant nothing to Chujing. On the contrary, if Ji Zhao were still alive, there might be an interesting drama to watch in the future. Ji Zhao's breathing became increasingly rapid as she faced imminent death, and her heart pounded like a drum. The immortal path values life. If there were a way to survive, how could she willingly choose death? In this instant, Ji Zhao felt a rare sense of gratitude towards Chujing. Based on his earlier words, Chujing could have killed her to vent his anger and retaliate against Tai Su Holy Land. However, he let her go. With this thought, Ji Zhao silently swallowed the curses she had intended to spit out at the moment of her death. Her gaze became complex, and she ceased to speak, starting to measure the time, bit by bit, in her heart. Never before had she felt the passage of time so acutely as she did in that moment. Without the cycle of sunrise and sunset, the day seemed unbearably long in Ji Zhao's eyes. Her mind remained tense, daring not to make any move or recklessly leave. She feared that any action might provoke Chujing and compel him to change his mind. Chujing sat cross-legged in the void, organizing the mana and yuan qi within his body as a faint spiritual light emitted from between his brows. During this period, he had not neglected his cultivation, and his divine sense had risen again, reaching the peak of the early soul condensing realm. Only one step away from the mid-soul condensing realm. With the remaining day and a bit more time, he couldn't explore more areas, so he might as well cultivate quietly. The spiritual energy here was much more abundant than in the outside world, making it much easier to break through the cultivation bottleneck. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The spiritual light between Chujing's eyebrows grew brighter, soon attracting Ji Zhao's attention. With just one glance, she could tell that Chujing had entered a deep state of cultivation. His aura was harmonious and he was completely unguarded. If she struck now, she had a high chance of seriously injuring Chujing. For a moment, she was tempted, but the next instant, she extinguished the thought. It was a high-risk move, tantamount to gambling with her life. Should she fail, the chance of survival that had finally arisen would be destroyed by her own hands. Chujing was already aware of the fleeting murderous intent that had just passed over Ji Zhao, yet he didn't take it to heart. His divine sense was strong enough to multitask, cultivating and staying vigilant at the same time. Had Ji Zhao made any slight movement, Chujing would have unhesitatingly drawn the town immortal mace and shattered her heavenly spirit, scattering her soul and spirit. Experience more content on Freeweb novel in his eyes. Everyone only had one chance to choose, and if they chose the wrong path, death was the only outcome. After a short while, a crisp sound suddenly came from Chujing's body. Crack, in a snap, Chujing's aura expanded, breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the mid-soul condensing realm. A stream of spiritual light emerged from his brow and transformed into a misty silhouette standing in the void. Chujing turned back and looked at his body, which remained seated in its original place. He felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. The spirit soul detached from the body, and the wind blowing from all directions made Chujing feel extremely comfortable. Freed from the physical constraints, a strong sense of relaxation surged from the depths of his spirit, as if he had cast off a tremendous burden. For a cultivator, this feeling could be dangerous. Some cultivators would become addicted to this sense of ease and frequently wander off in a trance. However, the strength of a soul condensation realm cultivator's divine soul was not enough to support the spirit soul being away from the body for extended periods of time. Over time, it would be the spirit soul's essence that would be consumed, and it was difficult to replenish, which would greatly affect one's cultivation and shake the foundation. As the immortal path cultivation broke through and the power of the spirit and soul surged, the Tao embryo within Chujing's middle dantian suddenly swelled, taking a significant step toward the mid-Tao embryo realm. Despite the breakthrough, due to the slower circulation of Yuan Qi in this world, there was still a small distance to the mid-Tao embryo realm. Another breakthrough. Upon observing Chujing's detached spirit soul and the expanding aura, Ji Zhao's pupils dilated slightly, and a trace of horror involuntarily appeared in her eyes. The news of Chujing's entry into soul condensing had only spread before she entered the Canyun's secret realm. In just over 3 months, Chujing's cultivation had advanced again, stepping into the mid-soul condensing realm. This was too terrifying. The growth of the divine soul differs vastly from the rise in mana. It requires tremendous effort to gradually strengthen the divine soul. Even with monstrous talent, the speed of a breakthrough in just over 3 months was absurd and defied all reason. What was even more chilling for her was the intensity of Chujing's divine soul. Just having stepped into the mid-soul condensing realm, he was able to achieve spirit detachment, which was somewhat exaggerated. She herself found it somewhat strenuous to maintain spirit detachment for long periods, while Chujing seemed to do it with ease. To have such a strong divine soul at the mid-soul condensing realm could only be achieved by the Yenshin scripture of Heavenly Throne Holy Land, and it required exceptional talent. Having realized this, Ji Zhao quietly lowered her head, a storm of shock brewing within her. When Chujing stepped into soul condensing, many in the outside world speculated that, by the time of the great tournament of 10,000 sects, Chujing might have a chance to enter the divine infant realm and have a showdown with Shang Ziling. From her short encounter with Chujing, a terrifying suspicion began to emerge in her heart. Chujing was very likely to surpass Shang Ziling in cultivation realm well before the great tournament of 10,000 sects, and with latecomer's advantage, he could sweep through his peers undefeatable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime demon. Continue reading at FreeWeb Novel. 8 million li away from Chujing and his companion's location. 2 streams of fleeing light, one before the other, were rapidly retreating toward the depths of the secret realm, trying to get as far as possible from the meeting place previously agreed upon with Chujing, waiting for the Canyun secret realm to eject them. He was leading the way, followed closely by Yu Shanglong, ranked 78th on the Hidden Dragon list and in the late stage of soul condensing, a disciple of the Tai Su True Transmission. At this moment, Yu Shanglong's expression held a hint of hesitation. Brother he, about junior sister Ji. To abandon a fellow sect member they had lived with for nearly 100 years was a decision that filled him with mixed feelings and inevitable guilt. He maintained his fleeing speed and spoke indifferently. Let me ask you, if we were to arrive as planned and Chujing suddenly attacked, using the Tongxian spiritual treasure to slay us all, what then? Can you guarantee that he would keep his promise and spare junior sister Ji? This. Yu Shanglong found himself at a loss for words upon hearing this. He too had many concerns about this matter. To bet one's own life on the character of an opponent was indeed unwise. How many cultivators from the Holy Land have died at the hands of Chujing? More than 100, no? Do you think he is of a gentle heart and lenient hand? He slowly shook his head, his gaze cold. Tai Su and Tai Su are now in an irreconcilable conflict. To hand over these gains to Chujing is to fatten an enemy. Moreover, are you willing to hand over an opportunity that's within our grasp to Chujing? We only have this one chance at the Canyun secret realm in our life, and there will not be a second time. Yu Shanglong stopped speaking and continued on his way in silence. Although most of the gains had already been taken by Chujing, he had still managed to make some minor gains in the past few days to compensate for his losses. Now, to just give them away and possibly even risk his life would be foolish. Any sensible person would know how to choose. Having lost junior sister G, what we need to do is to double our efforts in cultivation and one day avenge today's humiliation. He let out a low shout, his tone slightly chilling. Sooner or later, I will make the Taishan Holy Land repay today's debt. In the void, a breeze caressed the face, and the crimson glow of dusk bathed the entire world, creating a scene of twilight. Above the land lay scattered ruins, relics of old times now mottled with the erosion of time, as though the whole world had been buried in ancient times. Now, in Songyun, no one remembers those buried in this secret realm, no one does now, and no one will in the future. Chu Jing scanned the land inch by inch, his expression somewhat complex. In his previous life, he had also watched years go by through the lens of time, often feeling delighted for a long time after restoring an artifact and bringing forth the stories of the ancients. At this moment, however, he had lost that feeling. The struggle for Taoist orthodoxy's dominance is inseparable from slaughter and strife. When flipping through the entire ancient history of the Songyun realm, all he could see now was bloodshed. Counting the days, it had been more than 2 years since his arrival in Songyun. Chu Jing subconsciously took out his diary, contemplated for a long time with his pen poised, wanting to write something, yet finding nowhere to begin and ultimately putting it away in resignation. After pondering for a while, he took out his diary again and wrote, in the new calendar's 3rd year, contemplating the ancient and observing the present, I can only sigh that time cuts like a knife, all the ancient sages, all buried in time, the honors and disgraces of their lifetimes vanished in the blink of an eye, those whose names are recorded in history are but a scant few. As he wrote this, Chu Zhang's pen paused for a moment then continued fluently, one day, should I reach the end of my life, I hope I can seize the chance to strive for an everlasting legacy, so that in endless eons and among billions of stars, there will still be people who know just who Chu Jing was. Only then could I say that my 2 lifetimes as a human were not in vain, and find comfort in my life. Chu Jing put away his diary and looked no further, massaging his slightly swollen brow. After stepping into the late stage of soul condensing, he increasingly felt the incongruity between his physical body and divine soul as if a large bucket of water was being forcefully poured into a container the size of a palm, bulging and bloated with occasional feelings of constriction deep within his soul. After leaving the Songyun secret realm, enhancing the strength of his physical body had become imperative, otherwise, it would soon hinder the progress of his cultivation. As Chu Zhang's thoughts scattered, the crimson firmament above rippled with layers of immortal patterns, a ray of clear light fell, enveloping Chu Zhang's side. The first level of immortal light swept over Chu Jing and Ji Xiao, wrapping them up. A familiar feeling of compression entered Chu Zhang's mind, he relaxed his body, letting the secret realm take them away. After a lengthy period, when Chu Jing returned to his senses, he was surrounded by a vast ocean. Chu Jing looked up to the sky, a flicker of spiritual light in his eyes, glanced at the celestial phenomena, and quickly determined his location. His luck was still good. He wasn't too far from the southern region, still within tens of millions of miles. Even if Gung Yang didn't come looking for him, he could return to the southern region in 10 days to half a month. Before Chu Jing could ponder further, the sky suddenly split open, and a tumultuous divine fire surged out. Return to Taishan immediately. Gung Yang strode out, his expression extremely grave. His usually placid demeanor was now filled with repression. His breathing slightly ragged, the corners of his mouth tinged with blood, it was evident that he expended a great deal of yuan qi to hasten here. What has happened? Seeing Gung Yang in such a state of urgency, Chu Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he tensed up. Why the rush? The sky has split, I'll explain on the way. A blaze of divine fire emerged from Gung Yang's palm, enveloping Chu Jing, tearing through the void, as they rushed toward the direction of Taishan. With Gung Yang's disregard for the cost and frenzied pace, they had covered tens of millions of miles, and by the time the sky darkened, Chu Jing could see the endless crimson divine peaks. Cough. Upon landing, Gung Yang coughed lightly, and before he could speak, his complexion suddenly changed. He looked at Chuzheng with an unprecedented seriousness. The Immortal Alliance has summoned us. You wait for me at the sect. Don't leave even a half step. I'll be right back. Chuzheng nodded as instructed, his eyes filled with worry. Take care of yourself. Gung Yang was already like a piece of rotting wood, his lifespan nearing its end. These massive movements were further shortening his already limited lifespan. Gung Yang waved his hand dismissively, not inclined to speak further, and turned into a ball of divine fire, blending into the void. A moment later, he arrived at a divine palace above the 9 heavens. Within the palace, several holy masters, including a host of elders from various holy lands who had entered the divine transformation realm, were all present, and even included families from the eastern region and people from the western region immortal sects. In a corner stood 5 figures whose eyes shone with great demons, whose powers reached the divine communication level. The number of people or demons who came this time far exceeded those at the previous gathering of the 5 saints. By my calculation, this sudden space passage will be fully open in no more than 10 days. The Immortal Alliance can't spare true immortals to come here in the short term, we can only rely on ourselves now. Here, on behalf of the Immortal Alliance, I issue an edict, please listen carefully. Ji Yuyan scanned the senior members of the various holy lands, his face devoid of any smile, cold as eternal ice, all cultivators above the divine infant realm, ready for battle. All Tongxian spiritual treasures and above, including the sect-defending immortal treasures of each holy land, must be awakened. Anyone found to be hiding their treasures will be dealt with according to the Immortal Alliance's first penal code. The crime of betrayal will be punished. The crime of betrayal warrants the extermination of one's sect, the annihilation of one's clan, the end of one's lineage, and the severing of one's cycle of reincarnation. Not only will there be no future in this life, but even the hope of reincarnation and rebirth will be lost. Can Shang Zoling possibly? The primordial spirit Saint Lord spoke solemnly, attempting to seek some leniency for Shang Zoling. Before he could finish, Ji Yuyan interrupted, I have already said, all cultivators above the divine infant realm are to prepare for battle, that includes her. His face grew colder, if we do not hold up in this battle, I will die in Songyun, let alone her. The primordial spirit Saint Lord spoke no further, bowing his head in acquiescence. Ji Yuyan's expression was utterly unflinching as he spoke solemnly, you all have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, gather in front of the space passage. Anyone who retreats from battle, hesitates, or delays will be executed on the spot. After issuing the death order, Ji Yuyan ceased to speak, raising his hand to signal everyone to leave. Gung Yang silently turned around, leading a group of elders from Taishan Holy Land out of the divine palace. Soon, the several great holy lands from the southern region and the true immortal noble families of the eastern region dispersed, and the immortal sects of significant influence from the western region likewise left without further words. The western region was the weakest among the 3 human territories, not 1/10 the strength of the southern region. The powerful beings from the Tongxian secret realm could be counted on one's fingers, truly a wilderness. It was all because, in ancient times, the peak powerhouse above the immortal king had cleaved with his sword across the place where the western region now lies, severing almost all of its spirit veins. The terrifying immortal power from the edge of his blade still lingered to this day. Nowadays, the western region, backed by the star abyss, defended a corner alone, its life relatively difficult. Within the Tsungyun realm, only the 5 great holy lands had a true immortal level foundation, and as for those noble families in the eastern region, at most, they only possessed 1 or 2 immortal treasures of low quality. After all the humans had dispersed, the great demons in the corner finally moved to prepare for their departure. Gentlemen, please hold on. Ji Yuyan spoke up to stop them, his expression indifferent. Since the demon race has joined the Immortal Alliance, in this extraordinary time, you should follow the directives. I have no intention of dwelling on past grievances, but if you intend to scheme behind our backs, acting in secret while feigning compliance, I will bury the northern demon plains first, ensuring that there will be no more demons in Songyun. In the recent days after receiving the news of the Outer Realm passage, he had scoured the ancient records of Songyun. The last time that Songyun Outer Realm passage had opened, the human race suffered heavy losses, with the northern region demon race casting a shadow of interference from behind. Within the Immortal Alliance, unity was not ironclad. Those of a different kind certainly have different hearts. Enjoy new adventures from Freeweb novel if not for the fact that the demon race doesn't monopolize heavenly fate. Both demon immortals and human immortals follow different paths to the same goal, and the Immortal Alliance needed this force to deal with external enemies. There wouldn't be such a peaceful scene today. We will heed your words. The great demons exchanged glances, said nothing more, bowed deeply, and then turned to leave. The brilliance of the sun on the horizon was gradually swallowed by the surface of the earth, and the black curtain rose as the stars shone brightly. After all the powerhouses had dispersed, the divine palace was empty, the moonlight merging into the palace, bringing with it waves of cold, deathly stillness. Ji Yuyan stood alone atop the divine palace, gazing into the cosmic starry sky, his fingertips moving lightly as he divined the will of heaven, calculating his own destiny. After a while, he lowered his hands, a trace of confusion in his eyes, muttering to himself, "A calamitous star weighs heavy, good fortune turns foreboding, the life chart is now in disorder." Before coming to Songyun, he had already calculated his destiny, which indicated a narrow escape from danger, or a minor gain. But now, upon recalculation, the life chart had changed, the outcome unpredictable, with malevolent forces at play, suggesting that a great disaster was imminent. Such a change was obviously due to some unforeseeable beings affecting the heavenly Tao. Perhaps this outer realm passage had come for this very reason. After a long time, Ji Yuyan took out a gold paper. Using his finger as a pen, he wrote a letter home. Moments later, the gold paper turned into light and disappeared into the vastness of the stars, leaving no trace. Considering the considerable distance from the Immortal Alliance's teleportation point, it was too late for a round trip. Relying on his own power to cross the starry sky, by the time this letter home reached his homeland, it might already be thousands of years later. Court Immortal. After a long while, Ji Yuyan looked up and softly called out. Boom! Thunderclouds appeared above the firmament, obscuring the starry sky far and wide, slowly opening a pair of giant eyes, deep within which red and mysterious colors flowed, with clearly visible pupils that conveyed a trace of obvious emotional fluctuation. The rumbling voice of thunder conveyed the sounds of heaven. If I die in this alien realm today, should there be a chance in the future, please collect my remains, and send me back home, repaying the favor I owe from before. Ji Yuyan took in a deep breath, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. With the Immortal Alliance behind him, he couldn't retreat from this battle, he could only fight to the death. Crack, thunder suddenly burst forth, and the world was as bright as day. Intense lightning fell from the sky, forming immortal patterns mid-air, drifting behind Ji Yuyan's neck and solidifying into a silver thunder pattern. In the next instant, the clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the starry dome once more, all silent. Thank you. After murmuring his gratitude, Ji Yuyan steadied himself, contemplating the impending battle. As the patriarch of a major sect, ruling over several star domains, he was no stranger to cross-realm warfare, in fact, quite the opposite. However, no one knew which world the newly appeared spatial passage led to. The current Songyun realm was not like ancient times. The heavenly Tao was too fragile for the terrifying power of the Holy Land's immortal treasures to be fully unleashed within Songyun realm. A full-blown battle here would amount to a war of annihilation. The entire great realm would be reduced to ashes, no grass would remain, and it would become a land of deadly silence. In that case, this battle would completely lose its meaning. Therefore, the battlefield must not be within the Songyun realm. At the moment the spatial passage opens, unleash all one's foundation, break directly into the other end of the passage, and then set up an array to quickly establish a safe support point for cross-realm warfare. As long as there isn't too vast a power gap between the worlds, the battle can be fought. Once the coordinates of the world are confirmed and sent back to the Immortal Alliance, there may be a chance to save oneself by stalling for time until the stronger beings above the true immortals in the Alliance are unoccupied. Even an ant strives to live, now at the late stage of Immortal Tribulation realm, just one step away from true immortal. Ji Yuyan naturally did not want to fall here. However, the foundation of all this was predicated on the fact that the other end of the spatial channel was connected to a normal cultivation great realm within the positive universe, not to the opposite side of the universe. If it were connected to the other side of the universe, where the other end of the spatial channel led to an alien realm of evil demons, then the best outcome would be for him to burn his immortal body and seal the spatial channel for some time, thereby delaying the spread of the evil aura. If the Immortal Alliance's powerhouses failed to arrive here before he could no longer sustain it, then Songyun would be doomed. Thinking of this, a cloud of doubt inevitably shrouded Ji Yuyan's heart. The Immortal Alliance spanned the myriad realms, yet now they could not spare even one true immortal, which was quite strange. Was the pressure on the Immortal Alliance really so immense, or was it something else? During the great tournament of 10,000 sects in the Songyun realm this time, according to past conventions, the Immortal Alliance would also send someone in advance to attend the ceremony, yet this time, only he had come. The conflict between Taishan Holy Land and Taisu Holy Land should not be handled by him. Zhao Tingxian, who presided over the Songyun Heavenly Way and was born in Songyun, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Yet Zhao Tingxian was coincidentally in seclusion, claiming to be preparing to overcome the final heavenly tribulation of the true immortal realm, aiming to step into the realm of Celestial Lord. He remembered that Zhao Tingxian had only recently become an 8 Tribulations true immortal, and now he was about to make a breakthrough so quickly. At this thought, Ji Yuyan extinguished the successive thoughts that sprung up in his mind. At this moment, thinking about these was useless and would only needlessly shake his own Tao heart. Once the spatial channel was fully opened, life or death would naturally become crystal clear. After the upper echelons of the various holy lands returned, they immediately started making urgent preparations. Long-sealed immortal treasures and numerous Tongxian spiritual treasures were all awakened. As they had been essentially in a long slumber, the condition of many wondrous treasures was somewhat dimmed. The Holy Land spared no expense, consuming large amounts of spiritual objects to sharpen and cleanse weapons, honing the edge of the spiritual treasures to try to bring them back to their optimal state. They were not only utilizing all the heritages within the Holy Lands but were also dispatching numerous elders above the divine transformation realm to the various sects to press gang all Tongxian spirit weapons and cultivators above the divine infant level. The full heritage that Ji Yuyan spoke of naturally included these immortal sects. Compared to the tumult within several other holy lands, Taishan Holy Land was unusually quiet. After returning from the Divine Palace, a group of elders in the Divine Transformation realm immediately began to awaken the spiritual treasures in the treasure vault. Gung Yiyang silently entered the Supreme Profound Treasure Vault below, took out 2 strata of immortal flames sealed within amber, then removed the crimson crystal Grand Hall at the summit's peak, and at the same time, took away the immortal flame that suppressed beneath it. Afterward, he drew forth a sea of magma from beneath the main peak, and a black and red great halberd emerged, breaking through the waves and landing in his palm. The pitted blade of the black and red halberd was full of notches, yet it still emanated a terrifying aura, suppressing billions of miles of sky. Chu Zheng, watching from a distance, soon received a notification on his interface. Heavenly Pattern Immortal Fire Hall, 8th Order Lower Quality Immortal Treasure, crafted by an immortal artifact master, can significantly increase the cultivation speed of fire element cultivators. Details: Infernal Hellfire, 8th Order, a shadowy fire born near the Netherworld, originally 7th Order, but transformed after absorbing the entire essence of a true immortal. Details: Taishan Divine Fire, 8th Order, transformed from a true immortal who brought the fire god transformation to its extreme, retaining a strand of spiritual intelligence. Details: Golden Crow Heavenly Divine Flame, 8th Order, the life essence flame of a demon immortal, capable of transforming into a great sun, nourishing a great realm. Details: Taishan Battle Halberd, 8th Order / incomplete high-quality immortal treasure, the personal warrior weapon of a Taishan true immortal who has been through countless bloody battles, tasted the blood of a celestial lord, and once suffered a grievous injury. Though its foundation remains strong, with the true spirit within rejuvenated, it can cleave a 7 Tribulations true immortal. Details: The information that kept flowing out caused Chu Zheng's breath to hitch. 3 strands of 8th order immortal flame and 2 immortal treasures, such was the foundation of Taishan. Apart from these, the Tanshan spirit weapons taken out by the group of divine transformation realm elders numbered more than 10, almost dazzling Chu Zheng's eyes. If it wasn't for this heritage, Gung Yang would not have had the confidence to boldly declare his intent to topple the foundation of Tai Su Holy Land. Gung Yang packed up several immortal objects and landed in front of Chu Zheng. There was a touch of helplessness in his eyes. He wanted to leave something for Chu Zheng, but he was truly powerless to do so. In this period, Ji Yuyan had thoroughly investigated the foundations of the various holy lands, leaving nothing hidden from his sight. Each Tanshan spiritual treasure was well known and traceable, with no way to conceal them. With the methods of a Tanshan cultivator, it was utterly fanciful to think of fooling a demi-immortal in the late stage of the immortal tribulation realm. Moreover, at this critical juncture concerning the life and death of the Tsangyun realm, keeping secrets is a sure way to seek death. You promised me before that if I needed your help, as long as it was within your capabilities, you could not refuse. Gung Yang said seriously, does that promise still hold? Of course it does, Chu Zheng replied without the slightest hesitation. Then today, I will pass on the position of Taishan Holy Master to you. You will take care of Taishan for a while for me. Gung Yang spoke solemnly, and without waiting for Chu Zheng to reply, he added, this matter should not be beyond your capabilities. Chu Zheng was silent for a moment, then nodded, of course. In Gung Yang's words, it wasn't hard to discern the intent to arrange affairs for after his passing. Clearly, he didn't have much confidence in returning alive from this battle. Not only him, but all these elderly great mysterious elders present shared this sentiment. The opening of the spatial passage to the alien realm often signified a fierce battle. At life's end, to fight on despite failing health was akin to igniting one's life, especially when the enemy was unknown. I want to entrust you with something. After receiving Chu Zheng's answer, a trace of laughter appeared in Gung Yang's eyes. If there are no mishaps in this battle, I likely won't be coming back, so there are some things I need to return to you in advance. As he spoke, a storage spirit ring appeared in his palm. Chu Zheng took it instinctively, visibly moved. Inside the ring, there was nothing else, just a clump of burning immortal flame and a crimson-grayed halberd. The fire seed of the indestructible Sky Kirin fire and the Lihua spear, the items Gung Yang had taken from him. I took your things previously, and now I have returned them all to you. Don't curse me in your heart anymore. Gung Yang's expression was somewhat complex, these being the only things he could leave for Chu Zheng. The relics left by Yi Yulo, besides Chu Zheng, only Gung Yang knew of them, which was why these 2 items could be preserved. Holy Master. That's enough, there's no need to mention anything more between us, whether I live or die, I'm sure you aren't too concerned, said Gung Yang with a light laugh. Fortunately, I didn't kill you directly back then, otherwise, I wouldn't know where Taishan would stand today. Your adventure continues at Freeweb. As his voice fell, his expression gradually grew solemn, and in his heart, he murmured silently, ancestors above listen, and celestial beings bear witness, this unworthy disciple Gung Yang, ashamed to have fallen short of the teachings of my predecessors, have not followed the path of a true immortal. In my lifetime I've contributed nothing of worth to Taishan, and have been unfit for this great responsibility. My ignorance has led to the demise of our disciples, and the once revered holy land of Taishan is now but a name. Today, at this pivotal moment of survival, I pass the position of Holy Master to Chu Zheng, the 759th Saint Heir of Taishan, in the hopes of continuing the legacy of Taishan. If our ancestors have spirits, may they bless and protect Taishan and ensure Chu Zheng's safety. Gung Yang pays his respects. The process of Chu Zheng assuming the role of Holy Master was exceedingly simple. Under the watchful eyes of the young disciples, as well as the elders, Gung Yang took out the clothing of the Taishan Holy Master, a red robe and golden crown, a jade belt and red ring, along with a piece of red jade marbled with blood, handing them all to Chu Zheng. These were a set of top-quality magical treasures, but precisely because they were a set, they hadn't been awakened yet. In an instant, the ceremony was complete. After this battle, if the Tsangyun realm manages to survive, you will have already made history, Gung Yang said with a low chuckle as he saw Chuzheng don the red robe. Not just in the history of Taixin, but throughout the entire southern region and even the entire Tsangyun realm, there had never been a holy master who governed a sacred land at the age of 20. After today, as long as the Tsangyun realm continued to exist, the name of Chuzheng would be difficult to erase. The situation changed too quickly, catching Chuzheng somewhat by surprise. Becoming the holy master was not what he had previously desired, but at this moment, facing Gung Yang, he had no room to refuse. Because what Gung Yang was asking for was, indeed, not something very difficult for him to accomplish. But becoming the master of a holy land was far from simple talk. The responsibilities involved were too complex to be summed up in a few words. The moment he donned the crimson robe of the holy master, Chuzheng felt as though he was shouldering a divine mountain, the weight on his shoulders terribly heavy. A holy land could not be sustained by one or two cultivators alone. Ji Yuyan was gathering all cultivators above the divine infant realm, which meant that all the elders of Taixin were included. In this battle, these already old elders were unlikely to return alive. If these elders were to all perish, it would take 2,000 to 3,000 years for Taishuan's strength to recover to its former state. Chuzheng glanced over the many youthful disciples in the distance, aside from Fu Quanliang, the oldest being just over 10 years old. How long it would take for them to grow up was anyone's guess. In an instant, he became the person with the longest tenure in Taixin. The lives and futures of these young disciples all fell on his shoulders. Gung Yang personally tied the golden crown for Chuzheng, taking into account his age. Chuzheng had just reached the appropriate age for his coming-of-age ceremony, which was just right. After the ceremony, all the surrounding great mysterious elders bowed and paid their respects in unison. Standing behind Fu Quanliang, the many disciples, not fully aware of the situation, followed suit in the grand gesture of worship. We greet the Holy Master. In any other holy land, Chuzheng might have faced opposition from some elders or dissent from disciples, requiring him to overcome some hurdles before he could sit in the position of the Holy Master. But in Taixin, there seemed to be no need for such concerns. In the eyes of all the disciples, as the saint heir, it was only natural for Chuzheng to succeed to the position of the Holy Master. Fu Quanliang hung his head low, his eyes brimming with irrepressible excitement. In just 2 short years of knowing Chuzheng, his status had undergone an astonishing reversal. From a servant of a mansion to the master of a holy land. Not even the mythologies of ancient times dared to write such tales, yet Chuzheng had done it. As he had thought before, encountering Chuzheng was the greatest opportunity of his life. After completing the succession ceremony, Gung Yang took Chuzheng on a tour around the Taixin Holy Land. He pointed out the key nodes of the great array that enshrouded the entire Holy Land. Half a day later, the two arrived at the base of the main peak. Originally, this place was a sea of magma, suppressed by the Taixin battle halberd, but now the magma had been extracted by Gung Yang, and the location had turned into a cave. The barriers around it glowed with a reddish divine light, crystal clear, almost like immortal crystal. At the center, there was a grand array spanning over 30 yards, filled with intricate spiritual patterns. Read new chapters at Freeweb Novel. Off to one side of the array there was also a flying boat about 10 yards long. Chuzheng's eyes flickered with spiritual light, and his faceplate quickly transmitted information. Teleportation Array, 8th Order/Incomplete. A high-grade teleportation immortal array crafted by an 8 Tribulations true immortal. Once activated, it can reach a star domain 1.27 million light-years away. Lacking immortal jade, it cannot be activated. Details: Starshatter Shuttle, 6th Order. A top-quality magical treasure, unawakened. Forged entirely from 7th Order immortal material. Star origin meteoric iron, exceptionally sturdy, capable of high velocity, and able to navigate the starry sea. Details: An immortal array. Moreover, a teleportation immortal array. Chu. Zheng's heart stirred slightly, somewhat shocked. He looked at Gung Yang, his expression wavering. With the teleportation immortal array and this flying shuttle capable of navigating the starry sea, he could guess part of Gung Yang's thoughts. This immortal array is an inheritance from an ancient forefather of Taixin, our last escape route. It requires immortal power to activate and cross star domains, but superior quality spirit stones or spirit vein essence could also serve as an alternative, at least to leave the Songyun realm. Spirit essence, we have plenty in the treasury of the Holy Land. When the time comes, you may take what you need. Trees may die when transplanted, but people must live. The legacy of our forefather is weighty, but when it must be abandoned, abandon it. Gung Yiyang's expression turned solemn. You have your own small world. In a short period, you can be self-sufficient. If the coming battle is inevitable and the Songyun realm cannot be preserved, I hope you can immediately take these disciples and leave Songyun to at least save these lives. As his voice faded, he lifted his hand. In the palm, a divine fire formed into a coiling dragon moved restlessly. This fire will sense my life or death, keep it with you. Upon receiving news of my death, if you're willing, erect a cenotaph for me. There's no need for a spiritual tablet. Receiving incense offerings would only disturb my cycle of rebirth. Talking about his own life and death, Gung Yiyang seemed much more at ease. In Chu Zhang's view, Gung Yiyang could have chosen another path, taking these disciples and leaving Songyun immediately, finding a new place to live on, far from the strife. Holy Master, why don't you? Before Chu Zhang could finish speaking, Gung Yiyang interrupted with a wave of his hand. I am no longer the Holy Master now, and besides, Songyun is ultimately our ancestral land, how could one so easily abandon it? Gung Yiyang shook his head slightly. This was an assembly called by the Immortal Alliance. Deserting in the face of battle would mean that even if Ji Yuyan reported to the Immortal Alliance, he'd still face death. In the vast starry sea, the Immortal Alliance was everywhere. No being could escape its retribution. I understand. Hearing this, Chu Zhang took the dragon of divine fire from Gung Yiyang's palm, carefully storing it away, saying no more. After leaving the cave, Gung Yiyang began preparations for what was to come. All the divine infant cultivators in Taishan City had also been conscripted. For some powers, divine infant cultivators were the pillars of the heavens. Having them taken away was equivalent to the sky collapsing. Yet no one dared to resist. Just like the Southern Territory Song clan, as the ancient ancestor of the Song clan, Song Shao had no objections whatsoever to the summoning order from Taishan, and he was the first to bring the clan's best magic treasures and step into the sect gate of Taishan. Continue your story on Freeweb novel. He didn't even bother to arrange his affairs for after his departure. The current family head of the Song family was still in charge, and everything operated in an orderly fashion, with no need for undue worry. Moreover, there was Chu Zhang to look after things. Chu Zhang owed a great debt of gratitude to the entire Southern Territory Song clan, and to die for him was something Song Shao did without any regret, as he believed it to be a death worthy of his life. However, other forces were not so forthcoming, and many were dragging their feet. Looking at the chaos before him, Chu Zhang fell into deep thought for a moment. According to what Gung Yiyang had said, this space passage outside of the realm had appeared less than 2 months after he had entered the secret realm. According to the timing, it coincided with the days following his acquisition of the Taoist orthodoxy transmission. This inevitably raised some doubts in him. If this matter really had something to do with ancestral Tao, then what could be behind the space channel? Friend or foe? The news of Chu Zhang ascending to be the new Taishan Holy Master spread quickly, naturally causing shock amongst all parties involved. A 20-year-old Holy Master was unprecedented, even if one searched through the ancient history of Songyun. On the other hand, the few true disciples from Taisu who had entered the Songyun secret realm were successively brought back by their senior sect members to their respective holy lands. Except for Ji Shao, they all had their gains. In the Songyun secret realm, there were many wonders and countless opportunities for immortal fates. Although most of the hall, including the flowing cloud umbrella, had been looted by Chu Zhang, He Yu and the others still had some small fortunes, not returning empty-handed. When they learned that Ji Shao was still alive, the expressions of He Yu and the others became somewhat unnatural. Although from their perspective, their choices back then were not wrong, they had essentially abandoned Ji Shao to her fate. As fellow sect members, they ultimately felt they had let down Ji Shao. As for Ji Shao, she did not mention the events within the secret realm, reacting indifferently, seemingly unconcerned, and she was just as astonished by the news of Chu Jing becoming the Taishan Holy Master. Outside, rumors swirled, with many cultivators sneering behind closed doors that Taishan had no one left and could only push a child who had just turned 20 to the forefront. However, most of these rumors carried a hint of envy towards Taishan and Chu Jing himself. No one in the past had ever shouldered the leadership of a holy land at the age of 20. Soon, the preparations of the several great holy lands were complete, and they headed to the location where the space channel would open at the agreed time. After receiving permission from Gung Yang, Chu Jing was allowed to accompany them, planning to depart on the eve before the opening of the space channel. The reason he wanted to be there was that Chu Jing hoped to discern something through his spiritual eye. This time, the space channel outside of the realm opened in the strait at the northern part of the southern region, situated between the southern region and the demon plains of the northern region. Therefore, the 5 great holy lands of the southern region reached the fastest. Space channels too are graded, channels that are too fragile cannot accommodate powerful beings passing through. And this channel that had appeared in the North Sea, judging by its spatial fluctuations, was strong enough to allow beings of the true immortal realm to cross space and reach the Tsungyun realm. This was precisely why Ji Yuyan was so anxious this time. A channel that could support a true immortal's crossing was far too dangerous for the Tsungyun realm, and even if he sacrificed himself, he might not be able to completely seal the channel. In comparison to other holy lands and immortal sects, the number of people from Taishan seemed pitifully small. Even with the addition of divine infant cultivators from within Taishan city, they barely numbered 100. Most of the other forces arrived in large groups of several hundred, with divine infant realm cultivators making up 80%. All manner of immortal treasures stretched across the sky, terrifying auras clashing against each other. Even before a blow had been struck, the very void was already filled with all sorts of cracks, immortal light brimming and spilling forth. Chu Jing scanned his surroundings, involuntarily taking in a deep, cool breath. Just the 5 great holy lands of the southern region had each brought out 2 immortal treasures, and when added to the Tongxian spiritual treasures, their numbers had already surpassed 100. Chu Jing's gaze lingered in the direction of the primordial spirit holy land for a moment, where he saw Shang Zuling, still clad in her earthy yellow vestment robe, tall and elegant, unlike any ordinary woman. Compared to the last time he saw her, her aura had become much deeper. Clearly, she had made significant progress, and the creation and transformation Yenshin scripture had been of no small help to her. Shang Zuling, sensing Chu Jing's gaze, returned the look and nodded her head as a form of greeting. Ji Yuyan's figure appeared in the sky above, and the tumultuous crowd instantly fell into dead silence. His gaze slowly swept over the many immortal treasures present, and the furrows between his eyebrows finally relaxed for a moment. The Taishan Holy Land is still 1 Tongxian spiritual treasure short. The Taishu Saint Lord looked toward the location of the Taishan Holy Land and said in a slow voice, "A few days ago, Chu Jing ought to have obtained a Tongxian spiritual treasure from the Tsungyun secret realm. I witnessed this with my own eyes as part of the Taisu True transmission. You better bring it along, after all, it is better to have an additional source of strength." His sudden statement was not meant to cause trouble but stemmed from some concern that Chu Jing, the demon lord of mayhem, would use this Tongxian spiritual treasure to stir up trouble opportunistically. Now, all the divine infant cultivators of the Tsungyun realm had already headed to the battlefield, leaving behind only those who were basically no match for Chu Jing. If Chu Jing were to wield the spiritual treasure and cause trouble at this moment, he feared no one would be able to stop him. Gung Yang turned to look at Chu Jing with a slight puzzlement. He wasn't very clear about Chu Jing's gains within the secret realm. Indeed, that is true. Upon seeing Ji Yuyan's gaze turn toward him, Chu Jing did not hesitate and took out the flowing cloud umbrella, handing it over to Gung Yang. "I had no intention of concealing it, just that it did not occur to me for a while." In his hand, he still had the Lihua spear, plenty for self-protection. There was no need to quarrel with the Taishu Holy Land over the flowing cloud umbrella, especially at such a critical juncture. The Tongxian spiritual treasure had already recognized its master and naturally did not resist Chu Jing's command, obediently falling into Gung Yang's hands. After receiving the flowing cloud umbrella, Gung Yiyang's heart slightly relaxed. He was thankful that no one in the crowd knew of the existence of the Lihua spear, which could remain safely in Chu Zhang's possession. With an uncertain future ahead, keeping a means of protection was more than welcome. The Taishu Saint Lord did not stop there and turned his head to look toward Ji Yuyan, the sword array that Chu Zhang used on the Immortal martial battlefield. Its quality is above even the top-quality magical treasures. Although it does not have a spirit of its own, I imagine it can be quite useful. No one can use that sword array. Ji Yuyan shook his head before Chu Zhang could speak. He had also studied the 5 elements sword formation, but without the power of the 5 elements, deploying the sword formation was extremely exhausting, as the energy would be quickly depleted, a euro not worth the loss. After all, this was a Taoist school sword formation, belonging to the lineage of Qi cultivators. The formation could display such might in Chu Zhang's hands because of his exceptional talent. Seeing this, the Taishu Saint Lord no longer spoke, not wanting to question Ji Yuyan further and risk causing displeasure. Looking into the void not far away, Ji Yuyan slowly exhaled a turbid breath. His plan was simple and crude, to directly deploy the immortal treasure into the other end of the spatial passage the instant it opened, and then quickly seal up the passageway. By leaving no way back for himself, this battle might just have a glimmer of hope for life. Within the crowd, Chu Zhang slightly raised his head, gazing into the distant void, a faint glint of spiritual light in his eyes. Spatial passage, 8th order. A powerful being has forcibly opened a channel capable of accommodating true immortals, nearing completion. Unless interfered with by external forces, it will break through in 5 days. Detailed information. The heavenly Tao aura leaking from the passage is extremely chaotic, encompassing at least 100 varieties. From this particular passage, he did not sense any evil aura, which was enough to prove that this channel did not lead to the evil demon realm. This was arguably the best possible outcome so far. However, the message from the interface undoubtedly revealed an unsettling piece of news. This passage was opened by a powerful being, and to be able to open an 8th order passage, it indicated that the strength of this being was at least on par with a true immortal. Furthermore, from the additional detailed information, the world connected to this passage had a completely chaotic Taoist orthodoxy with at least 100 factions. Chu Zhang gazed for a long while and sighed inwardly. His cultivation was far too weak. At such a turning point, he simply could not play any effective role. The breath emanating from the heavenly Tao often represents the number of Taoist orthodoxies contained within it. According to the information transmitted from the panel, at the other end of the passage, there exist over 100 branches of Taoist orthodoxies, chaotically intermingled. With so many varieties of Taoist orthodoxy, it is clear that this realm is not under the rule of the Immortal Alliance or the Martial Hall. What made Chu Zhang somewhat uneasy was that he wasn't sure if there were other Qi cultivators present on the other end of the passage. If there were Qi cultivators' Taoist orthodoxies, the opening of this passage this time might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. He could completely try to take the opportunity to escape with his loved ones, and at that time, he naturally wouldn't need to remain under the shadow of the Immortal Alliance, nor would he have to be involved in the interrealm wars. But now, he had become the holy master of the Taishan Holy Land, and his stance had changed. The Immortal Alliance regards other Taoist orthodoxies as alien, and conversely, the other orthodoxies probably view the Immortal Alliance as mortal enemies as well. Even if he could save himself by virtue of his identity as a Qi cultivator, it was impossible for the many people of Taishan to continue living unscathed. With his current level of cultivation, leaving the Tsangyun realm through a teleportation array and stepping into the Sea of Stars was extremely uncertain and carried great risks. Should an accident occur, facing the vast cosmic space, he had no ability whatsoever to resist the risks. Experience exclusive tales on Freeweb novel. For a time, Chu Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. His next course of action would affect the fate of many, and required careful deliberation. However, the specifics still depended on the outcome of this battle. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The true immortal noble families of the eastern region, the cultivators from the western region Immortal sect, and the demon kings of the northern region had all successively arrived. The true immortal noble families of the eastern region each only possessed one immortal treasure, with the Song clan being the weakest, having only one lower quality immortal treasure for protection, and the number of divine infant cultivators within their sect was also the least among the three clans. It goes without saying for the various immortal sects of the western region, they did not even have one immortal treasure, and the total number of cultivators above the divine infant realm in the entire western region was not even 1/5 of the southern region. From the northern demon plains, over 200 shapeshifted great demons arrived, half of which were above 5th order, capable of contending with Tongxian pseudo-immortals, with more than 30 demon kings among them. Besides, they also brought a wondrous treasure, the Thousand Radiance Tree, a middle-quality immortal treasure, containing a small world within, with formidable power. Compared to the 5 great holy lands of the southern region, the foundation of the other regions was undoubtedly much weaker, making the disparity between them quite evident. As time went by, the fluctuations from the spatial passage in the void became increasingly discernible, and a colossal rift spanning tens of thousands of miles gradually emerged as if breathing, undulating uncertainly, as if something incomprehensible was about to tear open the space and surge out. All those present wore solemn expressions, their minds tense. Under Gung Yang's urging, Chu Jing had already returned to the southern region. In this battle, with his current level of cultivation, he was destined to be nothing more than a bystander. It was just a pity that communication magic treasures like the Shadow Retention Wall could not be deployed across realms, otherwise, Chu Jing would have been able to receive updates on any twists in the battlefield in real time, allowing him to prepare sooner. Bang, a crisp cracking sound blasted high in the sky, roaring like thunder, as the heavens were torn asunder. The clear expanse above appeared like a shattered mirror, with fragments of space scattering down, reflecting billions of strands of dawn's light. The heavy spatial turbulence surged, and an extremely vast passage gradually opened up. "Follow me." Ji Yuyan did not hesitate in the slightest, with immortal light swirling around him, donning a layer of immortal armor, his aura suddenly surged, leaving the bounds of the immortal tribulation realm, as he stepped ahead into the spatial passage. The 5 great holy lands, with their numerous immortal treasures in tow, closely followed Ji Yuyan's lead and entered the spatial passage one after another. In an instant, the once electrified void filled with starry banners and lances was now utterly empty. This spatial passage was incredibly stable. The influx of so many immortal treasures and cultivators did not place any pressure on the passage's barriers. Seeing this, Ji Yuyan's expression grew even more grave. Based on the stability of this spatial passage, even a celestial lord passing through would likely feel no pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, the group from the Tsangyun realm had been traveling through the spatial passage for over 2 hours. Ji Yuyan had been on high alert the entire journey, fearing a direct confrontation with enemies, yet the voyage had been smooth sailing, with no sign of disturbances. Upon exiting the spatial passage, what came into everyone's view was not a strange new world but the vast and boundless starry space. Ji Yuyan's expression tensed slightly, and most of the cultivators from the Tsangyun realm behind him exhibited flushed faces, showing slight discomfort due to changes in the heaven and earth laws. Within the Tsangyun realm, the immortal path was supreme. The heavenly Tao laws were extremely favorable to immortal path cultivators, making it the most comfortable environment for them. However, now that the heaven and earth laws had abruptly changed, it was natural to experience some lack of acclimatization and mana disruption. Ji Yuyan looked around and his gaze soon fixed on a meteor not far away. Amidst the many stars stood a figure in green, with hands clasped behind his back. This person appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in a green shirt, standing tall and straight like an ancient pine, proud and lofty, with handsome features and profound eyes. Between his brows, there was a hint of steely sharpness, adding a forceful pressure to his otherwise gentle aura. So, it is a fiend from the Myriad realms. Seeing this person, Ji Yuyan felt mixed emotions. The good news was that the spatial passage did not lead to the land of alien fiends. The bad news was that the fiends of the Myriad realms were likewise no easy opponents. In the Myriad realms and all heavens, there were those who could slay true immortals and even suppress immortal kings, terrifyingly powerful, and their threat was hardly less than that of extraterritorial fiends. His greatest concern was not an isolated case, it was the predicament of the Tsungyun realm before him. In the current universe, Immortal Martial II palaces had joined forces and occupied 40% of heavenly fate, thus able to suppress the myriad realms and all heavens. But if it were just the Immortal Alliance alone, they would only occupy 20% of heavenly fate, while the combination of the myriad realms and all heavens would take up 30%. To the Immortal Alliance, this undoubtedly presented a significant advantage. If the myriad realms, united with all heavens, were to invade on a large scale, the Immortal Alliance alone simply could not hold out. Reflecting on this, his gaze pierced through the starry river as he lifted his head to scan his surroundings. Soon, he sensed the presence of numerous spatial passages. This was enough proof that the myriad realms were not merely acting against Tsungyun realm alone, but had encompassed many great realms. This was a declaration of war against the entire Immortal Alliance. Ji Yuyan quickly recalled a warning from an immortal king in the Immortal Alliance, an impending great battle was upon them. Now it seemed the warning was coming true. No wonder the Immortal Alliance couldn't spare forces to aid Tsungyun at a moment's notice. Faced with the sudden strike from the myriad realms, the Immortal Alliance, caught off guard, was bound to endure tremendous pressure. Within the Immortal Alliance, there were countless places more significant than the Tsungyun realm. For a time, Ji Yuyan's brows were tightly furrowed. With too little information at his disposal, he didn't know the specifics and found it hard to discern whether the myriad realms had truly allied with all heavens. However, even if the myriad realms and all heavens struck together, with the Martial Hall at their side, the situation of the Immortal Alliance shouldn't be too dire. Thinking of the Martial Hall, Ji Yuyan's heart trembled slightly, and he relaxed somewhat. If the Martial Hall could intervene, perhaps things were not too bad. Immortal Alliance's lapdog. The man in green who stood not far away suddenly spoke, his gaze slowly sweeping over the Tsungyun cultivators before him, his tone indifferent. The Tsungyun realm, after all, was once a major realm. To have weakened to such an extent that not even a true immortal can be seen, it turns out I've overestimated it. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his divine sense stirred. Behind him, a multitude of immortal treasures suddenly erupted with surging immortal chi and burst forth with blazing immortal light, all pressuring towards the man in green not far away. In the vastness of space, in an instant, it was as if a dozen suns had appeared, burning with rolling immortal flames, sweeping across all directions. The Taishan battle halberd was the first to cleave down, divine fire surged forth, and in an instant, billions of miles of starry river turned to ashes. High-quality immortal treasures, even though incomplete, still had enough power to kill 7 Tribulations true immortals, with awe-inspiring might, once their true spirits were revived inside them. Faced with the fiercely descending battle halberd, the man in green showed no ripples of emotion on his face, and he spoke lightly. The sage has decreed, under this starry sky, arms are forbidden. As his words fell, a white piece of paper appeared in his palm, spontaneously igniting, turning to ash in an instant. Bumayuro under the dome of the starry sky, the fluctuations of the laws suddenly changed, a gentle breeze swept across the battlefield. In just an instant, all the immortal treasures wrapped in various immortal flames, including the Tongxian spiritual treasures held by the Tsungyun cultivators in the distance, were completely suppressed without the slightest resistance. Words followed the decree. Confucian Taoist subsage. Ji Yuyan was no stranger to dealing with those from the heretic path, and in an instant, he understood and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. A Confucian Taoist subsage was a supreme being capable of matching an immortal king. Even the casual truespeak written by them held unfathomable power. If the paper bore the word slay, not a single person in Tsungyun realm present could have survived. The man in green appeared somewhat disappointed. For this battle, he had made many preparations. He didn't enter the spatial passage rashly, instead, he waited for his opportunity, intending to maximize his advantage. This was not the Tsungyun realm, the heavenly Tao laws would not favor cultivators, and for those immortal path cultivators adept at borrowing the power of the world, their strength would inevitably be weakened. He had thought that at least a dozen true immortals would come here from Tsungyun realm. In order to curb their power, he had sought a prohibition army order from the sub-sage. Without immortal treasures, even true immortals' combat power would be greatly diminished, and afterwards, they could be dealt with slowly. If he had known earlier how weak these cultivators from the Tsangyun realm were, lacking even a true immortal, he would have gone directly to the sub-saint to request an immortal slaying order. With a single word, he could have severed these people's celestial foundations and ended their ability to fight in one fell swoop. This prohibition army order seems a bit too conservative. His gaze slowly swept over the battlefield before he couldn't help but show a slight change in expression. Gung Yiyang stood behind Ji Yuyan, with the Golden Crow Heavenly Divine Flame, Taishian Divine Fire, and Infernal Flame burning fiercely beside him, unaffected by the Prohibition Army order. The immortal flames of Taishian Holy Land are not considered weapons, thus still capable of fighting. Continue reading at Freeweb novel. Ji Yuyan turned and glanced back, slightly relieved. The immortal armor he had worn was also suppressed by a single word from the sub-saint and could no longer be utilized. If it weren't for the 3 immortal flames that Gung Yiyang brought, this battle would have been lost before it had even begun. As a member of the human race, fraternizing with the demon race, you know no shame. In the distance, a man in green robes glanced at a group of shape-shifted great demons with obvious disdain in his eyes. I heard that within the Immortal Alliance, some true immortals even colluded with the demon race, giving birth to cursed offsprings that cannot distinguish between human and demon, contaminating our human race's bloodlines. For this alone, they are guilty of crimes that cannot be redeemed, even by death 1,000 times over. No sooner had the words left his lips than the group of shape-shifted great demons showed angry faces, gritting their teeth tightly. Their bloodline was their most prized glory, the heritage left by their ancestors, but in the words of the man before them, it was reduced to something contemptible. Even so, their current situation did not permit them to react. The immortal treasures they brought were effortlessly suppressed in an instant, shattering their courage. The power of the man before them was just too terrifying. Faced with the man in green robe's mockery, Ji Yuyan remained calm without replying, knowing that it would be humiliating to exchange verbal jabs with a Confucian cultivator. His mind stirred, and he sent a telepathic message to Gung Yiyang behind him. With these immortal flames, how confident are you in dealing with this person? I can only control the immortal flames with great effort by relying on the Taishian Divine Fire scripture. If I die, the immortal flames will surely become uncontrollable, not distinguishing friend from foe. I don't have many days left to live. Gung Yiyang didn't directly answer Ji Yuyan's question, instead detailing the awkward position their group was now in. His lifespan was nearing its end. Controlling the immortal flames against the enemy would only hasten his death. The prospect of victory in this battle had already diminished. Now, Ji Yuyan was left with only 2 choices: retreat to Tsangyun and await death or fight desperately to the end. Ji Yuyan's heart sank. Before he could speak again, a ripple suddenly appeared in the distant void, and a figure slowly emerged, long hair cascading over his shoulders, dressed in a grey Taoist robe, nearing 40, with an ancient bronze sword on his back, his expression indifferent. A Qi cultivator from the Taoist school. A cultivator of the Unity Realm stage. Sensing the fluctuations of Yuan Qi exuding from the man, Ji Yuyan's expression grew even grimmer. Despite his reluctance to admit it, when it comes to the strength of life force, few orthodoxy can compete with Qi cultivators. Survival in the universe is not difficult, the real challenge lies in enduring prolonged battles. Without the world's energy, spiritual energy cannot be replenished in a short period, and restoring one's state becomes even more challenging. Qi cultivators move about in the universe much easier than other cultivators. Even in the desolate dead stars, Qi cultivators could still extract Yuan Qi. This advantage alone makes Qi cultivators unmatched by others in their realm when it comes to battles in the stars. To compete with the heavens for fate is truly no benevolent deed. What is most crucial is that the ancestral Tao backing the Qi cultivators is far too terrifying, occupying 1/4 of the heavenly fate. If not for the excessive amount of heavenly fate seized by Qi cultivators for their own, which prevented other Qi cultivators from relying on the protection of the ancestral Tao's residual power, the current structure of the great universe would likely be utterly different. After this Unity Realm stage Chi cultivator appeared, he scanned the Tsungyun cultivators in the distance and did not attack. He sent a telepathic message to the man in green robes beside him. Why do these people seek to start a war in the stars? In past wars with the Immortal Alliance, the Alliance would always choose to defend using the heavenly Tao laws at the other end of the spatial passage. Fighting beyond their own realms is clearly disadvantageous for Immortal Path cultivators, yet they still chose to do so. Evidently there is a hidden motive. Beneath the starry dome, a dead silence prevailed. A host of immortal treasures, including the Tongxian spiritual treasures, were all suppressed by the sage's single command and could not move an inch. Perhaps, the world barriers of the Tsungyun realm have become so fragile that they can no longer support the display of power from these immortal treasures. The man in green looked over Ji Yuyan and the others, quickly guessing some of the actual situation of the Tsungyun realm, his expression filled with a trace of lament. It's a pity, a high-grade great realm has been drained so quickly by the Immortal Alliance. 1,000,000 years ago, the Tsungyun realm was one of the countable great realms within the universe. After a great upheaval, many Taoist orthodoxies left the realm, leading to steady decline. Nowadays, relying on immortal treasures for protection seems rather ridiculous. Before his voice fell, several spatial passages opened in the surrounding starry sky, and cultivators with varied auras stepped out, numbering over 1,000 in the blink of an eye. Any being that could barely move about in the starry sky had at least reached the fourth order, equivalent to the strength of Immortal Path divine infant cultivators. In the distance, Ji Yuyan's spirits sank slightly. The Confucian Taoist monk before him had only come to scout the path. Based on the strength of Tsungyun, the Myriad realms would then send corresponding reinforcements. He glanced at the many enemies, silently thinking, Chi cultivators, Yin-Yang practitioners, military family divine generals, puppet masters, nurturing spirit sect. Soon, he felt slightly relieved. He had not seen the forces of all heavens among them. Perhaps the situation of the Immortal Alliance was more optimistic than he had previously thought. Without the union of all heavens, relying solely on the force of the myriad realms posed no threat to the strength of the Immortal Alliance. As long as they could persist for a while and defend the entrance of the spatial passage, there might be a chance for a turnaround. The path taken by the Immortal Alliance is wrong. You might as well abandon the darkness and come to the light. The myriad realms are not the Immortal Alliance, and we can accommodate Immortal Path cultivators. The man in green took a step forward and spoke slowly. My name is Yichangquan, a Confucian Taoist monk. If you lay down your hearts of resistance now and cede Tsungyun, I can guarantee your lives. Once Tsungyun joins the myriad realms, you can still stay in Tsungyun. The journey thus far has not been easy. We are all of the human race. In the great universe today, there are demons without and the all heavens within, with strange species from the chaos sea everywhere. Why must we kill each other? Yichangquan exuded an air of vast righteousness, like a bright moon in the sky. He looked at Ji Yuyan with a serious expression. If you strip away the flesh, there are but 206 bones, and it's only with a layer of skin that there are 80,000 different appearances. We are all people, regardless of status or wealth. It's improper to judge based solely on an immortal bone. You and I are both cultivators, and we should believe that mankind can triumph over fate. The Immortal Alliance seeks extermination, cutting off the path of the human race to follow other Taoist orthodoxies. This shakes the foundation of our roots. You may bear the immortal bone, but among your descendants, surely not everyone can cultivate the immortal path, right? Once you've joined the myriad realms, even if you can't become immortals, studying the books of sages and learning the rituals of gentlemen is also a great path. At least you won't be like the chaff of the mortal world, disappearing after 100 years. Enough, shut up. Before Ji Yuyan had a chance to speak, a loud shout came from afar. The person who spoke was a nearly 40-year-old, towering great man dressed in black, with a long box nearly as tall as a person strapped to his back. His face was cold and disdainful as he said, "We didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. The immortal path judges by immortal bone, and yet your Confucianists rank people in classes yet presume to be sages. What difference does it make? Move aside. Following his long howl, the wooden box on his back suddenly sprang open, and with a series of cracking sounds, it quickly transformed into a powerful crossbow nearly half a person wide. The crossbow bolt shimmered with a cold light, void of any spiritual energy fluctuation, and even seemed unaffected by the Prohibition army order of the Confucian Taoist subsage. It wasn't a weapon but belonged to mechanical techniques. It was divine skills. The black-clad great man showed no hesitation and immediately pressed the crossbow trigger. Boomayuro as a mighty gust surged, the thick crossbow bolt instantly released from the bowstring, piercing through 3 meteors and charging straight for Ji Yuyan's head. The Qi cultivator standing beside Yi Changquan took a step forward almost at the same time, with spiritual light shining at his upper, middle, and lower dantian simultaneously. His lips parted slightly, releasing a breath of pure qi. In an instant, a sea of blazing fire erupted in the starry sky, rolling towards the host of Immortal Path cultivators. Seeing this, Ji Yuyan remained unmoved, his expression indifferent. He shed his immortal armor, and his body radiated immortal light. As his pupils reflected the sky full of starfire, he murmured under the starry dome, "The cicada knows nothing of ice. The Immortal Alliance has driven you out of the realm before, and so it remains today. To prove that your path is stronger than that of the Immortal Alliance, you must first step over my corpse and take Tsungyun." He formed a sword with his joined fingers, the immortal power within his body surged wildly, and a sword aura spanning tens of thousands of miles was unleashed, tearing apart the raging inferno and instantly shattering the speeding crossbow bolt. Experience tales at Freeweb the lingering sword aura continued unabated, aiming directly for Yi Changquan's head. Without the restrictions of heaven and earth laws, a late-stage peak fighter of the immortal Tribulation realm could shatter stars with the flick of a finger, and their power could not be fathomed. Paths differ and do not seek each other's company. The contention of Taoist orthodoxies had always been filled with bloodshed since ancient times. If it could be reconciled with just a few words, there wouldn't be so many terrifying wars ignited. The Confucian Taoist monk, using deceptive words, would only make the divine infant cultivators fear battle before it begins. There was no need to continue this fight. I alone am like 1,000 troops. Yi Changquan's eyes reflected tranquility as he murmured, a burst of vast righteous qi spewed forth, heading towards the starry wilderness. Tens of thousands of riders wrapped in holy light took shape, forming a formation in front of him. The sword aura pierced into the ranks, destroying nearly 10,000 riders before gradually dissipating. Seeing this, Ji Yuyan's gaze grew more solemn. The cultivation of the man before him was close to that of a Confucian great sage, who could act at will, just one step away from the true immortal realm, equivalent to his current level. In addition, the Unity Realm stage Qi cultivators nearby, as well as those reinforcements that hurried over, made this battle extremely difficult. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky was ignited by a crossbow bolt, the battlefield unfolded in an instant, and the great battle commenced. Whether it was Ji Yuyan or Yi Changquan, they both very tacitly opened up new fronts in the fight. Gung Yang activated the Taishan divine fire scripture and performed the fire god transformation, his god body suddenly swelling, radiating a burst of intense vitality. But with each moment he used the fire god transformation, he was burning his life's vitality, his life origin. The power sent by the Myriad realm sect was clearly several times stronger than theirs. There were no less than 5 opponents capable of matching those in the Immortal Tribulation realm. Facing such a vast disparity, all he could do was to strenuously control the immortal flame, wandering in all directions, using it to deter those foreign enemies surpassing the Tongxian secret realm level. The gap between his realm and the level of the immortal flame was too great. If he were to unleash its full power, it would surely spiral out of control, leading to a situation where the final outcome was damaging the enemy by 1,000 and self-harming by 1,200. The only good news was that no being who had stepped into the Eighth Order had appeared on the Myriad realm's side, otherwise, this battle would not have an ounce of suspense and the outcome would emerge in the snap of a finger. A portion of Immortal Path cultivators did not join the battle but instead retreated to one side of the spatial channel, setting up an array. While sealing the channel, they also constructed a safe haven for rest and recuperation. their role was to be the backup. In an emergency, they would replace some of the warriors to heal their injuries. Rushing forward all at once without leaving a way out would lead to self-destruction. In this battle, their primary goal was not to kill the enemy but to defend the entrance of the spatial channel, holding on until the Immortal Alliance could come to their aid. Once the Immortal Alliance freed up forces, the problem would naturally be solved effortlessly. As time moved on, the situation quickly fell into a deadlock, both sides experiencing casualties, but the casualties of the Immortal Path cultivators were notably heavier. They had been in the Tsungyun realm for a long time and had little understanding of the Myriad realms. To prepare for the great tournament of 10,000 sects, they had almost devoted all their attention to studying the cultivation methods of the other powers. Inexhaustible puppets, the unpredictable yin-yang divine power, the Confucian Taoist monks who spewed killing swords, and the 100 changes mechanism technique all far exceeded their cognitive scope. Even the Qi cultivators who seemed incredibly similar to them displayed endless divine skills. Enjoy new adventures at freewebnovel.com. Had it not been for several great saints leading their respective Taishan pseudo-immortals from their holy lands fighting strenuously, along with Gung Yiyang sweeps with the immortal flame, the state of the battle would have quickly become one-sided. Several Tongxian pseudo-immortals did not participate in the battle but were specifically guarding Gung Yiyang. Control of those few immortal flames was in Gung Yiyang's hands. Anyone could die, but his safety was absolutely paramount. Shang Ziling mingled among the divine infant cultivators, her expression utterly calm. Her palm carried the robust spiritual light, her movements were forceful and heavy, like a tiger among sheep. With a casual strike, she blew up a heretic cultivator. Even without life-bound magic treasures for protection, the heretic cultivators that approached her rarely had a chance to stand as her equal in combat. She was unlike any Immortal Path cultivator, her physical body was terrifyingly strong. Ordinary Fourth Order beings simply couldn't withstand her seemingly effortless palm. With a complete mastery of the Immortal King's secret technique and the robust foundation established since her youth, Shang Ziling's combat power was incomparable to ordinary divine infant cultivators. Ji Yuyan was enmeshed in a combined assault by three mighty beings. Blood, tinged with immortal light, kept falling, and he faced grave dangers at every turn. His mind was tightly wound, as he secretly relayed the coordinates of this place back to the Immortal Alliance. The one thing that had surprised him in this battle was that the other end of this space channel was within the starry sky, not within a world. Since the start of the battle, Ji Yuyan had flipped through all the star charts in his mind, but without any results. This expanse of starry sky was unfamiliar, eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life, clearly a battlefield specifically prepared by the Myriad realms for this fight, not recorded within the Immortal Alliance. Is this all the power within your Tsunyu realm? In the midst of battle, Yi Chongquan suddenly spoke. Ji Yuyan didn't respond and remained focused on the enemy. The one he found most troublesome was the Qi cultivator who had stepped into the Unity Realm stage. Their divine skills were numerous and unpredictable. Had it not been for the effects of the Prohibition Army order on his life-bound magic treasure, this battle might have already ended. Since the spatial channel could be directly open to Tsungyun, it proves that the boundary wall of the Tsungyun realm has become extremely fragile and that a new extraterritorial passage could be accessed at any time. Aren't you afraid of upheaval in Tsungyun since all your forces have emerged? At these words, Ji Yuyan's breath hitched, and his immortal power wavered for a moment. This was also his concern. The opening of the space channel was indeed mysterious, with no advance warning. Now, Zhao Tingxian was overseeing the heavenly Dao in the Tsungyun realm. If any being tried to open a spatial channel, he should have been the first to know. Moreover, the speed at which this space passage formed was frankly a bit too exaggerated. Not even 2 months had passed. Such a space passage that spans countless light years to forge requires not only spatial coordinates, but also a period of time to stabilize the passage barriers. Considering the sturdiness of this space passage, it usually requires several years to be fully operational. In a moment of distraction, Ji Yuyan made a slip in his attack and was caught off guard by the Qi cultivator, who delivered a fierce and unparalleled palm strike that hammered his chest with force. Krakayuro immortal blood scattered into the void, and Ji Yuyan's chest was nearly torn completely open. His wildly beating heart was enveloped in immortal light, exposed for all to see. This strike nearly crippled Ji Yuyan, who was already injured. Without any hesitation, he withdrew from the fray and retreated to the front of the space passage. Seeing this, Gung Yang immediately urged the immortal flame, blocking the pursuing Yi Changquan and others. With several more people joining in, Gung Yang was undoubtedly under increased pressure, but he dared not slacken in the slightest and pushed his potential even further. Immortal flame alternated, condensing into rings, effectively holding off Yi Changquan and the others outside the battlefield, buying Ji Yuyan a moment to catch his breath. In the distance, the figures blocked by the immortal flame were not in a hurry. The Qi cultivator effortlessly summoned 2 meteors, activated his divine skills, and directly extracted their essence to nourish himself, beginning to restore his depleted qi. Ji Yuyan's breathing was heavy. He swallowed 2 immortal pills in a bid to heal his wounds as quickly as possible. He saw Gung Yang was stretched to his limits, so he infused a stream of immortal power into him. But this was undoubtedly a desperate short-term solution that did nothing to help the current state of the battle. They had been driven into a corner not long after the fight began. Songyun Realm, Southern Region. Since the space passage had opened, several days had passed in the blink of an eye. After returning to Taishan Holy Land, Chuzheng began another period of secluded cultivation. No matter the situation on the battlefield outside the realm, he needed to rapidly accumulate strength and not waste the precious little time he had left. His divine soul's cultivation was steadily growing. This time, the focus of his seclusion was to strengthen his physique. Compared to ordinary immortal path cultivators, his physique could already be described as formidable, but it still couldn't keep up with the pace of his divine soul's advancement. However, barely 2 days into his seclusion, an urgent message from Fu Quanliang jolted him out of his cultivation. After reading the content of the message, Chuzheng immediately ended his seclusion and sought out Fu Quanliang. Another space passage has appeared? His first thought was of Giant Marsh, but Fu Quanliang's following words overturned his guess. This space passage is not from Giant Marsh but is near the Rift Valley Sea in the Eastern Territory. It's the Eastern Territory Song clan who sent the news. They are migrating en masse to the southern region. During their relocation, they discovered that space passage. Is the space passage open? Chuzheng pressed. Not quite sure. Those from the Song clan hold cultivation only up to the soul condensing realm, not daring to get too close. I'll go take a look, be careful yourself. Chuzheng left him with a word of caution and immediately set off at high speed towards the Rift Valley Sea. In the entire Songyun realm, his Lihua spear and the minor 5-element sword formation were undoubtedly the strongest forces. He had to clarify the situation, no matter what. The current state of the Songyun realm had already begun to exhibit some signs of chaos. Many loose cultivators as well as medium and small sects were aligning themselves with the major holy lands or large immortal sects. Only these holy lands, which had been established for 10,000 years, possessed sufficiently powerful formations capable of resisting external enemies. If the battlefield at the other end of the spatial gateway were to spiral out of control, the various holy lands and immortal sects could still rely on their grand formations and draw on their internal reserves to hold out for a while. Regarding this, the major holy lands and many sects possessing grand formations did not refuse. They did not feel very confident about the battle, and having more cultivators to maintain the formation was a good thing. To save time, Chuzheng utilized the Star Shatter shuttle. Following the directions given by Fu Quanliang, he traveled rapidly and arrived at the Rift Valley Sea in less than a day. This place was swarming with the Sea clan, and the deep sea hid many giant demons, who did not consider themselves part of the demon race and mostly had low intelligence, having little involvement with either humans or demons. After delving into the Rift Valley Sea for more than 2 million miles, Chuzheng discovered a flying boat flying the Song clan's battle flag. Chuzheng did not conceal his presence and directly stepped onto the flying boat. There were only 2 members of the Song clan on the flying boat, sibling brothers, both in their early 20s and looking remarkably similar. Both were cultivators of the soul condensation realm, named Song Pingshan and Song Pinghai. When traveling to the southern region, the Song clan members always took the same route to ensure their safety, to prevent any anomalies. It was indeed these two who, while crossing the Rift Valley Sea with their clan, noticed abnormalities in the space and after several confirmations, finally verified the aura of the spatial gateway. This news had not yet spread widely, and currently, only a few members of the Song clan, along with Fu Quanliang and Chu Jing, were aware of it. Now, with no elder of the Song clan present in the realm, the only person they could truly rely on was Chu Jing. How has the situation been these few days? Chu Jing activated his spiritual eye and scanned the surrounding void, quickly spotting a crack thousands of miles away. However, due to the distance, the panel could not provide any information. Saint Air, we haven't approached too closely. As of now, we haven't detected any beings from the alien realm. The spatial gateway seems to have not completely opened yet, Song Pingshan respectfully replied. However, based on the aura projected in space these past few days, the fluctuations from this spatial gateway have grown stronger by the day. Hearing this, Chu Jing's brow slightly furrowed, and he immediately left the flying boat, heading toward the direction of the spatial gateway. A distance of several thousand miles was covered in an instant. As he drew closer, the entire appearance of the spatial gateway came into Chu Jing's view, spanning not more than a few dozen miles. Compared to the spatial gateway at the border of the northern and southern regions, the one before him was undoubtedly much smaller. Information from the panel quickly entered Chu Jing's mind. Spatial gateway, 6th order, a temporarily established spatial gateway, not stable, estimated to need about 2 more months to fully open. It can only accommodate beings of about 6th order, and there is a risk of collapse. Detailed information. The spatial gateway faintly exudes demonic aura. The being that opened the gateway likely belongs to the demon race with a 90% probability. Demon race. Looking at the information provided by the panel, Chu Jing fell into contemplation. The spatial gateway still had 2 months before it would be fully operational, leaving him not much time. Logically, the demon race was considered an affiliate group of the Immortal Alliance. Why would they initiate such an action at this critical juncture? Or could it be that the demon race in the great universe, like the human race, also had divisions within it? Chu Jing did not ponder this further, it would only be a waste of time. He could not afford to waste the 2 months of preparation time. He immediately sent a message, ordering the Song brothers to head to the southern region as quickly as possible, to disseminate the news and notify all major holy lands to initiate their defensive formations. Having confirmed the level of this spatial gateway, Chu Jing immediately dismissed the idea of gathering more people. Facing beings of 5th order up to 6th order, soul condensation cultivators, no matter how many, would simply be sending themselves to death. It was completely unnecessary to attempt this. If dealing only with 6th order, the Lihua spear could still manage to cope somewhat. What he could do now was to prepare the sword array in advance to see what kind of being would emerge from the other end of the spatial gateway and then rely on the Lihua spear to strike them back. Afterward, he would retreat to Taishan, holding out with the formation and waiting for news from the battlefield on Gung Yang's side. If it came to it, he would have to consider the last resort Gung Yang had prepared for Taishan. The stars were profoundly unpredictable, and with his current level of cultivation, Chu Jing genuinely felt unconfident about facing the myriad unpredictable elements of the universe. With changes on the scale of stars occurring frequently in the universe, a slight misstep could lead to his death en route, turning into unremarkable cosmic debris. By then, the Songyun realm might no longer exist, and no one would remember that he had once been there, nor would anyone know who he was. This outcome was unacceptable to Chu Jing. Explore more stories at freewebnovel.com. After a moment of reflection, Chu Jing, using the 5 elements directions, concealed the gathered heavenly aura swords into the void, actively plunged into the deep sea, and began hunting sea demons. The only method he could think of to quickly enhance his physical strength was the slaughter blood descending dragon technique, which he had acquired from the Xian Tian martial barrier. Slaughter blood descending dragon technique, 6th order, a martial Dao divine ability that consumes demons to supplement oneself, accumulates blood fiend for body refinement, and upon reaching complete mastery, one can capture dragons with a single hand. He had never had the time to practice this divine ability since acquiring it, and now, he finally had the opportunity. However, 2 months was too short a time. Even if there were some achievements, they would likely be very limited. The mighty creatures of the vast ocean, the majority of which are characterized by their enormous size and plentiful flesh, could provide Chu Jing with an abundant supply of nutrients. Chu Jing left a sliver of his divine sense through the sword array, paying attention to the movements of the spatial channel, and then he continued to dive deeper. Soon, he found a rather suitable monster fish, tens of meters long, with 100 fins growing on its belly, sharp as knives, cutting through the heavy waves as it swam, exuding an oppressive force. Sword-eye fish, third order of fish demon that lives in the deep sea, its fin is comparable to spirit iron, and can be used to refine high-quality magic treasures. A third-order sea demon, already equal to a soul-condensing monk, in the deep sea, the sea demon's combat power is undoubtedly a notch better. The moment it discovered Chu Jing, the sword-eye fish charged straight at him. Its belly fins fluttered, stirring up layers of undercurrents within the heavy waves, with enough force to crush gold and iron. Chu Jing didn't move an inch, his eyes flickered slightly. He used the space-condensing art to immobilize the sword-eye fish, then opened a spatial channel and collected it along with a large volume of sea water into his small world, following right after. Separated from the deep sea, the sword-eye fish was clearly very uncomfortable, its entire body inflated instantly. With Chu Jing's current strength, dealing with these mere third-order sea demons posed no pressure at all. He raised his hand and pointed out a ray of sword light, slicing the whole fish in half, and in the next moment, the method of chi absorption operated. He directly drew out the essence from its flesh and blood and absorbed it into his belly. The slaughter blood descending dragon technique required nourishment by consuming demons, and refining the flesh and blood into essential blood chi still required some time. Now, Chu Jing, by using the method of chi absorption, directly skipped this step, undoubtedly saving a great amount of time. As the essence of flesh and blood entered his body, Chu Jing felt a tremor in his muscles and bones, his flesh swelled, and his chi strength seemed to have increased significantly in an instant. As the slaughter blood descending dragon technique operated, his body gradually covered with a faint layer of blood fiend, with the effect of protective chi enhancement. With the increase of blood chi, the feeling of fullness deep in his brow eased somewhat. Clearly, the method was effective. Chu Jing let out a slight sigh of relief, did not linger longer, left the small world, and continued to hunt sea demons. Outer space. The spatial channel was sealed off by layers of arrays. As the number of arrays increased, Gung Yang's pressure was significantly lessened. He only needed to manipulate a burst of immortal flame to barely fend off the many heretic cultivators eyeing him covetously from the periphery. As time passed, both sides suffered casualties. At this moment, the battle had come to a semi-halt, and both sides needed time to recuperate. Not only did the cultivators of the Tsungyun realm cherish their lives, but so did the cultic cultivators from all across the Myriad realms. They were not entirely aligned with one faction, and there were disputes among them. Ji Yuyan looked up at the suppressed magic treasures and let out a sigh. If the immortal treasures had not been suppressed, their situation would be much better, but obviously the Prohibition Army order could not last forever and would eventually run out of power someday. What they had to do now was to hold out as long as possible. When absolutely necessary, they would detonate the immortal treasures directly, which would be enough to engulf the entire star domain in an instant. Moreover, there was a certain chance that the explosion would destroy the entrance to the spatial channel, which was the ultimate measure of last resort. On an inconspicuous dead star, several chi cultivators gathered together, closing their eyes and regulating their breath, appearing calm. However, in their quiet transmission, there was an undercurrent surging. According to the deductions of several Dao lords, the ancestral Dao had once left traces in the Tsungyun realm. The difference between before and after should not exceed 20 years, perhaps there will be clues of its whereabouts within the realm. With our minor cultivation, pursuing the traces of the ancestral Dao is indeed too forced. The ancestral Dao has been hidden for a long time. If anything unexpected happens, it will rewrite the pattern of the entire great universe. Now, several Dao lords are entangled with tribulation chi, avoiding the world and transforming their tribulations, trying to find a way to cross the life and death tribulation. We can only rely on ourselves. I heard from the mysterious universe Dao Lord that the ancestral Dao's life and death tribulation is extremely terrifying, almost equal to facing the entire great universe. Even if we cannot find its whereabouts, we must not let other beings detect it. The worst-case scenario would be to destroy the Songyun realm to help the ancestral Dao sever all the causal threads of this realm and avoid trouble. Qi cultivators seize heavenly fate for themselves, not for others. As Qi cultivators themselves, they do not reap any benefits from the ancestral Dao. But if anything untoward happens to the ancestral Dao, and heavenly fate scatters, the situation of the entire universe will be imbalanced in an instant. As long as the second-fold Immortal Marshal attains more than half of the heavenly fate, they will be able to start an all-out Taoist orthodoxy war directly through the heavenly Dao, forcing the myriad heavens and realms into open conflict. By that time, with the suppression assisted by heavenly fate, the second-fold Immortal Marshal would be able to gradually nibble away at the 100 paths, until all rivals and heretic cultivators were swept clean. All must die. Songyun, a great realm on its own, was devoured 2/3 by the Immortal Alliance in the past, claiming it was for the salvation of the world, always the same old ruse. With the suppression of the heavenly Dao true spirit, and leveraging the great realm's status, they encroached on heavenly fate, supplying the Immortal Alliance with an endless stream of fresh blood chi, and seizing heavenly life for themselves, who could be more powerful than them. But from what I see, this matter is not easy. The Immortal Alliance is indeed difficult to deal with. If we show too much concern for Songyun realm, it might backfire. If the whereabouts of the ancestral Dao are leaked because of us, it would be a grave mistake. However, as of now, Songyun should be of no importance to the Immortal Alliance. Several Qi cultivators exchanged information briefly and quickly reached a consensus. Then let's prepare for the worst. The safety of the ancestral Dao is of utmost importance, everything else is secondary. Burying space and erasing worlds is the last resort. Discover hidden tales at Freeweb Novel. Songyun Realm, Rift Valley Sea. Since Chujing began hunting sea demons, more than a month had passed. His physical strength had undergone a breakthrough growth, perfectly accommodating his primordial spirit. With the continuous push of elixirs, Chujing was only one step away from the late soul condensing realm, and his Qi refinement's cultivation had also greatly improved, with his Dao embryo becoming much stronger. Deep in the ocean, Chujing, who was hunting sea demons, paused for a moment and then rapidly swept towards the sea surface. A flying boat approached cautiously, moving towards the spatial passage, its body azure blue and skimming the sea surface with great care. If not for Chujing's sword array constantly monitoring the surroundings, he wouldn't have noticed this flying boat at all. Soon, Chujing neared the sea surface and saw the approaching flying boat with his own eyes. Dark gold boat, 5th order top quality magical treasure, crafted by a demon artifact refining master, with extremely strong defense. Demons? Northern Demon Plains? Other than the Northern Demon Plains, there would be no other force capable of refining a magical treasure of this level. A trace of doubt flickered in Chujing's eyes. This dark gold boat was clearly headed for the spatial passage. Coupled with the information previously provided by the interface, he couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that this sudden spatial passage is related to the Northern Region demon race? Chujing did not ponder further, burst forth from the water, holding the Lihua spear, and blocked directly in front of the dark gold boat. Regardless of the flying boat's purpose, Chujing did not intend to let it near the spatial passage, so as to avoid complications. There were about 20 figures on the flying boat, all of a half-human, half-demon appearance, with their cultivation and qi fluctuating around the soul-condensing realm. Soul-condensing demons could speak human language, transform into human form, but were still distant from completely changing form. They bore distinct traits of the demon race, such as scales and armored eyes, wings, and furry tails, and so on. Seeing Chujing, who suddenly emerged, the flying boat was filled with unrest, and a questioning shout erupted, "Who are you?" In the demon community, Chujing was not particularly renowned, with hardly any demons knowing about him. Soon, 4 demons walked out from the flying boat, surrounding Chujing with a discreet formation, their claws and blades flashing with a cold light, and a fierce intent to kill simmering within their bestial eyes. In an instant, tensions rose, and without wanting to get entangled with them, Chujing decided to strike first, pointing his spear horizontally. A blazing immortal flame burst forth, condensed into an aura, and in an instant turned the dark gold boat into a pool of molten iron, incinerating the demons within as well. Killing intent boiled in Chujing's eyes. Under immense pressure, he no longer wanted to speculate about these unknowns. Facing the 4 demons surrounding him, he spoke with an icy tone, "I'll give you 3 breaths' time to state your purpose, or you die." As dusk arrived, the remnants of sunset bled like blood. The lingering light of the sun filled the vast ocean, sparkling golden red amidst the waves, with the shadows of giant beasts flitting by, swimming beneath the water. Amidst this peaceful scenery, the void was filled with a chilling killing intent. Chujing stood out of nowhere, surveying the 4 remaining demons, his eyes almost materializing his murderous intent. Discover stories with Freeweb novel. For over a month, the number of sea demons he had killed was countless. Due to the progress of his physical body, his body had swelled significantly. Whenever he slightly stirred, his body would be enveloped by a visible layer of blood-red aura, like a god of slaughter on earth, nearly condensing into substance. "Please hold your hand. We are only ordered to come here to find the space portal. The message from our clan said that soon there will be a path leading to the outer realm opening nearby, a path of life, and a demon emperor will meet us to leave the Tsangyun realm and avoid disaster. We mean no offense, please show mercy." Staring at the Lihua spear in Chujing's hand, the 4 surviving demons, not even pausing to mourn their kin turned to ashes, hastened without hesitation to explain the purpose of their visit. In their understanding, bowing to the strong was not shameful, or rather, the concept of shame was absent from their minds. Avoid disaster? Upon hearing these words, a spark shot through Chujing's mind as he pressed. Did the demon race know they were going to lose this battle well in advance and thus made preparations? Or is there another hidden reason? Where does the other end of the space portal lead to? In an instant, many thoughts crossed his mind. At least now he could confirm that the northern region demon race definitely had connections with the outer realms, otherwise, they would not consider opening a space portal here. If not for the portal's location appearing specifically on the migration path of the Eastern Territory Song clan, it likely wouldn't have been discovered by anyone until it opened. The 4 demons exchanged glances and then simultaneously focused on a wolf demon among them, who had the strongest cultivation, already at soul-condensing realm perfection. Aside from his green fur, his face had almost completely resembled that of the human race, just a step away from a full transformation. Chujing's gaze followed, landing on him, and his panel quickly transmitted succinct information. Qing Mu, 3rd Order, belongs to the Green Wolf tribe, recently succeeded as the Green Wolf tribe clan leader, born with exceptionally strong bloodline power, shows signs of ancestral return, with space for certain bloodline transformations. You answer. Chujing pressed the spear against Qing Mu's throat, the tip's sharp aura cutting through the strong beast's skin, traces of blood staining the yet undimmed green fur. I do not know the specifics. Sensing the sharp presence at his throat, Qing Mu felt a dryness in his throat and hoarsely said, "A message was secretly passed among a few major clans, stating that the Tsangyun realm is about to be invaded by evil demons, urging us all to evacuate the realm. This message was transmitted by a demon immortal in the Immortal Alliance about half a year ago. This space portal was likely opened temporarily by a demon emperor, leading to a life star, capable of accommodating us for recovery and reproduction. The demon emperor, far stronger than the shape-shifting demon king, is comparable to the peak of human race's immortal Tribulation realm, with a strength of 7th order. Since the Immortal Alliance can open a portal, why has no one come here to reinforce? Why doesn't the human race know about this news?" Midway through speaking, Chujing suddenly realized, demon immortal? Half a year ago? His mind churned rapidly, excavating all the information he had received previously, sorting through it all. If calculated by time, half a year ago was exactly when he informed Gung Yang about the giant marsh space portal. That was also the time when the Immortal Alliance received the message about the Outer Realm evil demons. On the human side, including Ji Yuyan, who is a pseudo-immortal, no one received any orders to retreat, yet the demon race did, and someone even came specifically to open a secretive space portal, allowing these demons to safely leave the realm. Was this the individual idea of that unknown demon immortal, or an intentional act by the Immortal Alliance? Many terrifying assumptions arose in Chu Jing's mind, momentarily giving him chills. The space portal above Giant Marsh posed a much greater threat than the one opened a short while ago. Unlike normal beings, those outer realm evil demons could no longer be considered as such. Just from Gung Yiyang's descriptions, Chu Jing could feel the monstrous nature of these creatures. Moreover, the evil energy could erode mana and even the divine soul, indicating a complete change in the environmental conditions, an irreconcilable conflict. In that demon immortal's words, the Songyun realm was about to be invaded by evil demons. Does he refer to these outer realm evil demons, or the recently opened portal? Regaining his composure, Chu Jing steadied his emotions and stared intently at Qing Mu, speaking gravely. Many wolf demons from the northern region have also gone to the outer realm battlefield. What about their lives if you just leave like this? I also do not know. Qing Mu hesitated. My father passed the position of clan leader to me a few days ago, telling me to make future decisions on my own. Hearing this, Chu Jing had already understood that those shape-shifting demon kings who went to the outer realm had also prepared for death. The only difference was that they had left a way back for their own tribes, whereas the human race had not. Their participation in the war was clearly to reassure the human race, or perhaps to conceal information about that demon immortal. However, regardless of the reason, the space portal not far away was increasingly closer to opening, leaving not much time for Chu Jing. Chu Jing finally organized his thoughts, gradually sorting the tangled information in his mind, and soon several most likely guesses emerged. First, the Immortal Alliance's plan might be to give up the Songyun, and bury the evil demon portal of this region along with the external invaders currently intruding into the starry sky once and for all. The second possibility was to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf by connecting two space portals, using the power of the outer demons to deal with the enemies beyond the space channel. Beyond these two possibilities, there was a third one, that the message previously reported to the higher authorities by Gung Yiyang was suppressed by that demon immortal. But in such a case, Zhao Tingxian, who currently presided over the heavenly Tao, couldn't possibly be unaware. Based on this, Zhao Tingxian might have his own plans and was very likely in cahoots with that demon immortal. Chu Jing shook his head, dispelling the numerous speculations in his mind, and looked towards Qing Mu, his gaze regaining its cold focus. Send a message, inform your kin, and say that a space portal has been discovered here, and gather them at this location. Upon hearing this, Qing Mu's gaze shifted slightly, glanced at the Lihua spear in Chu Jing's hand, and asked with a trembling voice, "What are you planning to do?" Chu Jing didn't speak, but just held the Lihua spear tighter. Qing Mu's fingertips trembled, but under the immense pressure of death, he still transmitted the message, spreading the news of the discovered space portal throughout the entire sea. Soon, in the void, waves of aura fluctuations transmitted, and the demon chi became increasingly dense. In front of you all, to kill your kin causes harm to heavenly harmony. I'll send you on your way first. Chu Jing soon sensed many approaching demon auras. He no longer hesitated, and after a low murmur, he raised his hand with a horizontal sweep of his spear, slaughtering 4 demons including Qing Mu, allowing demon blood to drench his entire body. Regardless of the truth, the fact he saw was that the demon race had betrayed the human race, trying to escape alone. He no longer wanted to waste his energy thinking about anything else. What he needed to do now was to kill all the demons converging towards this location. According to the law of the Immortal Alliance, those who retreat in the face of battle will be executed. It's ironic, he was now the master of a holy land, barely counted as part of the Immortal Alliance. Enforcing the law was not considered overstepping. In an instant, several figures rapidly approached, their bodies grew wings, obviously demon birds. Their speed was terrifyingly fast, far exceeding the typical cultivators of the soul-condensing realm. The moment they saw Chu Jing, the group of demon birds didn't hesitate at all, attacking instantly, already sensing the thick demon blood qi on Chu Jing. Chu Jing didn't unleash the divine fire, his figure gradually vanished into the void, and he first sealed the void with the minor 5-element sword formation to avoid alarming the subsequent demons who continued to rush towards this location. The next moment, the sword formation lit up, 5-colored divine lights isolated all fluctuations. After several breaths, the sword formation dissipated, demon blood mixed with skeletons fell into the ocean, several feathers drifted down, devoid of any sign of life. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. In the northern demon plains, after so many years of recuperation, even though there was predation among the clans, the number of demons bred was still astoundingly high. If it weren't for the Tongxian spiritual treasure, the Lihua spear, and the robustness of the heavenly aura sword far surpassing top-quality magical treasures, Chu Jing wouldn't know how many weapons he would have had to shatter just to annihilate the incoming enemies. The space portal in the Rift Valley Sea became more apparent, a very obvious crack had appeared, rising and falling as if it were breathing. Soon, a very distinct special spiritual energy surged out from the space crack. Though it was spiritual energy, compared to that within the Tsungyun realm, there were significant differences, with an otherworldly aura of the heavenly Tao permeating through it. The portal had been open for several days without any movement, until nearly 10 days later, when a slight ripple occurred. A somewhat ethereal figure crossed through the space portal, arriving above the Rift Valley Sea, but was stunned by everything before its eyes. The Crimson Ocean, with its thick waves like blood, occasionally revealed skeletons within the foams, now emerging on the surface, now smashed back into the abyss. Within a radius of thousands of miles, a desolate and horrific painting was formed. A blood-colored figure sat cross-legged in midair, a large spear lying horizontally on his lap, his robes a deep red. It was unclear whether this was their original color, or they had been dyed by fresh blood. The crown on his head was also soaked in demon blood, showing no true color. Chu Jing calmly observed the newcomer, his face soon transmitting information. Feng Yu, 6th Order, an incarnation of the Demon Emperor, newly condensed, affected by the laws of heaven and earth, its combat power weakened, only comparable to a cultivator at the early Tongxian stage. There was no trace of demon qi on Feng Yu's body, dressed in fine clothes, nearly in his 40s, and if not for the panel's hint, Chu Jing would never have thought that the handsome man before him was a giant demon. Upon seeing this incarnation, Chu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. As he had anticipated, the Demon Emperor was already equivalent to a fighter of the immortal tribulation realm of the human race, ranked at the 7th Order, and fundamentally unable to traverse across realms through the spatial channel. Did you kill them? Feng Yu looked at the endless bones in the vast ocean, feeling a chill in his head and feet for a moment. He had come here at the behest of a demon immortal, unaware whether any of the mingled bones contained the bloodline of demon immortals. With the situation turning out this way, his return empty-handed was inevitable, and punishment was certain. Chu Jing bowed his head, wiped the blood off the Lihua spear, and nodded. What you see before your eyes, I have killed all. Crack, faint spatial fissure spread from beside Feng Yu. He tightened his palm and repeatedly said, good, good, good. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he did not advance to strike. He recognized at a glance the reality of the Lihua spear, a Tongxian spiritual treasure at its peak state, a manifestation of his that he simply could not handle. Feng Yu suppressed the rage in his heart and spoke coldly, stay connected with Freweb novel, young fellow. What is your name? Chu Jing. I have remembered it. Feng Yu's expression regained its composure, only the killing intent remained in his eyes. If you can live a bit longer, this name, many demon immortals within the Immortal Alliance will know it. That would be for the best. Chu Jing's expression remained utterly unrippled, the killing intent of a demon emperor insignificant in his eyes. I have seen many with exceptional talents, but sometimes high talents do not mean you can live long. Feng Yu dropped this line, said no more, and turned to step into the spatial channel. Chu Jing, unmoved, bowed his head to wipe his spear, muttering, I am not yet 20, grant me another 10 years, and I will take your head, hardly more difficult than killing them. You are likely to die before me. Feng Yu's steps hesitated, he abruptly turned around, giving Chu Jing a deep look, as if to engrave his figure into his eyes. If you don't wish to leave, then stay. Chujing raised his head, the Lihua spear in his palm had already disappeared without a trace. Feng Yu felt a sudden blast of evil wind above his head. In his haste, he looked up, only to see a void melted by divine fire. The intense divine fire engulfed the spatial channel, and in the blink of an eye, Feng Yu's figure melted into a wisp of blue smoke, leaving no trace behind. The spatial channel faintly twisted, as a terrifying burst of energy caused it to teeter on the brink of collapse. In the outer space, stars shimmered like a sea. On a meteor, Shang Zoling's gaze was downcast, her back straight as a pine tree, her originally slightly yellow complexion now a bit pale. Her eyes scanned the people of myriad realms in the distance, beginning to ponder. From birth, a voice inside her had told her she was a descendant of the Immortal King. The origin of this voice was unknown to her, but her bloodline informed her she could contact this voice at any time. Yet she had never attempted such a thing and did not have much confidence. But the current situation had reached a point where she had no choice but to try. In front of the Myriad Realms camp, stood a towering figure, propping up the heavens and shouldering the earth, the meteor but a plaything at its fingertips. Laws of heaven and earth, the true divine skills of the Qi refining lineage. This was a true heavenly immortal, surrounded by clearly visible immortal light, who, even without undergoing the thunder tribulation, had relied on his own strength to cultivate a pure immortal body and foster genuine immortal power. Qi refining lineage, 100 days spiritual transformation, cultivate jade bones, constructing the Tao embryo, gathering the golden core, Qi refining into spirit, to this point essence, Qi, and spirit all reach perfection, then entering the returning to void realm, hold the one and keep the prime, becoming a pure young primordial spirit, stepping into Tao integration. Entering Tao integration, after enduring 100 calamities, one can finally become a heavenly immortal. The hardships one must endure during this process are unimaginable. Speaking of the difficulty of cultivation, Qi refining is actually far more challenging than the immortal path, not only demanding extremely high comprehension but also possessing a lofty threshold for entry. Without sufficient talent, it is immensely difficult to accomplish anything in Qi refining. Previously, regarding Qi cultivators, Shang Zoling had little understanding, having no concept at all in her mind of what level a heavenly immortal truly reached. But now, she did. The heavenly immortal before her, merely standing there without taking action, the formidable Qi emanating from him had nearly crushed most of the Tsangyun cultivators in the Tsangyun realm. Ji Yuyan's fingertips trembled slightly, his breathing slightly disordered, scabs covered his cheeks, his expression indiscernible. His body was covered in deep, bone-exposing wounds, his clothes ragged, amidst consecutive defenses, his not yet fully transformed immortal body shattered countless times, often forcibly reassembled, his essence now less than a tenth of what it initially was. Among all the Tsangyun cultivators, he faced undoubtedly the greatest pressure. Even with the aid of immortal flame, Gung Yang could not stand alone against these myriad realm combatants who'd entered the 7th realm for long, necessitating that he risk his life to share the burden. Had it not been for Ji Yuyan fortifying himself deeply in advance in preparation for transcending the tribulation, and preparing a large quantity of restorative immortal pills and healing immortal elixirs, he would have collapsed long ago. However, the appearance of this heavenly immortal undoubtedly completely shattered the balance that was being barely maintained previously. This heavenly immortal was definitely not a newcomer to the heavenly immortal realm, his aura was ancient and robust, his foundation unfathomably deep, among the heavenly immortals likely one of the strongest, sufficiently rivaling an immortal path lord. Facing such an entity, let alone now with the seal on the immortal treasure, even if the dozen or so immortal treasures above his head could be used at will, Songyun's chances of victory were minimal. With this thought, Ji Yuyan sighed lightly, lifted his gaze to the distant twinkling stars, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. In a galaxy far beyond his reach, lay his homeland he could no longer return to. Read new chapters at FreeWeb Novel before stepping onto the immortal path. He had imagined countless times his own end but never thought that one day, to protect a great realm with little connection to his own, he would die here, even unable to leave behind his remains. Regarding the possibility of Immortal Alliance reinforcements arriving, he had already lost hope. Since the conflict began, over 2 months had passed. If the Immortal Alliance was to dispatch aid, even at its slowest, they should have sent 1 or 2 true Immortals by now, but so far, nothing had arrived. Assistance from myriad realms, however, arrived batch after batch. Now, even individuals from the heavenly Immortal realm had come. Not far behind him, Gung Yang withdrew his immortal flame, reverting to his previous aged state. Even without the heavenly Immortal's arrival, his lifespan wouldn't have lasted much longer. Now, he seemed like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Being buried in the starry sky was also a death he had never imagined. Heaven has a virtue of good life. Your cultivation to this point has not been easy. The profound Tao voice echoed across the starry sky, causing slight ripples, resounding like a great bell or drum, deafening. Songyun was once my homeland. I wish not to create too much slaughter, adding to karma. Let us stop here. Under the imposing image of a great Tao bearing down, these 2 seemingly understated sentences were filled with an oppressive force that was hard to refuse. No Songyun cultivator doubted that this heavenly Immortal could flatten them all with a single slap. As fellow cultivators, today I honor you as Superior Immortal. Ji Yuyan gave a bitter laugh. Superior Immortal, can you ensure our paths of immortality continue uninterrupted? The response was a prolonged silence. The dispute over the Taoist orthodoxy is a matter of heavenly fate. Even if these immortal path cultivators could avoid death, they could not continue their cultivation, nor could their descendants come into contact with the immortal path. To a cultivator, being unable to continue cultivation is akin to death. If the 100 paths could truly coexist with the immortal path, this dispute over the Taoist orthodoxy would not have lasted so many years. The words of that Confucian Taoist monk were not false. Indeed, the 100 paths could accommodate the immortal path, provided that immortal path stops here and subsequently has no followers. Facing the deathly silence, Ji Yuyan's body lit up with immortal light, the scabs on his face becoming even more ferocious. As long as we live, continue to cultivate, then the luck of immortal path continues. Ultimately, even if we have to die, imprisoned until the end of our lives, how is that different from dying in battle now? Superior Immortal, hold back, we are willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender too. Before Ji Yuyan's words fell, responses continuously came from a distance. He abruptly turned to look back. A group of shape-shifting demon kings spoke in turn, their expressions fraught. Being of the demon race, they differed fundamentally from immortal path cultivators, the heavenly fate having little impact on them. In the Immortal Alliance, as mounts for the demon race, or as mountain guardians in myriad realms, they could continue to survive. Being a mount was preferable to extinction. Seeing this, Ji Yuyan couldn't help but frown deeply, his eyes flashing with extreme ferocity, and he growled through gritted teeth, "Accursed beasts." Facing Ji Yuyan's sweeping gaze, the group of shape-shifting demon kings showed no fear. Not waiting for Ji Yuyan to act, they rapidly fled toward the Myriad Realms camp. In just a short moment earlier, they had already quietly moved to the edge of the battlefield, and now with a slight shift, they moved beyond the array set by many Songyun cultivators and entered the Myriad Realms camp. As they ran, they all reverted to their original forms, shedding their human disguises. Under the starry sky, the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers growling, and phoenixes chirping and cranes crying, filled the air. In the Myriad Realms, without permission, no foreign beings had the right to maintain a human form, which was considered an overstep. They were well aware of this unspoken rule. At this moment, there was no pressure in their hearts. Calculating the time, the younger generations of all races within the realm had already escaped. The Songyun realm was doomed sooner or later, so there was no need to needlessly sacrifice their lives. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many Songyun cultivators turned somewhat dismal. Unlike these demons, they had no way out. Ji Yuyan's breathing became more chaotic, and after a moment, determination flashed in his eyes. He turned back and waved his sleeve, activating the array that sealed the entry to the spatial passageway. The immortal treasures were suppressed in midair, unable to move. Only the Tongxian spiritual treasures that had not yet been used could barely be retrieved. He sent all the retrievable Tongxian spiritual treasures into the passageway along with a 6-character decree: all demons must be exterminated. The remaining Tongxian spiritual treasures naturally knew what to do. Despite Ji Yuyan's actions, the many demon kings who had merged into the Myriad realm's forces showed no sign of concern. Their kin had already left Songyun by this time. Leave the immortal treasures and immortal flame behind, I'll hold them off for a while. Ji Yuyan's voice resounded in the minds of many cultivators. Go back and check on your disciples and students. I won't be able to manage much after my death, so you can make your own decisions. The implicit meaning was that he was letting these cultivators go. After the Myriad realms entered Songyun, they could choose to surrender. Although the path of immortality was cut off, they could at least save their lives. A hint of fatigue involuntarily emerged between Ji Yuyan's brows. After igniting the immortal flame and the immortal treasures, the area near the spatial passageway should produce a massive amount of turbulence. Reopening it would take at least 10 to 15 days. This was the last delay he could manage. The reinforcements from the Immortal Alliance were delayed. Now that the tides had turned, this was all he could do. However, after Ji Yuyan transmitted his message, not a single person moved to step into the spatial passageway. What is there to fear in death? If Immortal Ji is willing to sacrifice his life for Songyun, so are we. If the path to immortality is severed, it's better to die on the battlefield than to barely survive in this world. What meaning is there to such an existence? My Song clan had 4 true immortals among my ancestors. As a prominent true immortal family, fleeing the battlefield would disgrace the honor of our predecessors. Under a toppled nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? In the Myriad realm's invasion of Songyun, the most valued descendants and disciples would have their paths to immortality severed. They had the potential to reach higher realms but now had to stop here. For a cultivator, this was 100 times more terrifying than death. As fellow cultivators, they could naturally empathize with this feeling. From the moment they set foot in the spatial passageway, they had put their lives aside. Moreover, major powers that had survived to this day usually had some life-saving tricks up their sleeves. Before coming here, most had already arranged their affairs. Rather than entering the spatial passageway wasting time with tugs and pulls, it was better to stay and send news of their death as quickly as possible, letting their descendants flee for their lives. Ji Yuyan scanned the crowd of cultivators and his gaze stopped on Gung Yiyang. Why are you looking at me? At the brink of death, Gung Yiyang's tone was devoid of the previous respect, and his cloudy eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Before I left, I had already arranged all my affairs. At this point, to return disgraced would ruin the reputation I protected all my life. Besides, some people would rather see me dead sooner. Among the crowd, Gung Yiyang's mindset was undeniably the most relaxed. He knew that Chu Jing pursued a heretic path, and even if the Myriad realms invaded Songyun, the worst-case scenario, with Chu Jing's methods, survival wouldn't be difficult. At the very least, he would preserve a fire seed for Taishan. Gung Yiyang's gaze flashed briefly towards the Taishu Saint Lord, not far away. He considered half-raising an outcry over the deaths of Yu Ziyun and Yi Yulo years ago, but then it struck him that he was close to death as well. After the Myriad realms entered Songyun, the Taisu Holy Land will cease to exist, and questioning these matters now seemed utterly meaningless. Years of cunning plots among the various Holy Lands, under the overwhelming presence of the heavenly immortal's Dharma aspect from the Myriad realms, now seemed petty and pitiful. The gaze of the Taishu Saint Lord met his, and in mutual understanding, they fell into silence. A cold, solemn aura spread, almost freezing the void, heavy with the scent of death. Watching this scene, Shang Zuling, who sat cross-legged on a meteor, took a deep breath. Her body surged with a brilliant blood light, and strands of fresh blood seeped from the pores of her skin, forming a mysterious talismanic pattern in the void. These old beings were prepared to meet their deaths nobly, but she was not yet ready to die. Her path as an immortal had only just begun. How could it be cut so short? The reason she had chosen the name Ancestral Spirit was due to the protection of her ancestor spirit within her. Yet, until today, she had never thought she would one day ask that ancestor for help. Reluctantly, wanting to break free from her ancestor's constraints to prove her own extraordinary nature, Shang Zuling had no choice but to seek help from that never-before-met ancestor. Songyun Immortal King. In an instant, the talismanic pattern had formed. Shang Ziling hesitated only briefly before she squeezed out the activation incantation through clenched teeth. Ancestor, save me. The variegated aura in the starry sky suddenly stagnated, and the flow of time seemed to slow, until it halted. The heavenly immortal standing before the Myriad realms camp's lines suddenly changed his expression, an involuntary flash of terror crossing his eyes as he felt the tribulation chi engulfing him start to churn. He had been in seclusion for a long time, greatly advancing his cultivation, and had even ascended 2 minor levels without yet managing to transform his tribulation. He had hurried to this battlefield because of the ancestral Tao, a matter of great importance. Experienced with traversing tribulations, he was confident enough to delay the explosion of his great tribulation. But now, under some unknown influence, the previously calm tribulation chi had exploded prematurely. What shocked him even more was that after the outbreak, the tribulation chi had violently surged, seemingly endless, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed from a routine tribulation into a life-and-death great tribulation, and it was far from over. Seeing this, he did not hesitate, using a secret technique to temporarily suppress the tribulation chi. Then, with a flip of the palm of his communicating heaven dharma aspect, he instantaneously connected through space and time. He moved several chi cultivators and a small part of the 7th order cultivators from the Myriad realms camp light years away, far from the battlefield. However, the brief delay allowed the life-and-death great tribulation's chi to escalate further, ultimately morphing into a death tribulation. A visible black mist emerged from the overflowing immortal light of the Dharma aspect, filled with ominous signs. Many cultivators of the Myriad realms camp, along with the newly defected Demon King, had no idea what had happened, and looked puzzled. But in the next moment, their expressions changed dramatically. Their bodies seemed to be immovably sandwiched within an invisible barrier, unable to move the slightest bit, their mana completely suppressed, unresponsive no matter how they tried to activate it. A bridge of immortal light, forming a rainbow that bridged time and space, emerged from the end of the universe, extending to them. Wherever it passed, immortal light overflowed, creating endless extraordinary scenes. In an instant, under the starry dome, a figure abruptly appeared, indistinct and somewhat ethereal, as if just a shadow. Only the heavenly immortal had the energy to speak, his tone tinged with sadness, projection of the immortal king. Facing the projection of an immortal king, he had no chance of survival. The brief moment of delay had cost him the last opportunity to escape. The power of the immortal king, through the residual chi between heaven and earth, had instantly understood the causes and consequences of the situation, without needing any explanation. His eyes cast down, without making a move, the heavenly immortal's dharma aspect began to dissolve, like snow into boiling soup, along with his physical body, disintegrating in the blink of an eye. The many cultivators in the Myriad realms, still unresponsive, followed suit, turning into cosmic ash. The next instant, a profound whisper echoed under the starry sky. Zhao Tingxian, having failed in his duty to oversee the heavenly Tao, due to personal desires, concealed the presence of the outer realm demons without reporting. He shall be executed. Proceed to the Immortal Alliance to receive your punishment, followers to be judged equally. Songyan Realm, Rift Valley Sea. Chujing sat in the void, refining the blood fiend within him. Having slain so many of the demon race, the progress of his slaughter blood descending dragon technique was astonishing. It had reached minor accomplishment in just a short time. Now, relying solely on his physical body, ordinary cultivators in the initial stage of the soul-condensing realm were no match for him. The physique of common divine infant grade ability cultivators also couldn't compare to Chujing now, who bore the power of the spirit and soul without the slightest bit of stress. With the continuous supplementation of elixirs, the growth of Chujing's spirit and soul was advancing by leaps and bounds. Some time ago, his immortal path cultivation had progressed further, stepping into the late stages of the soul-condensing realm. His chi refinings cultivation had also increased considerably, just one step away from the later stages of the Tao embryo realm. At this rate, it would only take a few months at most before he could try to condense a divine infant and, after strengthening his Tao embryo, attempt to reach the golden core realm. For a chi cultivator, forming a life-bound golden core is undoubtedly a qualitative transformation. By inscribing divine skills atop the golden core, one can possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. However, in such a short period, killing too many had not been without impact on Chu Jing. Ominous energy surged around him, and he struggled to control his emotional fluctuations. Below him, the ocean once dyed red with blood was now barely traceable, as huge shadows were faintly visible, patrolling among the waves. This place had seen Fifth Order and even Sixth Order sea demons appear, all attracted by the abundant blood qi, devouring all the debris that had fallen into the sea. This is the distinction between land and the boundless ocean. On land, traces of this battlefield would remain for hundreds of years. No sea demon dared to act rashly against Chu Jing, for the Lihua spear by his side possessed a strong deterrent power against them. Zhao Tingxian has neglected his duty in managing the heavenly Tao, concealed the report of the evil demon realm incursion due to his own personal desires, and shall be executed for his crime. Proceed to the Immortal Alliance to accept punishment. Those who accompanied him will be dealt with in the same manner. A divine announcement suddenly rang out, spreading across the entire Tsangyun realm, jolting Chu Jing from his secluded meditation. He looked around in shock, with numerous doubts surfacing in his mind. From whence this voice originated, Chu Jing did not know, but he surmised it must be someone from the Immortal Alliance. The most crucial was the mention of Zhao Tingxian. He had harbored suspicions about Zhao Tingxian before, but could not confirm them. He just couldn't comprehend what Zhao Tingxian stood to gain by hiding the news of the evil demon realm and allowing the spatial channel to open. Now with certain evidence at hand, Chu Jing put himself in the position of Zhao Tingxian, and after much consideration, he could only come to two conclusions. One possibility was that Zhao Tingxian desired something from the evil demon, or rather, he sought to use them to achieve certain goals. Based on this, Chu Jing speculated that the Myriad realm's invasion was likely not anticipated by Zhao Tingxian, or perhaps it disrupted some of his plans. The voice mentioned the evil demon realm instead of the Myriad realms. Hiding the news of the evil demon realm would undoubtedly be a far greater sin than concealing the invasion from the Myriad realms. Moreover, since the demon race had received news and started preparations half a year ago, it was evident that Zhao Tingxian must have had plans for the spatial channel above Giant Marsh. Before Chu Jing entered the Tsangyun secret realm, there had been no whispers about the Myriad realm's invasion through the spatial channel. Chu Jing's second guess was somewhat terrifying. He thought of Zhao Tingxian's path of cultivation. In his previous meditations, he had made many speculations about the path Zhao Tingxian followed in his cultivation. Born with a fire spirit body, and later by serendipity becoming part of the Tai Su Holy Land, Chu Jing previously surmised that Zhao Tingxian might have comprehended the mysteries of yin and yang by practicing the combination of fire and water, which led to his current cultivation status. Chu Jing's path, the way he cultivated immortal law, had many similarities to that of Zhao Tingxian. The yin-yang spirit within his Naiwen palace was the result of his trials based on the relationship between the evil demon realm and the current universe, founded on the way of yin and yang. Considering Zhao Tingxian's current level of cultivation, he must have a profound understanding of the way of yin and yang. Perhaps Zhao Tingxian discovered some immense secret on the evil demon's body, related to his own path of cultivation, which led to his current arrangements. After pondering for a long time, Chu Jing gathered his thoughts, stood up, and prepared to head towards the spatial channel between the northern and southern regions to see the situation. Since the Immortal Alliance had sent reinforcements, he anticipated that the situation would likely turn for the better, and he might receive some good news. As for Zhao Tingxian, now that the Immortal Alliance had spoken, no matter what plans he had before, he would likely not escape death. There was no need to think too much about it for now. Before Chu Jing could start on his way, a streak of spiritual light came from the sky and landed beside him. A jade umbrella slowly unfolded, casting down strands of spiritual light. The flowing cloud umbrella? Seeing the unexpected return of the flowing cloud umbrella, Chu Jing was momentarily surprised. His first reaction was that reinforcements from the Immortal Alliance had arrived and the battle in the outer realm had ended. The flowing cloud umbrella conveyed a message, sharing with Chujing every scene it had witnessed in the battle of the Outer Realm. After entering the spatial channel, it had no knowledge of the subsequent events and was unclear about the current state of affairs. Chujing's brow furrowed with concern as he flipped his palm, a dragon of divine fire emerging into view. This divine fire could reveal whether Gung Yang was alive or dead. Since the fire still burned, Gung Yang must still be alive. He no longer lingered, took out the Starshatter shuttle, and rushed non-stop to the entrance of the space passage. Giant marsh country. The moment the divine sound arose, heavy thunder clouds enveloped tens of thousands of miles, obliterating the sun from the sky. The entire giant marsh was cast into utmost darkness, where one could not see their own fingers. Only the occasional flashes of lightning could bring a trace of light. Boom, dazzling lightning roiled within the clouds before quickly solidifying into a thundering giant sword spanning more than 100,000 miles, which then slashed down thunderously. Crack, along with a crisp cracking sound, a fissure abruptly appeared at the sky summit, and visible gray mist started to seep out, enveloping giant marsh like a fog, quickly dissipating at an alarming rate. A considerable portion of the gray mist was swept up by the thunderclouds and turned into a gray long arrow, shooting deep into the starry sky and disappearing into the chaos in the blink of an eye. Moments later, the thunderclouds dispersed, and the sun's radiance fell, yet it was unable to penetrate into the giant marsh anymore. Thick gray clouds obscured the firmament, and an indescribable, eerie aura spread throughout the mountains, rivers, and vegetation. The spiritual energy was gradually eroded and consumed. Soon, cultivators noticed something amiss as the mana within them started to decline. The air around them seemed to be mixed with some intense poison, starting to corrode their bodies. At the same time, within their minds, illusions proliferated. Their divine souls experienced unprecedented fierce impacts. For a moment, their spiritual consciousness became clouded, nearly plunging them into an endless nightmare. In the numerous rivers and waterways of Giant Marsh, the water began to boil. Many water demons were the first to transform, as if their bodies had been taken over by some alien force, and their power surged to varying degrees. Soon, the water demons began to come ashore, plunging the entire Giant Marsh into chaos, resulting in countless bloody slaughters. Only cultivators above the entry Dao realm managed to maintain some rationality and send out calls for help to the outside world. Due to the presence of the alien realm space passage, the Holy Lands had set up defensive lines in this area. They soon noticed the anomaly and sounded the alarm to the outside world. At the same time that the space passage in Giant Marsh was opened, an even more astonishing event occurred above a stretch of the sea. Here was the entrance to the Tsungyun secret realm. Thunderclouds shrouded tens of thousands of miles of the sea area. The immortal patterns that suppressed the Tsungyun secret realm were activated, appearing intricate and complex, profound and indecipherable. These immortal patterns, created by a supreme immortal king, had become partially damaged over time and needed repair. The rumbling of lightning resounded once more, crystallizing again into a thundering giant sword, which abruptly smashed down. Boom, the earth-shaking explosion spread throughout the Tsungyun realm, and the massive surge of energy instantly created a vacuum of tens of thousands of miles in the sky above the vast ocean. The endless sea water was instantly compressed, and the marine creatures in that area, even if their strength was as high as the 5th or even 6th order, could not make the slightest noise. In the blink of an eye, they were all ground into blood that stained a vast expanse of the sea. Crack, a gigantic fissure abruptly emerged on the barrier of the Tsungyun secret realm, spanning thousands of miles, clearly visible. The immortal patterns above it twisted and changed, intertwining into a net, struggling to repair the breach. Before the breach could heal, the thundering giant sword slashed down again. The might wrapped around this blade was even more terrifying, instantly severing the immortal patterns completely. The next instant, lightning solidified into a palm nearly 1,000,000 miles wide. Sweeping across the secret realm, grabbing countless spiritual objects wrapped in treasure light and a large number of corpses, and throwing them all into a space passage. As the barrier of the Tsungyun secret realm was breached, streams of immense spiritual energy began to flow into the Tsungyun realm, instantly altering the environment of heaven and earth. In that instant, the heavenly Tao underwent tremendous changes. After a violent rolling of the thunderclouds above the firmament, they quickly dissipated, restoring calmness. Chujing exhaustedly urged the Star Shatter shuttle forward, spending a day to finally arrive in front of the space passage. At this time, there were already quite a few figures at the space passage, all with cultivation fluctuations above the divine infant stage. Cultivators that had ventured to the other side of the alien realm had already begun to return. Soon, Chujing spotted Gung Yang and others in the crowd. A smile unconsciously surfaced on his face but vanished in a moment. Compared to when they left, there were far fewer people around Gung Yang. The head of the Punishment Hall, Gu Yuan, the head of the Artifact Refining Hall, Qiying, the master of the Alchemy Hall, Gongru Long, and more than a dozen great mysterious elders were no longer present. It was ultimately due to his advancing age and the decline from his heyday that the slightest carelessness in the battlefield beyond his domain could lead to catastrophe. If it wasn't for Gung Yang's need to control the immortal flame, he most likely wouldn't have been able to return. Gung Yang slowly walked up to Chujing, cleared his throat with a soft cough, and smiled. "Let's go, it's time to go home." This time, being able to return and glance at Taishan once more was already no small feat. Chujing was about to speak when suddenly, a vast tide of spiritual energy swept by from the side. All the cultivators noticed this change, their expressions varied, and those with cultivation reaching the peak of Tongxian all revealed shocked and delighted expressions in their eyes. "Quickly return to Taishan." With an excited look in his eyes, Gung Yang exclaimed. "I can feel the imminent arrival of the Immortal Tribulation." An unusual motion came from the control panel, and after Chujin glanced at it, his expression was slightly startled. The daily refresh count for fixes rose steadily and soon stayed at 20. At the same moment, utilizing the keen sensitivity of a Qi cultivator, he perceived the changes in heavenly fate, which felt extremely similar to what he had experienced in the Tsongyun secret realm. He quickly surmised that something must have happened within the Tsongyun secret realm to lead to such a change. Upon returning to the Tai Su Holy Land, Gung Yang immediately began secluded cultivation. If he could step into the Immortal Tribulation realm, there would be a chance to extend his limited lifespan, and naturally, he did not want to miss this opportunity and needed some time to prepare. A few days later, the turmoil in both the Tsongyun secret realm and the giant marsh spread quickly among the various holy lands, causing a seismic stir. With the collapse of the Tsongyun secret realm, the heavenly Tao true spirit inside was released, and the heavenly fate laws naturally underwent significant changes. In the ancient Tsongyun realm, there existed 100 Taoist orthodoxies, among which inevitably included a part of the heavenly fate belonging to other orthodoxies, greatly affecting the immortal path cultivators. This was also true for Chujing. The proportion of heavenly fate he occupied was greatly reduced, but since he originally possessed a large share, there wasn't much overall change, and he even gained some benefits. Regarding Giant Marsh, various forces paid close attention, successively revealing immortal treasures and setting up grand formations to completely seal off the Giant Marsh. However, apart from some mentally disturbed magical beasts and cultivators, they did not encounter any traces of evil demons. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the Immortal Alliance sent 3 true immortals, bringing the latest news from the Alliance. The current war situation with the Myriad realms was stable, with mutual gains, and on the whole, the Immortal Alliance had the upper hand. It wouldn't be long before this war would subside. Zhao Tingxian, who had been in charge of the Heavenly Tao, was derelict in his duties and had been expelled from the Immortal Alliance. This news was for the cultivators throughout the Tsongyun realm. Beyond this public information, as the Holy Master of the Taishan Holy Land, Chujing, taking advantage of his status, also became privy to many secrets. The most astonishing of these was related to Zhao Tingxian. Refusing to submit to the law, Zhao Tingxian took advantage of the Immortal Alliance's unpreparedness, killed a celestial lord who had come to hold him accountable, and fled into the Chaos Sea. The incident in the Tsongyun realm was not solely his doing, as many within the alliance, including several immortal venerables and even an immortal king, were involved. Given the large scale of the situation, with too many involved for collective punishment, and with the Immortal Alliance currently unable to spare manpower to pursue and kill, they could only temporarily let it be. After the Tsungyun Immortal King's verdict, the space passage of the giant marsh country was breached along with the defenses of the Tsungyun secret realm, releasing the heavenly Tao True Spirit. If it hadn't been for their inability to do so, the Tsungyun Immortal King would have already personally dealt with this matter. For the Immortal Alliance, this situation was extremely thorny, as they were unable to spare another Immortal King to suppress the heavenly Tao in the Tsungyun realm. Zhao Tingxian's crime was one of betrayal against the Alliance. According to Immortal Alliance law, the punishment should be the annihilation of his lineage, the extermination of his clan, the end of his descendants, and the severing of reincarnation. However, considering the meritorious services of Tai Su Holy Land in resisting the evil demons of the Myriad realms, and after several true immortals pleaded on their behalf, the Immortal Alliance waived the death penalty for the Tai Su Holy Land, but the blood relatives of Zhao Tingxian could not escape death. Nonetheless, the true immortals were a step late. After scouring the entire Tsungyun realm, they found not a single blood relative of the Zhao clan. Several true immortals applied the bloodline tracing method, but failed to find anyone related to Zhao Tingxian by blood in the Tsungyun realm. The disappearance of the Zhao clan descendants undoubtedly caught many by surprise. In order to avoid oversights, several true immortals retraced Zhao Tingxian's cultivation path, starting from Tai Su Holy Land, and soon located the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty was just over 300,000 miles from Giant Marsh, and had been affected at the outbreak of evil energy, now already within the scope of its envelopment. Ordinary humans cloaked in evil energy were not as severely affected like the cultivators, they just encountered more epidemics. A considerable number of these humans, after being eroded by evil energy, became physically stronger and gradually more violent, losing their ability to communicate, and began to undergo demonization. This process would continue for quite some time until they were fully transformed into demons. After these ordinary humans transformed into demons, a small portion possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators, becoming a part of the evil demon realm. The royal family of Great Zhou had disappeared without a trace. After a series of tracking and locating efforts, several true immortals found themselves near the entrance of a spatial passage, reaching an almost impossible conclusion. It was highly likely that these descendants of Zhao Tingxian had ventured into the spatial passage themselves, heading to the other end in the evil demon realm. This conclusion, undoubtedly, baffled everyone as it was akin to walking towards one's own death. After being invaded by evil energy, such beings were no different from the dead. The three true immortals were utterly perplexed, yet they dared not delve deeper into the spatial passage to investigate the details on the other side. Doing so might provoke the evil demons on the other side, leading to uncontrollable changes. Now, with no evil demons having crossed from the other end of the spatial passage, taking this opportunity to commence ceiling repairs was deemed the best decision. To be cautious, while beginning the ceiling repairs, the true immortals also disseminated some information about the evil demon realm to various powers to avoid being caught off guard by potential uncontrollable changes. Chuzhou also received a detailed report on the evil demon realm. Externally, the evil demon realm, referred to as Vast Universe by the Immortal Alliance, is a vast region not inferior to the Great Universe in size. Even with the might of an immortal king, entering it is like a drop in the ocean, unable to probe its vast boundaries. The vast universe is filled with dense evil energy, having a substantial impact on all beings from the Great Universe, with even immortal kings unable to linger long therein. Among the evil demons, there exists a very strict hierarchical system, with demonized humans and wild beasts, the lowest level of evil demons, known as desolate demons. Desolate demons have low intelligence, incapable of communication, and are broadly classified into 4 classes, varying greatly in strength. The 4th class desolate demons have strength comparable to cultivators of the Spirit Spring realm. First-class desolate demons pose a threat to divine infant-grade abilities, even capable of slaying them. Above the desolate demons are those deemed as evil demons, categorized into low, medium, and high ranks. Still, their power spans even wider, with high-ranking evil demons equivalent to demi-immortals of the immortal Tribulation realm, some even posing a threat to true immortals. From the evil demon boundary onward, two branches of beings appeared in the vast universe, one as evil spirits and the other as demon monsters. Evil spirits, lacking physical bodies and akin to the primordial spirit state of cultivators, excel in occupying the bodies of living beings, using them as their own facade. Higher-ranking evil spirits are extremely intelligent, even capable of accessing memories residual in the bodies they occupy, using them as a guise to conceal their evil nature and blend into the great universe. This bears an uncanny resemblance to what Chuzheng knows as skin painting. The other category, demon monsters, represent another extreme, possessing less intelligence but fearsomely robust physiques, far surpassing cultivators who practice martial path. Beyond their strength and intelligence, there is a fundamental difference between evil demons and desolate demons. Evil demons continuously emit evil energy, altering their surrounding environment. If undisturbed, given enough time, high-ranking evil demons can single-handedly demonize an entire great realm by themselves. This is undoubtedly terrifying. Above evil demons are titled leaders, simply because they have the capability to rally evil demons into an army, instantly bridging countless demons across the void, forming an immense army of myriad demons. This level of evil demons appears almost indistinguishable from the beings of the great universe. The strength variance among leaders is even greater, with ordinary leaders already capable of matching true immortals and even celestial lords. The top leaders cannot be rivaled except by an immortal king. No being has seen those above the great leaders among evil demons, akin to the elusive giants beyond immortal kings in the great universe, rarely lingering long in the same spacetime. The growth rate of evil demons, especially evil spirits, is astonishing. Evil spirits, after occupying the bodies of cultivators, draw on the residual nutrients within the bodies to quickly master the divine secret skills that ordinary cultivators take years to comprehend. They are even capable of transmitting this accumulated knowledge to other evil demons through certain mediums. Thus, encountering an evil demon entails a decisive life or death struggle. Even if one is defeated, the remains must never remain intact. The information Chuzheng received about the vast universe emphasized that the evil demons are not natural beings but rather alien entities created for the annihilation of the great universe. Demons are born to kill the many creatures within the great universe, their common foe. This is an absolutely irreconcilable contradiction. Even in the struggles between Taoist orthodoxy, all must set aside their differences in the face of demons. After processing the information about the demons, Chuzheng became pensive for a moment. From this information, it seems that demons from beyond, fundamentally speaking, have no great difference from the creatures within the great universe. They can communicate, possess intelligence, have their own thoughts, and display a clear concept of hierarchy. They are undoubtedly a race of intelligence. The struggles within the Taoist orthodoxy are also a matter of life and death, just that the demons are more extreme, even to the point where they cannot coexist with other beings, only assimilation or death. The Zhao clan took the initiative to step into the spatial channel and head towards the vast universe. This news inevitably made Chuzheng ponder deeply. He vaguely suspected whether Zhao Tingxian had discovered some earth-shattering secrets and wanted to try something using the Songyun realm's spatial channel. Moreover, within the Immortal Alliance, there were immortal kings and even several immortal venerables intentionally protecting Zhao Tingxian, which made the information quite intriguing. As for the motives of Zhao Tingxian, Chuzheng could not speculate at the moment. But given that previously Zhao Tingxian had allowed the demon race to leave the realm, it was certain that there were immortal venerables from the demon race supporting him. Inside the Immortal Alliance, factional disputes exist along with external worries and internal troubles, probably also on the brink of danger. That Songyun immortal king who made the decision on the battlefield beyond the realm. His stance may also be somewhat ambiguous, giving Zhao Tingxian ample preparation time. Even giving him the opportunity to open the spatial channel and release the heavenly Tao true spirit within the Songyun secret realm. Apart from the information about the demons, the true immortals from the Immortal Alliance conveyed another crucial piece of news. The sudden emergence of the spatial channel for this invasion of the Myriad realms was because the heavenly Tao barrier had been unexpectedly breached. The specific reason behind this is still being investigated by the Immortal Alliance. The breach of the Heavenly Tao barrier means the world coordinates of Songyun realm can no longer be hidden, and constructing spatial channels will become extremely easy. However, even if the Heavenly Tao barrier were not breached, this spatial channel would arrive in the Songyun realm in just over a decade at most. The Songyun realm is quite special, once a homeland for many cultivators among the Myriad realms. Its world coordinates are not exactly a secret in the Myriad realms. This great battle has been long planned by the Myriad realms, with the Songyun realm merely being an insignificant episode in it. After some comparisons, Chuzheng finally confirmed his previous suspicion. The time when the Heavenly Tao barrier was breached coincided with when he was in the Songyun secret realm, receiving the ancestral Tao's inheritance. It seems that the breach of the Songyun realm's Heavenly Tao barrier is likely related to that ancestral Tao. It appears this invasion from the Myriad realms was prompted by his actions, happening a decade earlier than expected. After much thought, Chuzheng sighed softly, stood up, and headed towards the giant marsh. Just as he approached the area enveloped by demonic energy, Chuzheng suddenly felt a disturbance deep in his mind. The panel underwent another change, with the daily refresh of repair time surging again, reaching an astonishing 60+ occasions. The demonic energy before him could also serve as supplemental energy for repairing the panel. This discovery instantly startled Chuzheng. If this were true, given some time, he could completely resolve the trouble brought by the demonic energy on his own. As Chuzheng fully entered the area covered by demonic energy, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was nearly exhausted, yet the number on the panel continued to increase, finally stopping at 85. Speaking merely in terms of energy concentration, the evil energy flowing out of the spatial channel was more than 4 times the concentration of the current Songyun realm's nature's spiritual energy. This was even before any demons entered the realm, and it was uncertain if the other end of the channel was opened, but such astonishing changes had already occurred. Chuzheng tried to operate his cultivation technique, actively absorbing a strand of demonic energy into his body. Actively absorbing, compared to accidentally inhaling demonic energy, was worlds apart. In that instant, Chuzheng's body was completely unguarded against the demonic energy. Once the demonic energy entered his body, it surged like a dragon, instantly rushing into Chuzheng's dantian. From the lower dantian, it traveled upward, heading straight for the Naiwan Palace. In a flash, the accumulated blood fiend from his previous demon slaying burst forth, an indescribably intense killing intent explosively expanding from his heart, beginning to assault his divine soul. Had it not been for his constant vigilance and strong divine soul, he would have nearly lost his senses in that moment. After suppressing the rampaging demonic energy within his body, a flicker of spiritual light flashed in Chuzheng's eyes, revealing his personal information. Chuzheng, third-order evil qi invades the body, affecting the immortal bone, dantian, and Tao embryo to varying degrees. The speed of cultivation and recovery is greatly suppressed, showing signs of demonization, but it is reparable. Chuzheng immediately chose to repair it. After his body recovered, the evil qi that had entered his body had completely dissipated. Having personally experienced the changes after the evil qi invaded his body, Chuzheng developed a clearer understanding in his mind. The evil qi amplified the killing intent in his heart, causing demons of the mind to appear in an instant. Originating from within himself, they were unstoppable. If he lost control of his mind and spirit, his ultimate fate would be to become a walking corpse. This power was not something he could control at present, at least not the current him. After a moment of contemplation, Chuzheng did not linger here any longer and turned to return to Taixin. Now that a true immortal was stationing in Songyun, he believed that no significant disturbances would occur and seized this opportunity to enter seclusion for cultivation for a period. Before returning to Taixin, Chuzheng used the heavenly divination technique to sense Song Lingqing's whereabouts. After confirming her location, he sent out a letter. The content of the letter was simple, merely advising Song Lingqing to return to Taixin for the time being. The current situation in the outside world was chaotic, it was best to be cautious in all matters. After returning from the battlefield beyond the realm, the primordial spirit Holy Land received gratitude gifts from various forces. If it were not for Shang Zuling calling forth the projection of the Immortal King, they would have been reduced to ashes with their bones nowhere to be found by now. In this regard alone, Shang Zuling conferred a great indebtedness to the various forces that could not be erased. Several great holy lands even tapped into their most profound reserves and sent endless immortal precious medicines to express their gratitude for Shang Zuling's life-saving grace. This was also a means of forming a good relationship. With an offspring favored by the Immortal King, one could imagine their future achievements. Among the 5 great holy lands, the primordial spirit Holy Land had the strongest, and this battle solidified its position, unassailably holding the reins of Songyun without any doubts. As the Holy Master of Taishan Holy Land, Chuzheng also delivered a significant gift, acting most generously. He prepared 1,000 middle-quality magic treasures, 100 high-quality magic treasures, 20 top-quality magic treasures, and a number of elixirs. Merely throwing out one top-quality magic treasure could make any cultivator in the divine transformation realm envious. This display of wealth made many cultivators marvel at the deep reserves of Taishan. However, in reality, most of these were items Chuzheng had repaired himself, hardly tapping into Taishuan's reserves. This time, to express his gratitude to Shang Zuling, he truly made a significant sacrifice. The opening of the Songyun secret realm affected the environmental setting of the world far beyond just making the spiritual energy more abundant. The barriers between heaven and earth stiffened considerably. The might of many cultivators' actions were now limited by the heavenly Tao, including immortal treasures whose powers were also somewhat suppressed, no longer as dreadful as before. Previously, if there were no heavenly Tao restrictions, a strike from an immortal treasure could sink the Songyun 4 regions. Now, that was no longer possible. This also meant that immortal treasures could now be used within the Songyun realm. Taishan Holy Land. Bumayuro. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, heavy thunderclouds enveloped the entire Taishan Holy Land, obscuring the sun. Chuzheng stepped out of the secret chamber, looked up at the sky, and watched the tribulation clouds, instinctively holding his breath. Immortal Ascension Tribulation. For Gung Yang, this signified both a chance at life and a formidable challenge. If he could overcome this barrier, he would be able to continue his path of immortality and seize further opportunities. But if he failed, death was the only outcome. Immortal path cultivators who face the heavenly tribulation undergo a trial given by heaven and earth. After surviving 9 bolts of tribulation lightning and crossing over, one becomes a true immortal, granted with a prolonged lifespan. Qi cultivators do not face heavenly tribulation, but similarly, they encounter many calamities. Without weathering these trials, their cultivation cannot grow. Especially after reaching the Unity Realm stage, the strength of Qi cultivators' cultivation is closely linked to the calamities they have overcome. The more tribulations they endure, the stronger their combat power becomes. Calamities represent an unavoidable stage for cultivators, adhering to the natural law of survival of the fittest. To exist in this world, living beings must absorb energy. In their initial state of ignorance, without any cultivation methods, living beings depend on fighting with other species, hunting, or consuming plants to fulfill their needs. In this process, they invariably encounter various dangers and enter the cycle of the heavenly Tao, becoming part of heaven and earth. The path of cultivation involves drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish oneself, thus eliminating the need to risk hunting for energy. Strictly speaking, this already exceeds the normal principles of the heavenly Tao cycle. Were there no external interference, the number of cultivators becoming immortals would increase constantly. The Immortal Ascension Tribulation is an additional threshold imposed by the heavenly Tao, specially designed for immortal path cultivators, to compensate for the missing cycle and to weed out those not fated for immortality. It's precisely because, to a certain extent, the path of Qi cultivators does not contravene the laws of the heavenly cycle, that they do not face heavenly tribulation. Surviving the calamities proves that you are stronger than other cultivators and, by right, should gain stronger power and occupy more resources in the world. The mighty are always strong. It is so for this reason. The tribulation clouds were as black as ink, with lightning flashing through them like strips of fabric, thunder booming the moment the terrifying outline of the tribulation clouds were illuminated, falling into the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, stretching beyond sight. This was Chu Zhang's first time witnessing an immortal path cultivator facing tribulation. The horrifying tribulation chi emanating from within the clouds made him feel somewhat apprehensive. At this level of tribulation chi, if it were to descend upon him at this moment, he would instantly be turned into ash with no chance of survival. Before he could contemplate further, a figure soared from the mountain peak towards the southwest, moving so swiftly that in the blink of an eye it was tens of thousands of miles away. The dense tribulation clouds overhead followed suit, sweeping across the sky above Taishan City and rolling towards the southwest. Gung Yiyang's fleeing speed was so fast that Chu Jing could only barely keep up by controlling the Star Shatter shuttle. Only after half a day did Gung Yiyang finally halt his flight, surrounded by a vast ocean, devoid of human traces, where external forces would have no effect. Chu Jing did not approach too closely, standing hundreds of thousands of miles away, observing Gung Yiyang's aura with his spiritual eye. At this moment, the energy within Gung Yiyang was extremely unstable, like the waves beneath his feet, continuously undulating. Bumayuro, the clouds in the sky did not allow Gung Yiyang much time to prepare. After a short while worthy of a tea break, a bolt of lightning nearly 10 yards thick ferociously crashed down. The speed of the lightning was so fast that even with Chu Jing's eyesight, he saw only a glimpse of an afterimage. In the next instant, a massive wave of energy had already swept over. Even from hundreds of thousands of miles away, Chu Jing still felt an overwhelming colossal strength, taking several steps back before he could stabilize his stance. The immortal tribulation realm was 4 great realms higher than his current level. If he were any closer, he might have been injured. Once he had regained his senses, Chu Jing looked up to see a mass of divine fire fiercely burning in the void, vaguely forming into a crimson dragon, filled with intimidating heat. The seawater near the surface had already begun to boil, producing large amounts of steam. Noticing that Gung Yiyang's aura had surged, Chu Jing breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of joy passing through his eyes. In the early stages of the immortal tribulation, one must endure 3 heavenly tribulations. With this first strike, only a single bolt of heavenly lightning was needed to be endured to begin the transformation into an immortal body and cultivate a strand of immortal chi. No matter how strong Gung Yiyang's cultivation was, with his lifespan nearly depleted and his strength diminished to less than 70%, Chu Jing had been uncertain about his ability to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Now that the heavenly lightning had fallen, it was set in stone. As the divine fire gradually dissipated, Gung Yiyang's energy soared, and faintly within him, the aura of an immortal began to take shape. Just as Chu Jing was about to step forward, a sudden sense of alarm flashed through his mind, and he abruptly looked up, his expression drastically changing. Despite one bolt of lightning passing, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not disperse. The tribulation chi grew heavier, and after rolling around for a moment, began to gestate lightning once again. Instantly, Chu Jing realized that having lingered at the peak of the Tongxian realm for so long, Gung Yiyang faced more than just a single bolt in his tribulation. This was due to his considerable backlog of potential. Soon, another bolt of lightning descended with even greater ferocity, striking like a heavy hammer and instantly plunging Gung Yiyang deep into the sea. Boom! The strike stirred up huge waves for thousands of miles on the ocean's surface, with water surging skyward, washing over the heavens, and numerous sea demons caught in the tumultuous waves were carried along with the tide, tossed into the 9 heavens. Having no choice, Chu Jing retreated another 1,000 miles away. Before he could get a clear view, another bolt of lightning crashed down from the tribulation clouds, displaying a terrifying divine might. After a while, the tribulation clouds slowly dispersed, and the blue sky became clear and bright. Chu Jing hurriedly stepped forward, rushing directly towards the center of the tribulation area. A figure sat cross-legged above the sea, the surrounding water for tens of thousands of miles was smoothed out by an unseen hand, sleek as a mirror. After withstanding 3 successive bolts of heavenly lightning, Gung Yiyang's cultivation had completely stabilized in the early stages of the immortal tribulation realm. The immortal power within him had reached a certain magnitude, which was several times stronger than the average cultivator who had recently entered the immortal tribulation. The most significant change was his appearance. He now looked just past 50. His once fully silver hair was now half black, clearly indicating a prolongation of his lifespan. "Congratulations, Holy Master." Chujing breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of joy in his eyes. Now that Gung Yang no longer had to worry about his lifespan, the position of Taishan Holy Master could be rightfully returned to its original owner. Carrying the future of so many disciples was indeed burdensome and restrictive for him. "You are the Holy Master now." Gung Yang slowly opened his eyes. "Taishan honors you, and you may simply call me Elder. Hearing this, Chujing repeatedly shook his head. The Holy Master has now entered the immortal tribulation, with both lifespan and physique unharmed, at the prime of his life. The position of Holy Master. The position of the Holy Master is no child's play. Gung Yang interrupted sternly, then chuckled lowly. "There's no need for such formalities between you and me. I have been the Holy Master for many years, and would have stepped down long ago if there had been a successor." After speaking, as if worried that Chujing might take offense, he softened his tone and added, "When your cultivation reaches my level, I will take back the Holy Master token, and choose someone else to pass it on. Does that sound good? Consider it a favor to me." This was merely a temporary measure. It would take hundreds of years before Chujing could enter the immortal tribulation realm, and what would happen then was uncertain. Having entered the immortal tribulation, the passion for seeking the Tao that had died many years ago was now rekindling. He wanted to venture further on the path to immortality within his lifetime, and the position of Taishan Holy Master was something he was genuinely ready to leave behind. Immortal tribulation. Chujing pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "All right." Calculating the time, it should not take long for him to enter the immortal tribulation. Gung Yang had helped him a lot, so holding the position of Holy Master for a few more days would not hurt. Besides, with many elders still in Taishan, it wouldn't require much effort from him. Chujing's prompt agreement was somewhat unexpected to Gung Yang, but after reflecting deeply for a while, he found no oversight and stopped overthinking it. Together, he and Chujing returned to Taishan. The scenes of crossing the tribulation were being simultaneously enacted in various places across Songyun realm. Every few days, the sound of thunder would explode. Since Zhao Tingxian took control of the heavenly Tao, there had been no presence of immortal tribulation realm existences in Songyun realm. This was partly related to the natural environment, but in the eyes of Tongxian cultivators from various holy lands, it was most likely that Zhao Tingxian was unwilling to lower the immortal tribulation, preventing them from becoming immortals. Now that the opportunity to transcend the tribulation had arisen, cultivators of the immortal tribulation realm emerged, especially from true immortal noble families, major holy lands, and most notably, every great saint without exception successfully crossed the tribulation. Within a short period of time, the native immortal tribulation realm cultivators of Songyun surpassed the number of 10. Those who could not overcome their immortal tribulation and thus perished were only a few. The weak had mostly died on foreign battlefields, and those who returned alive were the strong who had been through trials, robust in their own right. Beyond affecting these top cultivators, environmental changes also impacted many ordinary people, especially martial path grandmasters in many kingdoms. The shifts in heavenly fate brought a revival trend in the martial path. Within a short period of time, the number of martial masters entering the Yuan Aura realm experienced an explosive increase. The change did not stop there. Due to the changes in the laws, martial path practitioners were able to absorb much more nature's spiritual energy, and many martial masters still in the Qi condensing realm began to rapidly approach the strength of immortal path cultivators in the spirit spring realm. According to traditional martial path realm classifications, the martial path Qi condensation directly corresponds to the immortal path spirit spring, and Yuan Aura is equivalent to entry Dao realm cultivators. However, previously suppressed by the natural conditions, the strength of all martial path practitioners was forcibly reduced by an entire order, and now they were only gradually recovering. This change was quickly noticed by a few true immortals, who did not stop it and even ordered that immortal path cultivators should not interfere with these martial path practitioners. Given that the Immortal Alliance and Martial Hall were now on the same side, and with an envoy from the Martial Hall soon to visit Songyun realm, completely exterminating the martial path was out of the question. The changes in the heavenly Dao laws had undoubtedly had a profound impact on Song Lingxue. Her cultivation speed had increased nearly tenfold compared to before, progressing at a rapid pace. Moreover, the quality of the aura within her body became stronger day by day, while her combat power expanded dramatically, pushing her toward the entry Dao realm. This was merely a microcosm of the martial path beginning to revive. With Gung Yiyang's successful transcendence of the tribulation, coupled with the return of numerous elders, Chu Jing found much of the pressure lifted from his shoulders. He no longer needed to consider other matters and could focus on cultivating in peace. Not long after returning to Taishan City, Chu Jing received a message from Song Lingqing. She declined his suggestion to temporarily return to Taishan for refuge. Presently, she was on her way to the Songyun secret realm, hoping to try her luck and possibly encounter her own immortal fate. After the seals of the Songyun secret realm were opened, many of its ruins were revealed, but they were temporarily sealed by a true immortal from the Immortal Alliance. In the Songyun secret realm, some areas were suppressing ancient evils that had not been fully eradicated, requiring a period of cleansing before they could be safely opened to cultivators. Currently, including the Holy Lands, many cultivators were stationed near the secret realm, ready to enter and explore at any moment, each hoping to get a share of the spoils. Chu Jing did not join the crowd. He simply issued a secret edict to the Southern Territory Song clan, instructing them to dispatch over 100 cultivators to the vicinity of the Songyun secret realm to look for ancient artifact fragments. He no longer needed to waste time in such controversial locations, and the benefits were not necessarily substantial. The true immortal had sealed the Songyun secret realm early not only to clear out the evil beings but likely also to sweep clean the wondrous treasures within, leaving only scraps for those waiting outside at best. Regarding the possibility of wondrous treasures escaping the notice of the true immortal, let alone the slim chances, even if any were left, they were not something the current Chu Jing could tame. The Southern Territory Song clan had gradually gotten back on track. Although the old ancestor, Song Shao, had died in the outer regions and had not returned alive, the family head, Song Yusong, thanks to the changes in the natural environment and some spiritual medicines found within the secret realm, had made some progress in his cultivation. Recently, he had successfully condensed his divine infant and stepped into the divine infant realm, able to preside over major affairs. This level of cultivation was not considered strong, but in Taishan City, with Chu Jing's backing, it was sufficient to make a mark. Significant changes had occurred in the Eastern Territory Song clan. Its clan leader, Song Tingkue, had successfully transcended his tribulation and stepped into the Immortal Tribulation realm. This elevated the Eastern Territory Song clan's situation, offering them more choices. Regarding this, Chu Jing was not overly concerned. After aiding Song Lingshua's cultivation for a few days, he once again began his retreat. He aimed to quickly perfect his soul and begin cultivating the Eternal Calamity treasure record. Regardless of the role played by the ancestral Dao in this affair, the Eternal Calamity treasure record was a genuine 10th order spell. Included within it was the star-capturing heaven method, of utmost importance. As his chi refining's cultivation increased, the retreat proved fruitless, and he must find a way to resolve the accumulated tribulation chi. This incarnation method, capable of transcending true tribulations through a void body and dissolving the terrifying tribulation chi, was undeniably crucial. In the central part of the southern region, Primordial Spirit Holy Land. During this period, the Primordial Spirit Holy Land was bustling with activity. Following the thank you gifts from the great Holy Lands and the true immortal noble families, many sects with divine infant cultivators visited bearing gifts. The thank you gifts received in this period alone could match the efforts of a holy land over thousands of years. Many forces came not only to express their thanks but also with another purpose to gauge the intentions of the Primordial Spirit Holy Land. The Primordial Spirit Holy Land, now undoubtedly the leading voice in the Songyun realm, dictated many initiatives. Without their approval, other powers dared not act rashly. The focus of many sects was on the northern demon plains. The demon race had broken their alliance, and the northern region had been thoroughly cleansed in this period, transforming into a land without masters, fertile and unclaimed. Aside from the carcass of magical beasts, vast spirit veins, and treasures of the earth and sky, there was nothing else. The gaze of many sects landed on this region. This leaderless land, even the Holy Lands coveted earnestly. However, their main focus still laid upon the Tsangyun secret realm for the time being. After all, when it came to the quality of the spirit veins, the Tsangyun secret realm was far superior to the lands of the four regions as they were now. But with the upheaval caused by the outsiders yet unresolved, and with the true immortals of the Immortal Alliance still present, no one dared to openly discuss the division of this land. At the main peak of the primordial spirit Holy Land, feasts had been unending in recent days, with a constant flow of guests like clouds. Upon his throne, the primordial spirit Saint Lord Shang Tianshu, dressed in splendid attire with hair black as ink, appeared to be in his 40s, at the prime of his life. At this moment, as he looked upon the guests in the hall, his eyes were full of smiles. Having stepped into the immortal tribulation, his lifespan was greatly extended. He might even have the opportunity to touch the true immortal realm. After Shang Zoling's actions, no one in the Tsangyun realm would ever again question the status of the primordial spirit Holy Land. Although the Shang family, as descendants of the immortal king, needn't worry about their survival like ordinary sects or holy lands, it would be a dishonor to their ancestors if they were not recognized publicly. Ji Yuyan stepped slowly into the main hall. He had been severely injured in the Battle of the Outer Realm, and had been recovering quietly during this time. Immortal Ji. Shang Tianshu did not dare to neglect him and rose to greet him. When they had set out for the Outer Realm battlefield, he had not intended to take Shang Zoling with them. Now it seemed, had it not been for Ji Yuyan's insistence, they might have all met their end there. The cultivators within the hall rose to their feet and bowed, their expressions filled with gratitude and respect. As an outsider, Ji Yuyan had done the utmost that anyone could have done for the Tsangyun. No need for such formalities. Ji Yuyan swept his gaze around the hall, not finding Shang Zoling, he felt puzzled. Where is Shang Zoling? Ancestral spirit suffered great exhaustion in the outer realm and has been in closed-door cultivation these days to restore his depleted yuan qi. Hearing this, Shang Tianshu immediately spoke and headed towards the outside of the hall. Please follow me, Immortal Ji. The two left the main peak together, heading straight for a spirit peak. In an instant, they reached the summit of a 10,000 zhang spirit peak. Giant ancient trees stretching up to the heavens, nearly 1,000 zhang tall with canopies extending for dozens of miles, obscured the sky and blotted out the sun. Shang Zoling was seated at the base of a tree, her complexion pale, with earthy spirit crystals beneath her, pulsing with profound spiritual energy. Moments later, Shang Zoling slowly ended her cultivation and opened her eyes, standing up to bow. I have seen Immortal Ji. Her expression was devoid of much fluctuation, seemingly unsurprised by Ji Yuyan's arrival. I have come to express my thanks and also to bid farewell, Ji Yuyan spoke in a calm voice. The Immortal Alliance considers my role in this battle significant, and taking into account my severe injuries, they have granted me leave to return to my homeland to recuperate. With those words, he took out a set of battle armor and handed it to Shang Zoling. A semi-immortal treasure might not catch your eye, but it is a token of my regard. Please accept it without refusal. Upon hearing this, Shang Zoling hesitated slightly, then bowed and accepted it with both hands. I am underserving, but gratefully receive it. To refuse further would be impolite. Should you have the opportunity, come visit me in the Heavenly Guardian Star Domain, and allow me to entertain you, fulfilling my duties as a host. Talking about his native home brought waves of emotion into Ji Yuyan's eyes as he realized the value of things once lost and regained. Thank you for your assistance this time. I wish you a safe journey, Shang Zoling thanked him quietly. With your talents, you will surely enter the minor immortal realm soon, and Chuzheng as well. The future is long, and you both have plenty of time, Ji Yuyan said, not lingering long before turning to leave, eager to return home. Watching Ji Yuyan depart, Shang Zuling put away the immortal armor, her brow furrowed. Ancestral spirit, ever since you returned from the outer realm, you've seemed heavily preoccupied. Why is that? Seeing this, Shang Tianshu was somewhat puzzled. It would seem that with the Tsungyun Immortal King's intervention, bringing order to the Myriad Realm's invasion, it should be a joyous matter. Yet, Shang Zuling did not seem very happy about it. It's nothing, just that my blood qi is depleted, leaving my complexion poor, Shang Zuling said with a slight shake of her head, lowering her eyelids to hide the turmoil within. They had prevailed in the battle amidst the stars of the outer realm, but something felt amiss to her. This Tsungyun Immortal King, it seemed he had not come specifically for her. The moment her bloodline was activated, she became like a coordinate in time and space, pointing the way for Shang Tsungyun's projection. Those cultivators from the Myriad Realms did not seem to be a concern for Shang Tsungyun. After arriving, he only mentioned the name of Zhao Tingxian and did not speak a single word to her. With his status as a heavenly judge, such behavior was not surprising, but Shang Zuling still felt an eerie strangeness about the whole affair. After the Immortal King's projection vanished, she faintly felt that something inside her had disappeared completely. The voice that had once been at the bottom of her heart was also gone without a trace. Now, she was no longer able to make any connection with that ancestor, as if her value to Shang Tsungyun was only to provide that one-time coordinate, nothing more. As she pondered this, Shang Zuling couldn't help feeling inexplicably lost. Although she had always considered seeking help from an ancestor shameful, she held immense aspiration for this youngest heavenly judge in the Immortal Alliance, who she aimed to catch up to. Seeing Shang Zuling's hesitant expression, Shang Tianshu knew she wasn't speaking the truth. However, given her special status, he couldn't press further and pretended not to notice. Worry and overthinking only harm the spirit, there is no need to trouble yourself further. Rest well, and if there is any spiritual object you lack, tell me at once. I will arrange for someone to search for it. Will the great tournament of 10,000 sects still proceed this session? Shang Zuling thought of what Ji Yuyan had said, and with Chuzheng in mind, she posed this question. The great tournament of 10,000 sects will be held as scheduled, however, this session should see fewer deaths and injuries than previous ones. Following the invasion of the Myriad Realms, all sects on the surface were now allies in the same boat, and furthermore, it was unanimously agreed that there was no need for a fight to the death for the top title in this session's tournament. Moreover, after the battle beyond the realm, the peak combat powers of various sects had suffered losses to varying degrees. It was now a time for recuperating and gathering strength. Shang Zuling took out the hidden dragon list and glanced at it. Since it had come into her possession, she had never touched it until Chuzheng emerged out of nowhere and she occasionally looked at it. This glance, after seeing the rankings on the hidden dragon list, elicited a soft exclamation from Shang Zuling, and a sharp glint flickered in her eyes. Hidden Dragon List second ranked, Taishan Holy Land, Chuzheng, age 20, cultivation level, Soul Condensing Realm Perfection. Soul Condensing Realm Perfection? Second on the Hidden Dragon List? Regaining her senses, even Shang Zuling couldn't help but be somewhat horrified by the terrifying speed of Chuzheng's progress. Reaching Soul Condensing Realm Perfection at the age of 20 was not frightening, as Shang Tsungyun had reached it at just 19. But Shang Tsungyun had only been 15 when he first entered the Soul Condensing Realm, and with his talent, it took him almost 4 years to reach perfection. Chuzheng, however, had only taken 1 year. What's wrong? Observing the evident shock on Shang Zuling's face, Shang Tianshu was somewhat puzzled, extended his divine sense, and glanced at the hidden dragon list. In the next moment, his body stiffened slightly, and any lingering excitement from surviving the immortal tribulation vanished completely. How could it be so fast? For a time, Shang Tianshu's forehead bulged with veins, his breath involuntarily became somewhat hurried. He even began to suspect that Chuzheng might be a reincarnated immortal king who retained his true spirit and was rebuilding on the immortal path. Otherwise, there was simply no explanation for such a speed of cultivation progression. Given this pace, before the great tournament of 10,000 sects begins, Chuzheng could absolutely step into the divine infant realm, or even higher. The position of Shang Zuling, top-ranked on the hidden dragon list, was no longer secure as a mountain, now threatened greatly. Chu Jing. Shang Zuling murmured softly, the slight gloom that had enshrouded her mind cleared away, feeling excitement she had not felt in a long time. Since the name Chu Jing had appeared, it had consistently brought her surprises, and now, she might well be witnessing a miracle. The great tournament of 10,000 sects, which had seemed rather unremarkable, now suddenly seemed filled with allure. Shang Zuling took a deep breath. No matter what the exalted immortal king was thinking, one day she would reach that realm, and then she could personally ask him. What lay before her now was the great tournament of 10,000 sects, Chu Jing. There were over 6 years left until the tournament began, by which time, who knows what level Chu Jing's cultivation would reach. At that thought, Shang Zuling couldn't suppress a sense of anticipation. The emergence of a peer who was stronger than her would undoubtedly also serve as a challenge for her. The silver moon hung high. The splendid stars ignited the coolness of the night, starlight in clusters, casting a glimpse of the vast universe's light and shadow. The pitch-black night sky was dyed red by the continuous volcanoes within the Taishan Holy Land, emanating a bloody hue. At the summit of Divine Peak, Chu Jing sat beside the spiritual spring, his breaths long and steady, his skin radiantly luminous. He wore a loose crimson robe that, despite its width, could not conceal the mighty physique tempered by countless battles through demon blood. A stick of spirit-condensing incense was planted not far away, burning with faint wisps of green smoke. Within the Niwen palace at his brow, the yin-yang spirit moved incessantly, inhaling and exhaling the rich chaos qi. After a period of seclusion, his cultivation had advanced further, stepping into the perfection of the soul-condensing realm. The Tao embryo had also grown noticeably, with his qi refining's cultivation reaching the late stage of the Tao embryo realm, only one step away from the golden core realm. By now, his divine soul had finally grown strong enough to begin practicing the eternal calamity treasure record. At the same time, he could also attempt to perform the star-capturing heaven, a mysterious divine technique, detaching the first strand of soul division to try the calamity transformation method. At this moment, he was bathing in incense, adjusting himself to the best state, and as the Yuan Qi flowed within him, his spirit entered an unprecedentedly active state. After a while, a faint glow flashed at his brow, and his soul strode out, one black and one white, 2 spirits standing back to back underneath the starry sky. The next instant, the spirit slowly raised its head, its pupils swirling with mysterious talisman seals, clearly capturing the trajectories of the stars streaking across the firmament. In that instant, his consciousness seemed to enter the cosmic starry sky, with many stars within reach. However, in his perception, most of these starlights were dead and lifeless, devoid of any vitality. This meant that at the end of the starlight, there lay a dead star, or perhaps even the stars no longer existed, reduced to cosmic ash. In the process of searching and selecting, the power of Chu Jing's divine soul was rapidly depleting, and after a short while, he had to withdraw his divine sense. In just a short moment, sweat poured down him, his face pale, and a throbbing pain came from deep within his soul. With the restoration underneath his control panel, his complexion soon recovered, and he immediately resumed his attempts relentlessly. The Tsungyun realm was just a corner of the universe, and the starlights visible from here were very limited. Chu Jing, now not being picky, just wanted to find a world with vitality to make his first attempt. After several continuous attempts, Chu Jing finally made a discovery. Within a faintly red starlight, there was a weak aura of the heavenly Tao. This meant that the world at the end of the starlight still existed in the universe. Without any hesitation, Chu Jing detached a strand of divine sense, injected all the energy from his spirit into it, and sent it into the starry sky, flowing up against the starlight at a speed countless times faster than light, venturing deep into the universe to explore. It was like using the starlight as a channel. It was less about crossing distances and more about traversing time and space. Following the starlight, the vision within that strand of Chu Jing's divine sense reflected a rapidly evolving civilization, tumultuous and prolonged. On the desolate land, humans wrapped in beast skins fought against giant beasts with robust blood qi, surviving through hunting and gathering. Over time, they gradually formed tribes, surviving together against the elements. In the blink of an eye, humans donned armor and wielded sharp swords and spears. The giant beasts were almost entirely eradicated. Without external enemies, humans fell into chaotic infighting, establishing territories, electing leaders, and wars erupted, foreshadowing the rise of ancient dynasties. After countless years, the change of dynasties had become the norm, with the social stratification growing more pronounced. A slew of fervent followers worshipped royal blood, forcing those of royal lineage onto the throne. Wars grew increasingly fierce. From swords and spears evolved more perfect weapons of war. Terrifying siege weapons emerged, capable of destroying cities and fortresses with effortless ease. In the era of divided dynasties, figures impactful enough to alter the course of events emerged, with followers numerous as fish swimming across a river. Their armor was unmatched, melting the 100 dynasties into a single, unified federation, mustering the strength of the whole world to explore the stars beyond their domain. The once rudimentary species that wore beast skins and drank blood developed terrifying weapons capable of destroying stars, prompting one interstellar war after another in a quest for resources. The bizarre and astonishing visions almost made Chujing lose track of where he was. After an indeterminate amount of time, his strand of soul division finally reached the end of the starlight. Though the journey wasn't powered by his own strength, the energy within his divine sense was nearly spent. At this moment, he needed a body to rest and recover, otherwise, before long, this strand of soul division would dissipate. Under normal circumstances, the secret technique, star capturing heaven, should be freely usable only in the refined spirit realm. If the divine soul is not strong enough, after crossing the vast starry sky, the soul division will be too weak. It won't have time to find a suitable body before dissipating, making the effort futile. For a chi cultivator whose cultivation is not yet strong enough, soul division is an extremely heavy burden. A single failed attempt requires a long period of recovery. It was only Chujing who, with the support of the panel, could start the attempt recklessly. In the Eternal Calamity Treasure record, numerous failed cases are recorded to caution those who come after. When choosing a body, the soul division mostly can only opt for the weak-souled children or naturally ignorant fools. Otherwise, the consciousness of the soul division is easily influenced, and might even end up benefiting others. Moreover, the state of the body's health must be stable. If it is on the verge of death or a body in severe illness, the shock of the soul division entering the body will most likely result in immediate death. Therefore, some chi cultivators who undertake the tribulation of soul division choose to reincarnate from birth, laying a solid foundation from the congenital stage. However, this path is fraught with great risks. In the fetal stage, one is completely unable to act on one's own volition, filled with uncertainty. If one does not cultivate, the soul division might fall into the confusion within the womb, enter a deep slumber, and might never get a chance to awaken in this lifetime, effectively wasting time. Yet, if one does cultivate, due to the fetus's special congenital nature, progress can be extremely rapid, making it easy to cultivate a foundation that is too contrary to the natural order, thus attracting attention from the cosmos and bringing calamities upon oneself, with the slightest carelessness leading to death. This is undoubtedly a dilemma. Soon, Chujing found a small city that stretched for several miles. The long street was bustling and lively, with the clamor of carts and horses, and the throngs of people presented the myriad facets of life. Viewing the rolling worldly atmosphere on the street, Chujing momentarily lapsed into a daze. Through the visions of starlight seen by his soul division, he had already witnessed terrifying warships traversing the cosmic space. In his anticipation, under normal circumstances, what should appear before him would be a highly developed civilization, not the backward scene like the everyday ancient dynasty currently before his eyes. Without further thought, Chujing continued wandering between heaven and earth, searching for a suitable body, but despite a prolonged search, found none appropriate. As time passed, the soul division grew weaker. He tried opening the panel to repair the feeble soul division, but to no avail. In the judgment of the panel, his original body was at its peak and required no repair. After a while, following his instincts, Chujing floated toward a range of low hills where yin qi was rampant, slowing down the dissipation of his soul division's power. Looking around, he saw a desolate graveyard with overgrown weeds and disordered tombstones scattered across the area, some half covered by dust and vegetation, rendering the inscriptions illegible. Without a doubt, this was a mass burial mound. The sky had darkened, and two silvery moons hung high in the heavens, their moonlight showering down and coating the world in silvery frost. Night mist wafted from the wild graves and barrows, with ghostly will-o'-the-wisps flitting in and out, casting a chill. Occasionally, a breeze rustled the treetops, stirring up freshly scattered paper money with a rustling sound. Chujing took a deep breath, operated his chi-refining technique, drawing in a bit of moonlight to stabilize his soul division. This was only a temporary measure, he still needed to find a body soon. After a brief rest, just as Chujing was preparing to leave, 3 men carrying a rush mat slowly approached the mass burial mound. Chujing's gaze lingered on the rush mat, which wrapped a body still warm. He sensed that the yang qi hadn't dissipated, and there was one last breath that hadn't been let out. For his current state, this was a last resort attempt. Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to confirm a suspicion of his own. Under Chu Zhang's gaze, the 3 men found a corner, dug a shallow pit just big enough to accommodate the rush mat, and threw it in, covering it lightly with soil. Under the erosion of the surrounding yin qi, the last bit of yang qi within the rush mat began to escape at an alarming rate. The living prefer to rest in peace within the earth because only after being covered with soil can one sever the last ties to the world. After weighing his options briefly, Chujing hesitated no longer. He immediately drifted underground and took possession of the nearly cold corpse. If what he imagined didn't work, then this time, he would have to give up. The instant he entered the body, Chujing couldn't reverse the rapidly fleeing vital energy of the body. At this moment, he reopened the panel. This time, the information provided by the panel finally changed. Tree root, Zeroth order 13 back wounds from knives, penetrating through the 5 viscera, essence blood almost fully drained, only a faint will left unscattered, beyond salvation, reparable. Chujing chose to repair without hesitation, and a potent life force instantly infused into the heart channels. Starting from the brain's nerves, the entire body revived at an astonishing rate. Whoosh, Chujing pushed open the rush mat and sat up from the shallow pit, drawing in deep breaths. The air was filled with the mixed stench of blood and rotting corpse smell, nauseating to the senses. But at that moment, Chujing could not care less about these issues, for his eyes shone with a terrifying brilliance, unable to conceal the excitement within. The repair panel had worked. This meant that, compared to ordinary chi cultivators, he possessed another essential advantage. As for the selection of the body, Chujing now had greater freedom. This level of damaged body, once a chi cultivator's divided soul took possession, there would be no signs of life. However, for Chujing, there was no need to think so much. In the future, when incarnating to undergo tribulations, he just needed to find a recently deceased corpse. As long as the divided soul could take possession, he could rely on the repair panel to mend the damages on the body. This body, judging by the age of the bones, was not yet 14 years old, still a half-grown child. Having died a violent death in the wilderness, the body had been stabbed 13 times, each strike aiming directly at vital organs. Clearly there were some undercurrents involved. A while later, Chujing regained his senses and pulled up the panel. Name, Tree Root, Chujing, Cultivation, Zeroth Order, Cultivation Technique, None, Repair Master, 4th Order, 2000/2000, remaining repairs for the day, 1, currently reparable, none. Compared to his own panel, this one that appeared this time was much simpler, with cultivation techniques and divine skills, physique, immortal bone, all vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the most basic information. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was exceedingly sparse, and the number of repairs refreshed daily had dropped to an unprecedented once per day. Nevertheless, this wasn't important to Chujing, who merely needed a body to incarnate and endure tribulations. This place was too far from the Zhongyun realm. In this lifetime, it was highly unlikely that there would be any connection. There was no need to think about repairing anything. His task was to try his best to cultivate the eternal calamity treasure record, attract tribulation chi to his body, and share the pressure of his true self. Chujing did not hesitate at all, immediately sat cross-legged, activated the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, and began locating the chi sensation. To deceive the heavenly Tao and transcend tribulation with a void body was naturally not something so simple to achieve. Cultivating this method, this body would gradually resemble his true self more closely, 3 parts in form, 7 parts in spirit. This was the remarkable aspect of the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record. Entry into the method of chi refining related to an elusive understanding. Based on Chu Zheng's estimate, even though he had changed bodies, the time it would take for him to channel chi into his body wouldn't be much different from his initial attempt back at the Song residence. However, the result of his attempt to find the chi sensation this time far exceeded Chu Zheng's expectations. Back in the Song residence, when he first tried the Great Circulatory Chi Guideline, Chu Zheng took 2.5 hours to successfully channel chi into his body, which was considered a decent talent in chi refining technique. This time, it only took him 1/4 of an hour, 10 times faster than the previous attempt. Even after the Yuan Chi had circulated in his body for a while, Chu Zheng still hadn't come to terms with it. The speed at which he'd entered was somewhat exaggerated, even leaving him somewhat in disbelief. This had nothing to do with his cultivation experience. Finding chi sensation was not something that you could do faster the second time just because you had done it once, it all depended on one's innate understanding. After a long while, Chu Zheng finally came back to his senses, pondered for some time, and was still unable to conclude anything, only able to attribute this to the variations of the world. He closed his eyelids and continued cultivating. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, it brought the first trace of pure yang qi. Chu Zheng sat cross-legged amongst the mass burial mound, his breath long and steady, ignoring the stench entering his nostrils. His spirit concentrated and qi circulated, absorbing the rising yang qi from between heaven and earth to balance the yin qi inside his body. Overnight, his body had undergone a drastic transformation. The frail body had suddenly increased in qi strength by 100 pounds. But that was it. From a thatched hut to a skyscraper, the 100-day spiritual transformation, a step that even someone with high talent and understanding could not skip, needed to be taken one step at a time, and could not be rushed. After stabilizing his condition, Chu Zheng left the mass burial mound. His first task was to find some food to satiate his hunger, absorb the qi of the grains to nurture his body, and then learn about this new world to see if he could find some old medicine to increase his cultivation faster. He could not fast until he reached the spirit transformation realm. Chu Zheng moved swiftly through the wilderness with agile strides, resembling an agile ape. Without having to concern himself with his own life or death, his mindset was more relaxed and comfortable than ever before. It felt like he had let go of some shackles deep within his soul and reached a new level of liberation. For a chi cultivator, attaining such clarity of thought was a rare joy in the world. Chu Zheng raced along, and after a while, he finally arrived in front of a city. The city walls were 30 feet high, marked by the large characters Yunqiao City. A gentle breeze brushed his face, and Chu Zheng smelled a hint of fishiness. Not far from this place was a large river. After pausing for a moment, Chu Zheng turned and left. At this moment, his body was muddied and crusted with blood scabs, which could attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, given the condition of the tree root before, there were likely still some troubles lingering around him. A moment later, Chu Zheng arrived by the river, washed off the blood, repaired his tattered clothes, tidied himself up, and stepped slowly into Yunqiao City. On the west side of the city near the riverbank, a huge port was built, hosting over 1,000 ships. Looking up, it was swarming with people. Chu Zheng carefully observed the passers-by, cautiously exploring the cultivation system of this world in front of him. After discreetly gathering information for half a day, Chu Zheng gradually let his guard down. This world, to his surprise, was more fragile than he had imagined. There were martial artists, but those who had managed to cultivate inner qi were rare masters, few and far between. For Chu Zheng, after 100 days, he would be able to stand at the summit of this world. He could cultivate in peace, preparing for the impending tribulations. After wandering around the city for a while, Chu Zheng found a job in a pawn shop, where he began his systematic cultivation while keeping a low profile. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Songyun Realm, Taishan Holy Land. At the summit of Divine Peak, Chuzheng slowly opened his eyes. After the soul division, he could now do some simple tasks based on the situation. Though he might appear somewhat foolish, he didn't need to constantly watch over his main body. Mainly because his current divine soul cultivation was still shallow, using one soul for two purposes was somewhat strenuous. He could only rely on transferring most of his attention to manage both sides. Chuzheng slowly got up and suddenly sensed something unusual. After calculating for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. According to the soul division's sensory feedback, he had spent at least a month on that star, yet here in the Taishan Holy Land, only 4 or 5 hours had passed. This significant disparity in the flow of time left him momentarily bewildered, unsure of what had gone wrong. In the same universe, how could there be such a huge disparity in the flow of time? This inevitably reminded him of a myth from a previous life. A day in heaven, a year on earth. At dawn. 40 miles outside Yunchao City, among the desolate mountains. A slightly ethereal gateway slowly opened, and dozens of figures, both men and women, walked out in single file. Leading them was a woman in her early 20s, with long legs, fair skin, dressed in a green outfit, looking somewhat dashing. She turned back, looked at the people following her, smiled, and cupping her hands in greeting, she said, "Good morning, dear travelers. I am your guide for this trip, Shuxiao, and you can call me Xiao Xiao. I would like to start by thanking you for your trust in Galaxy Travel Agency and your great support. Our journey will last for 7 days and 6 nights. I will take you to deeply understand an ancient dynasty that existed over 5,600 years ago, similar to the Tianyao Federation. In this journey, I will enable you to personally experience what life was like for people living under those conditions back then." At this point, Shuxiao's expression turned slightly helpless. Due to the current technological limitations of the Federation, time travel is not yet achievable, and we can only use this method to observe the lives of ancient people. Now, I will inform you of some regulations in advance. First, please take good care of your valuables. If anything is lost, you will bear the responsibility yourself. Second, it is strictly forbidden to damage the local ecology or reveal any information about the Tianyao Federation to the natives of Dongan Star. Violators will face substantial compensation charges initiated by the Galaxy Travel Agency, note, starting from 5 million Federation currency, with no upper limit. Third, please ensure your personal safety. If you encounter danger, you may defend yourself. According to the Peace Law of the Tianyao Federation, Volume 5, Article 13, the life safety of the citizens of the Tianyao Federation is of the utmost importance, and they possess unlimited right to self-defense. Therefore, damage caused in this defense, the Galaxy Travel Agency, will not hold you responsible. The sun leapt from the edge of the earth, and the early light began to show. Yunchao City. On the bustling streets, a group of dozens of people moved slowly with the crowd. Above Dongan Star, there's only the Yuangu dynasty, a nation that has been inherited to this day for 576 years, with a population of 765,030,000 and more, in a state of positive growth, with an average lifespan of around 65 years, quite different from the current Tianyao Federation in many ways, including the language and written script. Shuxiao, walking at the forefront, did not speak, yet her voice clearly echoed in the minds of each traveler through the implanted chip behind her head. Yunchao City is the core transportation hub of the Yuangu dynasty, and due to the backward production forces, water transportation is used to save a lot of costs, resulting in a thriving water transportation network that extends in all directions within the territory of the Yuangu dynasty. Being a transportation hub, in Yunchao City, you can almost see the local customs of all regions of the Yuangu dynasty. 7 days and 6 nights are completely sufficient for you to experience them. On Dongan Star, there are cultivators who practice ancient martial arts, among whom the excellent ones can match the strength of the first-generation gene evolvers. Hearing this, the faces of many travelers showed an interested expression, as gene evolvers are the elite selected by the Tianyao Federation, and with the aid of Tianyao evolution liquid, their strength is practically superhuman. Being able to achieve this through cultivation is actually quite difficult. As they continued walking, a burst of giggling and chattering suddenly came from the street side. Turning their heads, they saw a panorama of dancing light veils and fluttering ribbons, with fair and delicate skin faintly visible in between. With water transportation gathering the rare treasures of the world, naturally, it also includes beauties from all over, and brothels are virtually a pillar industry in Yunqiao City, truly a cave of gold where annual output is considerable. Among the travelers, a few men unconsciously slowed their pace, their gazes wandering uncertainly. Brothels are an inescapable part of the historical development of ancient dynasties. To some extent, the operational status of brothels can reflect the rise and fall of a dynasty. After all, it is tied to the consumption power of ordinary people. In principle, I do not recommend having relations with the indigenous population, as due to the differences in bodily antibody colonies, the exchange of bodily fluids can lead to the risk of epidemics. Shuxiao, unsurprised, stopped and turned around to remind, Dongan Star is currently the private property of our Galaxy Travel Agency. Should an epidemic occur leading to population reduction and affecting the ecological environment, the travel agency will legally seek compensation. If you are particularly interested in an indigenous person, you can submit an application to the Galaxy Travel Agency, which will collect their blood and genetic samples to custom-make a 7th-generation bionic doll for you, complete with a 2nd-generation smart chip, programmed with the identity background you request, and delivered to your residence. It comes with a 10-year warranty and free repairs, offering great value for the price. Hearing this, a few travelers somewhat disappointedly withdrew their gazes, giving up the chance to experience the local customs of Yunqiao City. Soon, the group found an inn to settle down temporarily, after which Shuxiao individually inquired about the needs of the many travelers. After instructing them on what to pay attention to, Shuxiao took a few travelers who were still interested in knowing more and began wandering around Yunqiao City. Water transportation is vital to the livelihoods of a nation. From large-scale grain distribution, imperial court tax revenue, military pay, court expenses, and official salaries to the small-scale movement of goods by traders and the circulation of silver coins, all rely on water transportation. In Yunqiao City, not only are there martial arts experts rarely seen in the martial world, but there is also a stationed elite army outside the city, ready to suppress any unrest at a moment's notice. This place is a treasure trove, where even the water is rich with oil floating on the great river. For those wealthy merchants, there are times when they are away from home with no cash to hand, and pawnshops exist for this very reason. There are dozens of pawnshops in Yunqiao City, not to mention the hundreds. The Fukong pawnshop where Chuzheng worked was unremarkable among them. Behind the counter, taller than a person's height, Chuzheng rested his chin in one hand, pretending to nap. Since discovering the significant discrepancy in time flow rates, most of Chuzheng's attention had remained at his incarnation's location. With his spiritual eye and his own expertise as a cultural relic restorer, in just a month, he had easily become the most discerning assessor in Fukong pawnshop. Even if he spent 100 years here, for Zhongyun realm it would be less than a year, a rare opportunity for Chuzheng to slow down and focus on improving his mind cultivation. All the way along, his cultivation had risen too fast, and his mind cultivation was gradually becoming insufficient to control the surging power within his body without flaws. Lacking a capable teacher's guidance, he had to fumble by himself, relying on his own feelings to find and mend the gaps in his cultivation. Ding, the wind chime hanging at the door jingled as a medium-built man in his 30s, whose movements suggested slyness, walked in. "How much is this worth?" The man held his head down, lifting a bundle wrapped in a handkerchief over his head and placing it on the counter. Chuzheng lifted the handkerchief with his finger, glanced at it, and his brow slightly furrowed. Wrapped in the handkerchief was a jade thumb ring, stained with blood, edged with gold thread, and emanating a clearly visible yin qi. The ring had a strong earthy smell, and even without consulting the information panel, Chuzheng's years of experience allowed him to judge that the ring had recently been unearthed. The man before him was most likely an earth rat, one who scavenged for valuables and graves. In my past life, I really disliked these kinds of people, because most earth rats have quite limited perception. Some ceramic steel inscriptions of considerable value were regarded as worthless in their eyes, and they would carelessly destroy them without a second thought. But now, Chuzheng couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. Along the way, the number of people he had killed was countless. In terms of karma, he probably bore a much heavier burden than those who plundered graves for a living. 1 old ring, 3 taels of patterned silver. After a quick estimate, Chuzheng casually named his price, applying a double discount. The ring was of decent quality and could fetch between 30 to 50 taels of silver on the resale market. That little? Can you add more? I'm willing to pledge my life on it. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly looked up, his expression hesitant. After he got a clearer view of Chuzheng's face, he stiffened for a moment, then, after taking a closer look, he suddenly let out an exclamation as if he had seen a ghost. Tree root? Hearing that, Chuzheng lifted his head and narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before recognizing the man in front of him. That day, when he first arrived in this star domain, among the 3 who had discarded a corpse, this man had been among them. A flicker of spiritual light shone in Chuzheng's pupils, and soon information was transmitted through the interface. Yu Dao, Zeroth Order Bone Age 32, Tomb Robber, frequently enters and exits mausoleums, internal organs eroded by Yin Qi, will not live past 40. Fixable, thinking of the 13 stabs in the back of tree root, Chuzheng became thoughtful. Combining the current information, it was highly likely that the murder stemmed from an inequitable division of the loot causing internal strife. At this moment, Yu Dao's expression was extremely complicated, with fear, disbelief, and a hint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. The sensitivity of a chi cultivator was incredibly sharp, and the fleeting intention to kill certainly did not escape Chuzheng's perception. The kind-hearted are nowhere to be found among those who deal with tombs all day. Chuzheng watched Yu Dao quietly before suddenly standing up, reaching from behind the counter to grab the man by the neck and dragging him behind the counter. 2 months had passed since he began practicing chi refining technique, with barely 20 days left until the 100 days spiritual transformation. His chi strength was nearing 10,000 jin, far beyond what an ordinary person like Yu Dao could withstand. Chuzheng stepped on Yu Dao's neck and glanced up at the tightly closed shop door before finally saying, "I ask, you answer. If you tell half a lie, I'll send you to mass burial mound, understand?" Yu Dao's mind was muddled at the moment, and it took a while for him to respond. Feeling the shoe about to crush his neck, he dared not hesitate and forced out a word through clenched teeth, "Understood." "Why did you kill Tree Root?" Chuzheng asked casually. "It wasn't me who wanted to kill you, it was Yan Lang who ordered me to. Your mother was killed by him, and he also set fire to your family house. It has nothing to do with me." "Was it really you who stabbed him 13 times? Chuzheng's brow raised slightly, adding a bit of force to his foot. He meant to test Yu Dao with the question, but had not expected such a quick confession. Given the 13 fatal stabs to a 14-year-old boy, each aimed at vital organs, he saw no trace of mercy in Yu Dao. Clearly unable to follow Chuzheng's line of thinking, Yu Dao felt bewildered for a moment, and only when his breathing became labored did he growl with a red face, "I can't remember how many stabs. I had no choice, with elders to look after and children to feed, how could I dare go against Yan Lang?" The blood rushing to his head clearly made Yu Dao's thoughts even more confused. He rambled on without waiting for Chuzheng to ask further, spilling most of the situation. The tomb robbers working with Yu Dao numbered 5, with Yan Lang as their leader, skilled in martial arts, a former member of the imperial guards of the Yuangu dynasty. But, for offending a powerful person's son, he was wrongfully imprisoned. During his exile, he took advantage of an unguarded moment to kill the soldiers escorting him and escaped. He then gathered a few henchmen and turned to banditry on the waters. However, due to the strict management of water transport by the imperial court and frequent purges by martial arts grandmasters leading elite imperial guards, the bandit business declined, leading them to become tomb robbers. Tree Root's involvement with such a dangerous thug was purely accidental. Tree Root's ancestors had been martial scholars, but the family had fallen on hard times. His grandfather, who had some martial skills in his lifetime, secured a tomb guardian's job for his descendants. Although it wasn't enough for immense wealth, it could ensure a life of comfort. But unpredictable disasters occur. His father died early due to chronic illness, and his mother was frail, bedridden for many years. Life became increasingly difficult. A tomb guardian often needs to enter the mausoleum to maintain the mechanisms of the tomb pathways, preventing them from falling into disrepair and being taken advantage of by tomb robbers. Yan Lang set his sights on that grand mausoleum, and after some investigation, under the pretense of seeking treatment for his mother's illness, he coaxed the layout of the traps from Tree Root, then murdered him to silence the witness. His methods were very clean and efficient. After the murder, he even set fire to the old house to stage it as an inside job. Chu Jing was already aware of what happened afterwards. Yan Lang was naturally sly and overly cautious. Almost always on guard, he waited more than 2 months after robbing that grand mausoleum before he started selling off the loot. In fact, over the past few days, Yu Dao had visited multiple pawnshops and sold over 20 funerary objects, all without a hitch, smooth sailing, until his encounter with Chu Jing today. It was simply a twist of fate, for if Chu Jing hadn't entered Tree Root's body, the incident wouldn't have happened at all. After listening, Chu Jing remained silent for a long while before he finally spoke. How many of you are currently in Yunqiao City? Where are Yan Lang and the others now? At this moment, Yu Dao was barely breathing, his eyes lifeless. Upon hearing the question, he whispered weakly, all at Pinyin. In. Ding, before Chu Jing could reflect any further, the wind chime by the door tinkled, signaling the arrival of another guest. Chu Jing straightened up, glanced over, and saw 5 people, 2 women and 3 men, all dressed in brightly polished attire, their clothing so new it bore no signs of ever being washed. The leading woman appeared to be about 20 years old, full of a brisk and resolute aura. Shopkeeper, show us some treasures to look at. If I like something, I'll buy it. These people behind me are not short on silver. The woman looked at Chu Jing, her eyes curved with a hint of a smile. Chu Jing sized up the group, furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an eerie sense of discord about these people. The spiritual light in his pupils flickered, and soon messages appeared on his face panel. Shuixiao, First Order Bone Age 52, Second Generation Gene Evolver of the Tianyao Federation, Senior Guide at Galaxy Travel Agency, highly experienced. Details, detailed information, implanted with the 4th generation Tianyao Genesis series chip at the base of the skull, has Tianyao Star Domain Network login access, advanced language sync translation function, live transmission recording function, and an emergency alarm system that can upload an alarm to the Galaxy One central hub within 1 minute. Chu Jing quickly scanned the information of the others and soon had a general understanding. These individuals did not belong to this world, or rather, they did not belong to this star. Looking at the information provided by the spiritual eye, Chu Jing fell into a deep thought. It seemed that what he saw in the starlight was not an illusion. This star indeed fell under the jurisdiction of a rather powerful civilization. Yet, he still lacked some information and could not fully analyze his current situation. Shopkeeper, why aren't you speaking? Shuixiao approached with a playful grin, tiptoeing and resting one hand on the counter. She suddenly flipped over and sat down on it, her tone flirty. If you don't have any impressive treasures, we'll just leave. She particularly enjoyed teasing such 14 or 15-year-old youths. The shyness of youth was always appealing. Before her words even finished, Shuixiao noticed the figure of Yu Dao under Chu Jing's feet. At the same time, a red light flickered in her eyes, bringing up a light screen. Warning, the target native's power is closing in on that of a first-generation gene evolver, and is currently engaging in criminal activity. Danger assessment, A level. The smile on Shuixiao's face instantly froze. Chu Jing remained expressionless as he suddenly increased the pressure under his foot. Crack, hearing the voices and desperately struggling, Yu Dao's body suddenly went limp. The crisp sound of a broken neck clearly entered Shuixiao's ears. Chu Jing lowered his eyelids, speaking indifferently. What does the guest wish to purchase? Looking at the prompt from the chip, Shuxiao felt a chill in her heart, leapt off the counter, and took several steps back. The strength comparable to a first-generation evolver meant that this seemingly harmless boy could tear apart tigers and split bears with his bare hands, no less formidable than some of the top predators on wild planets. What was more crucial was the danger rating, a level. The degree of danger was not directly related to strength. Some herbivores, though large, were gentle and not very dangerous. The higher the danger level rating, the more severe the target's propensity for violent crime, a judgment made by the chip based on the frequency of the target's brain waves, which was extremely precise. When preparing for criminal activities, the state of brain waves is highly abnormal. At a level, there was a risk of violence breaking out at any moment. For a moment, Shuxiao's heart pounded. She was not too worried about her own safety. She had once taken tourists to watch ancient battlefields firsthand, and as a second-generation gene evolver, she had also gone through real war trials and participated in interstellar wars. While her experience in life-and-death fights was not extensive, with her strength surpassing Chu Jing, she should have a good chance of subduing him. The key issue was that the few travelers behind her were not evolvers but ordinary people. Even though their physical fitness was much higher than the natives of Dongan Star, it was still difficult for them to compare with transcendent beings. In other words, it was easy for them to die. Moreover, if any one of them were injured, it would affect her future career. Chu Jing sensed Shuxiao's nervousness, glanced at the few travelers behind her, and quickly understood, patiently repeating the question he had just posed, "What would you like to buy?" Not wanting to provoke Chu Jing, Shuxiao's eyes shifted slightly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she thought of the ring on the counter and immediately asked, "That ring, how much silver?" Hearing this, Chu Jing looked down at Yu Dao, who had already breathed his last, and said softly, "This item is a dead pawn, priced at 50 pieces of patterned silver. If the guest likes it, you may purchase it." "I'll buy it." Shuxiao did not waste words with Chu Jing, reached into her sleeve, pulled out a silver ingot, placed it in front of Chu Jing, picked up the ring, and turned to leave. "Wait a moment, guest." Chu Jing's voice came from behind her. Shuxiao's mind tensed, and she suddenly turned around, her eyes full of vigilance. "You forgot to take the receipt." Chu Jing bowed his head, penned the receipt quickly, and stamped it with the seal of Fukong Pawnshop. There are rules to follow in business. Shuxiao took the receipt, looking back with every step, leading the few travelers out of the pawnshop. Only after leaving the pawnshop did Shuxiao finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Is that child really that dangerous? Miss Shua, aren't you a bit too nervous?" Once outside the pawnshop, the travelers all wore faces of disbelief. They had not seen the corpse at Chu Jing's feet. If not for the few words Shuxiao reminded them through the chip, they would have already started asking questions inside the pawnshop. His aggressiveness is comparable to some ancient large carnivores, a top terrestrial predator. Shuxiao's expression was very serious, warning them with a hint of caution, "I am considering everyone's safety. The natives here are very dangerous for you, and I hope you also take your safety seriously." The travelers didn't seem to care much, merely nodding nonchalantly. In response, Shuxiao felt a wave of helplessness. Living in a peaceful environment for a long time, people's guard tends to unconsciously lower. Nowadays, most citizens in the Tianyao Federation lack a sense of crisis. These people living in the ancient dynasty are actually quite dangerous, not only in terms of power but more so psychologically. In past interstellar wars, she had seen many evolvers stronger than her perish due to their carelessness. One must always be very cautious of uneducated, lawless mobs. However, speaking of this to the travelers now was merely a waste of effort. Years of habits cannot be changed overnight. After all, it was just a 7-day trip that passed in the blink of an eye. Shuxiao turned to look back at the pawnshop and felt an urge to visit the government office in Yunqiao City to ask the locals to deal with the dangerous element in the pawnshop. But after hesitating for a while, she gave up on the idea. She was a guide, her main aim was to lead the travelers through their sightseeing trip. Getting involved in the troubles among these natives was just a waste of time. Moreover, it was just a native who had died, worthless. Inside the pawnshop, As he watched Shuxiu and the others leave, Chuzheng looked down at the hefty silver ingot, deep in thought. The way Shuxiu handled the silver earlier was very casual, and he noticed some clues similar to a storage space technique. According to the information previously provided by the panel, Shuxiu was a second-generation gene evolver of the Tianyao Federation, her strength already at the First Order, equivalent to a cultivator of the Spirit Spring realm. This was merely a guide, judging from the combat sequence of a civilization. A guide is by no means a combatant. The reliance of the Tianyao Federation was probably not just the cosmic warships he saw in the stars, the creatures therein might follow a different path of life evolution. This point could be of some reference value for his cultivation path. The wisdom of old, using other mountain stones to polish jade, is indeed worth leveraging. However, rashly making contact with Shuxiu now would probably not be easy, and might even alarm the enemy. He needed to remain hidden for a while longer and wait for the opportunity. Since Shuxiu acted as a guide today, leading these people here and had even prepared the appropriate attire, it meant that this place must be quite a famous tourist destination within the Tianyao Federation. Even if Shuxiu left, there would likely be no shortage of tourists in the future. Time was on his side, and he had all the time in the world. Chuzheng got up, closed the shop door, casually hung up a closed sign, then retrieved a straw mat from inside, rolled up Yudao's corpse in it, and placed it in a corner. It was still early outside, unsuitable for disposing of the body. Besides, he also needed to prepare a set of night clothes for activities later in the evening. In addition to Yudao, he needed to deal with Yan Lang and his crew as quickly as possible to prevent future complications. Chuzheng wasn't worried about troubles befalling him, but just as with the encounter involving Tree Root previously, Yudao's death here could inadvertently involve other innocent people due to Yan Lang. Facing such poisonous snakes from the gutter, the best course of action was to strike them dead with a single blow and resolve the problem once and for all. In Yunqiao City, there were over 100 inns of various sizes. The inns to the west of the city charged the highest prices, simply because they were closer to the port and docks. From a window, one could see the great river's ceaseless flow and their own ships. Pinyin Inn was among them, ranking as a well-known large inn, and naturally, the prices were not cheap. The sky gradually darkened, and the setting sun cast a brilliant silhouette amidst the ancient buildings with green-tiled roofs. The main hall of the inn was filled with tables and chairs, occupied by merchants and gallant warriors from the Jianghu, toasting and chatting. The topics ranged from the affairs in the highest of temples, the Golden Throne Hall, to the most ordinary happenings in the marketplace. No subject was off-limits for these people of all walks of life. As for the truth of these talks, it was up to oneself to discern. On the second floor, scholars and poets chanted by the angry river, enjoying the sunset and engaging in poetic exchanges. The scene of a historic and flourishing ancient dynasty was vividly depicted within this single inn. In a corner of the main hall, 4 burly men sat around a table, fraught with an absence of greens but brimming with large servings of meat and poultry. They ate and drank like the bottomless, their mouths dripping with grease, and their mere act of dining revealed a bandit-like demeanor. However, in a gathering place for all sorts of people, there were many whose table manners were even worse than theirs, so they didn't attract much attention. Dining, one man looked up at the sky and said indistinctly, "Why hasn't Dog come back yet?" The man's head was wrapped in a tea-colored headscarf, his skin dark and face rugged yet honest-looking. Sitting opposite him was a lean man, his hair graying and his face lined with age, giving him a somewhat elderly appearance. He immediately took up the conversation. Maybe he sneaked off to a brothel. Before he finished speaking, the muscular, bare-chested giant to his left let out a cold laugh. "You think Dao's like you? Can't live a day without the lips of a brothel girl. Besides, he can't even pull out a couple of copper coins, let alone have silver. If he dared to embezzle silver and sneak some fun, wouldn't he fear Wolfhead chopping him up?" The men took turns speaking, while the big man seated by the window, eating in silence, was nearly 40 with a face marked by the weather, a long scar on the left side, and narrow eyes as sharp as swords, giving him a fierce look. In the blink of an eye, the last ray of the setting sun disappeared beneath the horizon, leaving no trace. 2 silver moons rose into the sky. suspended high above. Inside the main hall, guests came and went, the atmosphere growing livelier as time passed. In the corner, the three who had spoken earlier were no longer chatting idly, instead wearing cold expressions and staring intently at the entrance, except for the scar-faced man, who seemed insatiable and continued eating. Moments later, a group of people entered the inn, their faces bearing smiles, led by a woman in her early 20s. "Wolfhead, look what that girl has in her hand." The lean man suddenly shouted in a low voice, his expression sour. Hearing this, the scar-faced man gnawing on a chicken leg halted his motion, lifted his head, and fixed his gaze on the object in the entering woman's hand. A gold-threaded jade thumb ring was twirling and flicking gracefully on her slender fingertips. After observing for a moment, he ground the chicken bone in his mouth, swallowed, and spoke calmly, "When night falls and the place quiets down, drag her to the ship, probe her, and make sure there are no slip-ups." Upon hearing this, the three men rose from their seats. The lean man headed for the kitchen, the brawny half-naked man proceeded upstairs, and the seemingly honest man went straight out of the inn. Over an hour later, four individuals reconvened in the elegant private room on the third floor. "I found out, just arrived in town today, river-crossing dragon, spending freely, should be a fat prize. I've looked, several of them have some strength, but possess no inner strength, won't be difficult to handle." The honest-looking man spoke first, his brow slightly furrowed as he added, "Dawu hasn't come back yet, I'm afraid it's more likely bad news than good. Just don't know if these people did it. That last seems like the leader, hard to gauge her depth, could be a bit of a handful. Then let's snatch a few, leave a note, and force them to come out of the city to talk." Yen Lang pondered for a moment and changed his earlier plan. "There's a grandmaster in the city, causing trouble will invite problems." The season had turned to deep autumn. The night grew darker, the cold wind more biting, seeping into the marrow of one's bones. A shadow silently landed in the midst of Ping'an Inn. Chu Zhang's eyes were sharp as lightning, searching through the window for any trace of Yen Lang and his men. Just as he started looking, several figures flew out from the back of the inn, each carrying a person, moving rapidly with a brisk pace, heading straight for the city outskirts. Chu Zhang's pupils flickered with spiritual light, and he quickly discovered the information he was looking for. Yen Lang, Zeroth Order former Imperial Guard of the Yuangu dynasty, tomb robber, had a fortuitous encounter in his early years, possesses the inner strength of a full zodiac cycle, almost comparable to a martial arts grandmaster. Besides Yen Lang, the people being carried, according to the information on the panel, were all citizens of the Tianyao Federation, clearly tourists who had come here to sightsee. This meant Shuxiao should also be inside Ping'an Inn. Just as Chu Jing was about to follow them, a figure suddenly burst out of the inn, without the slightest deviation, chasing directly after the departing Yen Lang and his men. Shuxiao. Seeing this, Chu Jing concealed his aura and slowly followed. Tracking and locating someone was clearly not a difficult feat for the Tianyao Federation. Quite the coincidence. Chu Jing couldn't help but sigh slightly. Yen Lang was truly audacious, probably without any idea of the kind of person he had provoked. Shuxiao, after all, had reached first order, to mortals that was equivalent to an immortal, simply not someone these few could deal with. Even grandmasters, great grandmasters, in front of a being of first order, were nothing but chickens and dogs. With just one finger, Shuxiao could easily crush Yen Lang and his men to death. In a blink of an eye, Chu Jing followed Shuxiao's trail out of the city, running several miles before stopping at a mountain pass. He found a treetop and quietly slipped into it, settling down to watch. The development of this affair had completely surpassed his expectations, and now, all he could do was watch the show unfold. Yen Lang stood at the mountain pass, showing no signs of breathlessness, his face cold and composed, his palm tightly gripping someone's throat. A little pressure would be enough to kill. At this moment, a sense of dread filled his heart. This woman's speed was terrifyingly fast, even when he exerted his qigong to the fullest, he couldn't shake her off in the slightest. She had caught up to him in the time it took to make a cup of tea. He knew very well that this time, he had probably hit a snag. "Let him go, whatever you want, I can give it to you," Shuixiu said in a steady voice, showing no sign of impatience, but inwardly she was burning with anxiety. The lives of these tourists were each more precious than the last, and any mishap would mean the end of her career as a tour guide. The moment she learned of the situation, she had already activated the alarm system, and now all she needed to do was to stall for time, waiting for the central processing unit to respond. Yan Lang tightened his grip and shouted harshly, "I want 10,000 taels of silver. I'll give it to you." Without any hesitation, Shuixiu reached into her sleeve and pulled out a stack of silver notes, 10,000 taels in silver notes. "Let him go, and I'll ensure your safe departure." "Are you serious?" Looking at the silver note in Shuixiu's hand, even Yan Lang, who had weathered many storms, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. 100,000 taels of snowflake-patterned silver was enough for him to live comfortably for most of his life. After snapping out of it, he turned his head to look at the people beside him and uttered a low shout, "Bring it here to take a look." A burly man with a towering stature stepped forward, took the silver note from Shuixiu's hand, and presented it to Yan Lang. Seeing the genuine silver note, Yan Lang's cheeks trembled slightly, his scar twisted like a centipede, and his eyes blazed with intense fire. He lowered his head to gaze at the person he was holding in his hand, and in that instant, uncontrollable greed surged into his mind. He had not expected these people before him to be worth so much money. 100,000 taels of snowflake-patterned silver, and this woman didn't even blink an eye when offering it, indicating that these people's identities must be extraordinary. Even bloodline members of the ordinary royal family might not be worth this much. After this job, he could completely retire and live in seclusion, no longer needing to live a life on the edge of the knife. For a moment, Yan Lang was almost spellbound, his mind filled with visions of a carefree life as he gazed at the silver note before him. "Release them." Shuixiu suppressed her anger and reminded him. "I've changed my mind." Yan Lang came to his senses, took a deep breath, and said tentatively with a hint of testing, "I want 1,000,000 taels of gold." Before he finished speaking, everyone behind Yan Lang took a deep breath. 1,000,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 10 million taels of silver, enough for them to spend for 10 lifetimes, enjoying all the glory, wealth, and luxury in the world. "I don't have that much silver note on me right now, just let them go, give me 2 days, and I can give it to you." Hearing this, Shuixiu's heart grew even more enraged, but she still agreed without any hesitation. After all, compared to the life of a federal citizen and her own future career, so-called gold and silver were utterly inconsequential. Her straightforward attitude gave Yan Lang pause, making him feel like he had underbid. Driven by rapidly expanding greed, he changed his terms once more. "I have 6 people in my hands right now, 1,000,000 taels of gold per person. Today I'll return 2 of them to you." Then, he took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and spoke hoarsely, "I'll give you 2 days to gather 6 million gold notes. 2 days later, we meet here again. You give me the gold notes, and I'll return the remaining 4 people to you, square and fair." Yan Lang's greed both shocked and angered Shuixiu, and just as she was about to speak, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, flashing with dazzling red lights. "Your emergency call has been acknowledged by Galaxy 1. The fastest armed reinforcement will arrive in about 5 hours. During these 5 hours, the life safety of a federal citizen cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, based on a comprehensive judgment, as the only person on this scene with combat experience, you are the best choice for emergency response. Sergeant Shuixiu, according to our records, you belong to the combat sequence of the 5th Division of the 3rd Legion of our Federation. You are an excellent soldier of the Tianyao Federation. Based on the assessment of indigenous forces on Dongan Star, your abilities are fully sufficient to deal with the current situation. Are you willing to undertake this responsibility?" Shuixiu snapped back to reality, raised her head to look at Yan Lang and the others in the distance, her eyes brimming with an irrepressible killing intent. This man's boundless greed had pushed her patience to the limit. Looking at the light screen before her, Shuixiu did not hesitate and chose to agree. "Sergeant Shuixiu, thank you for your bravery. According to the emergency protocol of the Tianyao Federation Cosmic Law, your military rank is temporarily restored. Temporary law enforcement authority is granted, and military standard equipment access is unlocked. Digital armor has been sent to your spatial code, please check immediately. Please ensure the hostage's safety at all costs, the Federation stands with you. As the last message flashed by, Shuishio's expression shifted, and she suddenly raised her hand. An ephemeral light emerged from the void and landed on her exterior. Then, in an instant, the light solidified into a suit of silver-white battle armor that completely enveloped Shuishio. This eerie transformation left Yanlang completely dumbfounded, having no idea what had just happened. The three men behind him were even more overwhelmed, now totally spellbound. Shuishio drew out a spherical object and tossed it into the air. Bumayuro following a spark, an invisible ripple instantly spread out, enveloping a few hundred yards in its scope. Chujing, who was crouching in the shadows of the trees, felt as though he had been struck on the back of the head by a heavy hammer. A mass of disorderly information rushed into his mind, subjecting his divine soul to an indescribable shock, scattering his thoughts, resulting in a momentary system crash. By the time he had collected himself, the situation before him had already drastically changed. The 6 people who had been captured by Yan Lang's group had now all been freed, and were scattered on the ground in disarray. At the foot of the mountain, only Shuishio, clad in the silver-white battle armor, and Yan Lang's 4-person team remained. Yan Lang, looking at his empty palms, turned pale. In just an instant, he had no understanding of what happened. By the time he came to his senses, the people in his hands had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Chu Zheng's face suddenly became stern, and he immediately activated his spiritual eye, focusing on Shuishio. The information from the panel quickly entered his mind. Tianyao War God Series Armor, 2nd Order, the 3rd upgraded version of the Tianyao Federation War God Series, standard military equipment, flight speed 3,000 km per hour, equipped with mid-level firepower, carrying 4 Typhon II-type explosive projectiles, capable of performing a radius of 300 km area sweep. Detailed, looking at the information provided by the panel, Chujin couldn't help but be surprised. What surprised him was not the strength of the armor, but the method by which Shuishio acquired it. If Shuishio had had this set of battle armor from the beginning, she wouldn't have wasted so much time with Yan Lang and the others, and she definitely wouldn't have offered a silver note to negotiate. This Tianyao War God Series armor must have just recently come into Shuishio's hands by some means. Transporting such a set of armor across the universe in an instant, even the powerful beings from the Tongxian secret realm would hardly achieve that. You have all violated Volume 1, Article 3 of the Tianyao Federation Cosmic Law, committing an unforgivable crime against my Federation's citizens and severely threatening the lives of my Federation's citizens. Shuishio, by law, sentences you 4 to death. With the armor equipped, Shuishio's aura had changed drastically compared to before, the electronic synthesized voice from the armor cold and merciless. She slightly twisted her palm, and there appeared a silver-white pistol in her hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Yan Lang clutched the 100,000 taels of silver notes he grabbed, turned, and fled. His inner strength surged like a cloud-stepping swallow. He moved dozens of meters in a step, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared completely into the dense forest. The remaining 3 finally reacted and hurriedly followed suit, fleeing desperately, cursing their parents for not giving them an extra pair of legs. Such a monster, beyond their comprehension, didn't spur even a trace of resistance inside them. Shuishio didn't pursue. The red light on the faceplate flickered, locked on the few men, and then she fired 4 shots into the sky. After shooting, she did not bother to check the outcome. She simply disengaged the armor and turned back to wake up the 6 stunned travelers. Soon, all 6 woke up. From the data on Shuishio's chip, they had seen what just occurred. Their first reaction wasn't fear but excitement and regret. This thrill of life and death adventure, they rarely had the chance to experience. Unfortunately, they were unconscious at the time and unable to experience its intricacies themselves. Shuishio could only sigh lightly at this and led the group back to the inn. Only after Shuishio and her group had left did Chu Jing move his body and started to follow the direction Yan Lang had fled in. Soon, by following scant clues, he found Yan Lang. Yan Lang's body was under an ancient tree so wide it would take 3 people to encircle it, his head already vanishing without a trace, and the stump of his neck scorched black as if seared by high heat, with not a trickle of blood. In his palm, he still tightly clutched the bundle of silver notes. The deaths of Yan Lang and the others were purely self-inflicted, their greediness led to such an end. Indeed, if he had simply taken the silver notes and left, Shuixiu probably wouldn't have pursued them to kill. However, with Chuzheng behind them, even if they had decided to stop in time and leave immediately, they wouldn't have survived the night, their fate was sealed. Chuzheng stepped forward, pried open his fingers, counted the silver notes, then started searching the body. Soon, he gathered some items, a bundle of silver notes, a few pieces of broken silver, totaling a few thousand taels of silver, and 2 martial arts manuals. Chuzheng glanced at them and tossed them aside. Zeroth order martial arts, with no potential whatsoever. With his current level of insight, a glance was all he needed to see through them, with nothing worthwhile. After confirming there was nothing overlooked, Chuzheng stood up and left. The idea of giving Yan Lang a proper burial never crossed his mind. The forest teemed with wild wolves, this end, for Yan Lang, was suitable. As for the bodies of the other 3, Chuzheng didn't plan on searching for them. Yan Lang had so little to his name, the rest could be imagined, not worth the effort to investigate. The following morning, the sun rose, sweeping away the chill of the night. The treetops gleamed with morning dew, bursting with vitality. Pingin in. I'm very sorry, dear travelers, this sightseeing trip is going to end ahead of schedule. Shuixiu stood in front of the many travelers, her face expressing apology. Due to my negligence, you were put in danger, and even your central nerves have been damaged to varying degrees by the drugs, for which I am truly very sorry. After you return, you can seek medical treatment on your own, and then send the medical center's billing statement to my private email. I, Galaxy Travel Agency, will reimburse all the medical expenses for this incident, and the travel costs will also be fully refunded. Regarding this, the reactions of many travelers varied. Some were left wanting more, some discontented, while others, feeling a bit frightened, were ready to leave this contentious place. After all, many people considered their own safety of utmost importance, valuing their lives above all else. Not everyone was willing to risk their lives for the thrill of adventure. This incident also had a significant impact on Shuixiu. Though these travelers hadn't suffered any physical injuries, the anesthetic drugs of this era had severe side effects on the human body, damaging the central nervous system and even causing cognitive disorders. Under her leadership, these tourists had sustained these injuries, and even though she had tried her best to avert irreversible consequences, her career as a guide was likely to suffer a major blow. A group left the inn in high spirits. Shuixiu looked up and surveyed her surroundings when her expression suddenly turned perplexed. In the corner of the bustling street, an unforgettable youth was sitting at a wonton stall by the roadside. Feeling her gaze, Chuzheng put down his bowl and met Shuixiu's eyes with a nod and a smile. The two looked at each other from across the street, silent for a long time. During this period, Shuixiu looked several times at the armor stored in her space, hesitated for a long time, but eventually chose to let it go. After all, the youth had never troubled her, and even though he had killed, it should be the locals who judged him. For her to take action now would seem too much like misdirected anger. Until this youth harmed a Federation citizen, she had no reason to strike him. Without another glance, she turned and led the group of travelers out of Yunqiao City, setting off on their return journey. Chuzheng watched as the group disappeared from view, picked up his bowl, and downed the wontons in one gulp before getting up to leave. At first, he hadn't understood why Yan Lang had provoked Shuixiu. It was only after he dealt with Yudao's corpse yesterday that he realized it. It must have been because of that jade thumb ring. A series of unfortunate misunderstandings had caused troubles for Shuixiu because of him. Chuzheng didn't think this was his fault, as Shuixiu had wanted to buy the thumb ring herself, which was beyond his control. It was just an extreme coincidence. Chuzheng slowly left the city and found a site with good feng shui. He hired several skilled craftsmen and built a luxurious tomb for tree root, thereby settling a lingering obsession. Previously, he had been short on money, but now he had some spare cash to settle these trifles. He had visited Tree Root's old home, only to find nothing but ashes left. Chu Jing had already resigned from his job at Fukong Pawnshop in the morning since it was initially just a way to make a living. Now, he did not need to waste his time there anymore. Chu Jing stayed in the countryside for over half a month, until the tomb was completely restored, and he had crossed the 100-day threshold, entering the spirit transformation realm. This time, entering the spirit transformation, his feelings were vastly different. The power was much weaker than when he was in Songyun realm, several times weaker. The change in nature's spiritual energy significantly affected cultivation. Shallow waters cannot breed a true dragon. In such a place sparse in spiritual energy, Chu Jing's cultivation wouldn't be strong, despite refining qi. Until death, unless he used the method of qi absorption, and gradually depleted all the stars. However, the killing that would cause was far too severe. Chu Jing leisurely made his way back to Yunqiao City. Compared to when he left, many changes had happened outside the city gates, with several portraits of newly wanted criminals displayed. One portrait was unmistakably that of Tree Root. Yuanfeng royal tomb guardian, surnamed Tree, named Root, accused of plundering the tomb he guarded. Chu Jing scanned the wanted poster and fixed his gaze on the reward amount listed at the bottom, frowning. Why only 100 silver? By noon, the flow of people before Yunqiao City was like a woven tapestry. Before the city tower, a bounty list was posted, with a glance revealing no fewer than 20-odd posters. Committing crimes through martial arts was not anything new since ancient times. With the vastness of the world, even for grandmasters with profound inner strength, seeking someone was like searching for a needle in the ocean, relying only on wanted orders to find clues. Chu Jing scanned over these wanted posters, the reward amounts varying. The highest was worth 100,000 taels of silver, for a grandmaster who had vanished without a trace for nearly 20 years. The most recent news about this grandmaster was that they had appeared near the imperial capital, and considering the safety of the imperial capital, the reward for this grandmaster had recently increased by a significant amount. As for the bounty on Tree Root, it was only 100 taels, ranked at the very bottom. In fact, if it weren't for the issue concerning the tombs of lords and princes, Tree Root would not even qualify to be on the list. Chu Jing stared at the wanted posters for a moment, then stepped out from the crowd and approached the wanted orders. This action immediately attracted the attention of many people. Soon, someone recognized that his appearance was identical to the one on the wanted orders, stirring up a wave of whispers. My surname is Chu, and my name is Jing, not Tree Root. Chu Jing lifted his hand, took down the wanted order, turned back to face the crowd, and spoke in a calm voice. From today onwards, I claim to be the number one under the heavens. Those who disagree, come find me in the imperial capital. I will stay in the imperial capital for 2 years, giving everyone an opportunity. He could no longer use the name Tree Root. Walking the world without his real name made this life's trials and tribulations meaningless for him. Now that he had reached spirit transformation, the people on this planet were hardly a challenge for the current Chu Jing. He did not plan to stay on this planet for too long. He intended to acquire as many resources as possible in the shortest time, push his cultivation to the pinnacle, and then contacting the Tianyao Federation was his next course of action. Lingering here, with a weak foundation, was like a hidden dragon trapped in shallow waters, a sheer waste of time. Presumptuous. Audacious scoundrel. Xing, angry shouts mixed with the sounds of swords and sabers being drawn exploded in unison. The Imperial Guard stationed near the wanted orders reacted immediately, drawing their blades and encircling Chu Jing like a pack of wolves. Imperial Guards apprehend the thief, bystanders step back. A general clad in dark armor, holding a long spear, strode over with the might of a dragon and tiger. The clanging of his iron armor resounded, and with a long howl like a booming bell, it shook the field, clearly having cultivated inner strength. He leaped up suddenly, shattering more than a dozen blue bricks. As his imposing figure rose into the air, his long spear came down like a giant axe aimed at Chu Jing's crown. The strike, with colossal strength of thousands of pounds, would tear apart even tigers and wolves. Chuzheng was unmoved. He neatly folded the wanted order and placed it in his pocket, then turned and headed towards the port. Whoosh, a rumbling gust of wind sounded in the void, a mighty whirlwind that appeared from nowhere, sweeping up by Chuzheng's side, sweeping in all directions. The furious charge of the dark-armored general, along with dozens of Imperial guards, were all swept away by the hurricane, like leaves in the wind, pushed back hundreds of yards. In the spirit transformation realm, possessing divine abilities and techniques, to mortals he was nothing less than an immortal, an insurmountable barrier. Chuzheng strode across the street without a sideways glance, quickly reaching the vicinity of the port. The Imperial guards following him numbered in the hundreds, facing several hundred elite warriors in iron armor, including masters who had cultivated inner strength. Even a common grandmaster would taste defeat. Learning from their previous encounter, these Imperial guards didn't approach Chuzheng, but drew strong bows and crossbows, loading them with feathered arrows gleaming with cold light. Swish, in the blink of an eye, 2 volleys were loosed, the arrows sliced through the air, their piercing whistles echoing continuously, a terrifying sight with 1,000 arrows filling the sky. Chuzheng stopped in his tracks, his robe billowing gently. As the crossbow arrows approached within 3 yards of him, they all fell to the ground, not a single feather touching him. "No more than 3 offenses, provoke me again, and I'll take your heads," he said, glancing at the nearby Imperial guards, his low voice halting the movements of hundreds of soldiers. The arrows were nocked, yet no one dared to shoot. All were martial practitioners, and in just 2 short exchanges, they had recognized the vast gulf between them and Chuzheng, an unbridgeable chasm, and to engage again would likely be suicidal. In that moment, the expressions of the many captains of the Imperial Guards, as well as the martial bystanders, were filled with utter shock. Since the inception of the Yuangu dynasty 576 years ago, there had never been someone who regarded hundreds of elite iron-armored soldiers as nothing. Moreover, the youth before them looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. Even if one had practiced martial arts since the womb, they should not possess such inhuman strength. Under the gaze of hundreds of Imperial guards, Chuzheng entered the port, randomly picked a small boat, and took out a silver note worth 100 taels, tossing it to the boatman. "I bought this boat," he said succinctly. Once the boatman carefully verified the authenticity of the silver note, joy spread across his face, and he hurriedly disembarked and went ashore. "As you please, hero." Chuzheng, without a word, lightly activated the yuan qi within him. At the stern, a 100-yard wave erupted like an arrow, speeding down the river, straight toward the imperial capital. Even in the bleakest of lands, heaven sometimes yields ancient medicine and heavenly and earthly treasures. The imperial palace was bound to be filled with countless rarities, making it the most time-efficient destination. Yunqiao City was well connected, and in just one night, the news of a peerless young grandmaster's emergence spread like wildfire throughout the world, causing a sensation. To be merely 14 or 15 and openly declaring to be the foremost under the heavens. This was the first time in recorded history that anyone had dared to make such an audacious claim. But with him single-handedly repelling hundreds of imperial guards and thousands of arrows falling without touching a feather, many had witnessed this astonishing feat with their own eyes. It was genuine and substantial. As the news spread, the name Chuzheng became increasingly well known on this star of stars. The term tree root, however, was mentioned by no one. Chuzheng traveled down the river, not rushing his journey, and only arrived at the imperial capital of the Yuangu dynasty several days later. By then, the imperial capital was already under full lockdown, with armies of 10,000 stationed on all sides, fully armed and vigilant, patrolling the 5 districts day and night, the city alight with non-stop lanterns. The imperial court had given considerable attention to this young master who had appeared out of nowhere. Recently, the soldiers guarding the city had all been replaced by elite imperial guards, and grandmasters personally guarded every gate diligently to prevent any oversights. The morning was misty with drizzling rain. As the season moved toward winter, the climate became colder still. In front of the vermilion gates of the imperial capital, the crowd was sparse. In these days, the scrutiny for entering the city had been extremely stringent, causing many merchants and citizens to sense something unusual and gradually reduce their outings. A figure emerged from the blurred veil of rain and walked slowly towards the gate of the imperial capital. Chuzheng was clad in a light cyan robe, his hair held up with a wooden hairpin in a Taoist bun, his eyes scanning around with a hint of divine charm. As his cultivation advanced, his appearance was also changing imperceptibly. In front of the city gate, there were very few people. On one side of the Vermilion Gate, a temporary tea tent was set up, under which sat an old man in his 60s, boiling tea. Looking up at the rain for a moment, he saw Chuzheng, and his originally calm expression instantly turned solemn. The young man emerging from under the rain was dressed in a long robe, without a single wet spot, wearing a pair of fabric shoes that were impeccably clean, devoid of any mud. These two details alone were enough to show that the young man's martial arts had reached a superhuman level. Considering the recent rumors, it wasn't hard to identify the identity of the person before him. Soon, the presence of Chuzheng was also noticed at the city gate. His age, around 14 or 15, quickly drew the attention of the many imperial guards. The old man under the tea tent slowly stood up, his figure swift like the wind, and in the span of a few breaths, he crossed 100 yards and landed in front of Chuzheng. "I am Zhou Shan, and I have met the young Grandmaster today. I hope you will not hesitate to enlighten me." Zhou Shan saluted with cupped fists, his eyes full of solemnity. The moment he saw Chuzheng, he knew the rumors were true. The young man before him had a realm far beyond that of a Grandmaster. Chuzheng did not speak, but slowly extended his hand. Zhou Shan's expression changed dramatically, the slightly youthful palm expanded rapidly in front of his eyes, in an instant covering the sky and almost obscuring his entire view. There was no escape. He withdrew swiftly, and after a few moments, he stopped, his back firmly pressed against something. Behind him was the city wall, with no escape. The hand still loomed before him, neither far nor near, like a divine peak, capable of crushing him to death should it fall. Chuzheng slowly withdrew his hand and walked towards the city gate. Light returned before Zhou Shan's eyes, his back was drenched in cold sweat, his face somewhat dazed as he watched Chuzheng's retreating figure, leaning against the city wall and sliding down to sit, unable to recover for a long time. The gap was too vast. The gap between him and Chuzheng was as if they were not walking the same path. He was on the mortal path, while Chuzheng trod the path of the immortal. This was a fundamental gap that could not be crossed. Seeing the Grandmaster defeated without a fight, none of the numerous imperial guards dared to make a move. They retreated to either side, clearing the way for Chuzheng. Zhou Shan got up and followed behind Chuzheng, keeping a moderate distance. He was a Grandmaster of the imperial court. If Chuzheng were to assassinate the emperor and plunge the world into chaos, even though he was no match, he would have to fight to the death, even if it cost him his life. The hundreds of imperial guards trailed far behind, not daring to step over the boundary. Passing by a wonton stall, Chuzheng stopped, sat down, and had a bowl of wontons. Simple wontons, nothing out of the ordinary, but he always inexplicably felt like pausing here for a while. Eventually, it seemed to have become a habit for him. The street was utterly silent, the vicinity had already been cleared by the many imperial guards. Zhou Shan watched Chuzheng, his brows furrowed tightly, he really couldn't understand what Chuzheng intended to do. A moment later, Chuzheng stood up and headed straight for the imperial palace. News of Chuzheng entering the city had spread to the imperial palace beforehand, many grandmasters had already assembled there. As he approached the grand gates of the imperial palace, there stood hundreds of figures, with no fewer than 30 grandmasters among them, the rest being experts who had developed their inner strength. It was unsurprising for an empire at its peak to have such a foundation. Gazing at the crowd blocking his path, Chuzheng took a deep breath. His yuan qi lightly stirred, and a great fire ignited behind him, soaring more than 10 zhang. In the next instant, the flames condensed into a human figure, like a deity overlooking the palace walls. Facing such a mystical scene, the many grandmasters' faces were filled with shock, retreating again and again, unable to comprehend. In their eyes, this was not martial arts, but immortal law. In the next instant, before Chuzheng could speak, the figures in front of the palace gates suddenly dispersed, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in imperial robes. Chuzheng glanced at him and recognized his identity. The son of heaven of the Yuangu dynasty, Liao Shizhao. Please, superior immortal, restrain your divine skills. Liao Shizhao bowed deeply. May I ask, superior immortal, what brings you here? Should there be any orders, none in the Yuangu dynasty will disobey. The appearance of this blazing deity had already proven the gap between them, mere mortals, and Chuzheng. There was no need for further futile efforts. Chuzheng dissolved the great fire behind him and spoke slowly. Open the imperial palace's treasury, let me take a look. Such an understanding reaction suited his intentions exactly. Upon hearing this, Liao Shizhao was stunned but promptly ordered someone to open the treasury. As Chuzheng had expected, the treasury indeed contained some heavenly and earthly treasures and several hundred-year-old medicines, which were quite useful to him at this time. After browsing around, Chuzheng gained quite a bit. After leaving the treasury, he used the divine skills transmute stone to gold and gave Liao Shizhao a gold palace, worth as much as the items he had taken. Arrange for someone to help me search for some old medicines, you won't lack silver. Chuzheng casually remarked, and before Liao Shizhao and the grandmasters could react, he had already left the imperial palace. Sitting on the city walls of the imperial capital, he began using the heavenly and earthly treasures and the many old medicines to enhance his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. This past year, Chuzheng had been sitting on the city walls of the imperial capital without moving an inch, becoming a unique part of the scenery. His actions within the imperial palace had spread throughout the world, even becoming exaggerated, and everyone began to regard him as an immortal descended to earth. Consequently, no one dared to come here to challenge him. Chuzheng had no interest in the imperial throne, which was more than good news for the Yuangu royal family. They naturally met all of Chuzheng's requests. Over this year, numerous grandmasters and many imperial guards had been tirelessly searching for old medicines and precious treasures for him. Besides these, Liao Shizhao, fearing Chuzheng might grow bored, occasionally sent him some peculiar tales to pass the time. Chuzheng would read these messages, though most were of little use. Until one day, a piece of news caught his attention. A squad of imperial guards, deep in the mountains, had discovered a depression full of divine iron. For the people of this planet, anything that could not be damaged by weapons was termed divine iron, essentially just high-density metals. The presence of so much divine iron must have a cause. 10-1, it had something to do with the Tianyao Federation. Chuzheng thought for a moment and immediately set off, leaving the imperial capital. It took him half a month, but he finally arrived at the depression mentioned in the message. Before him was a vast pit thousands of zhang in radius, scattered with many metallic wreckage, all overgrown with moss, obviously having been there for some time. Hidden deep in the mountains, this pit was rarely visited, if not for the imperial court spending a great deal of effort in gathering information and conducting visits. It would have taken many years before anyone discovered it. The moment he touched the metallic wreckage, the panel quickly gave a prompt. Patrol ship, 4th Order/incomplete, mounted on the Tianyao Federation's God of the Starry Sky flagship, equipped with an intermediate energy core, advanced search radar, advanced firepower deployment, loaded with 2 Tianyao 7 type bombing missiles, capable of suppressing lower rank stars on its own, reparable, 0/1000, detailed information, crashed 300 years ago due to a shattered central core, emergency escape system was not activated, all crew members perished. Missing high-grade alloys and some precision components. Chuzheng glanced at the information on the panel and gathered all the wreckage in the depression in one place, reducing the repair count to 300. In less than a year, he would be able to repair this patrol ship and use it to leave the star. The appearance of this wreck undoubtedly resolved a great deal of trouble for Chuzheng. Recklessly contacting the people of the Tianyao Federation was not an option, and they would certainly not accept a native from an inferior star. If he was to leave this star, the warship was indispensable. After searching the vicinity thoroughly and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Chuzheng casually ordered the Imperial Guard to deliver aged medicine here monthly before dismissing them all. Transporting it back to the imperial capital would be a waste of time. it would be better to repair it right here, where he could also seclude himself for some time. The presence of this warship here revealed much information to Chu Jing. The situation of the Tianyao Federation was not entirely stable. Hostile forces existed, and at least 300 years ago there had been enemies. The rating given by the panel was not without basis. Since this patrol ship could be ranked alongside a cultivator of the Divine Infant realm, it sufficiently proved the true power of this warship was no weaker than that of a typical Divine Infant grade ability. Being able to destroy a fourth-order warship, even the emergency escape system had not had time to activate. The strength of the opponent shall not be underestimated. Chu Jing did not dwell on these thoughts any further and settled down in the valley, beginning another period of seclusion. A year in this place passed while only 3 days went by in the Zongyun realm. This significant difference in the flow of time left Chu Jing much leeway. In reality, he quite enjoyed this slow practice of cultivation, without any burden or sense of urgency, feeling completely relaxed and at ease. Unfortunately, this stability was only temporary and could not last long. In the blink of an eye, winter passed and spring arrived, and a year had elapsed. This seclusion lasted a year, during which Chu Jing sat like a statue in the valley, indifferent to the changing seasons, drawing upon the essence of the sun and moon daily, communing with heaven and earth, and enhancing his cultivation with the most simple method of qi refining. This reiteration of the qi refining path also brought him many new insights and a somewhat different understanding of the qi refining art. Dozens of miles away from the valley, a temporary camp had been cleared out as a relay station for delivering sustenance to Chu Jing, guarded by several grandmasters. Every few months, Liao Shizhao would lead many princes and princesses to visit Chu Jing. Even though Chu Jing never paid him any attention, he remained tirelessly enthusiastic. It was time for another visit, and under Liao Shizhao's leadership, a procession of the royal descendants came grandly over mountains and ridges and arrived at the entrance of the valley. Liao Shizhao had a prosperous lineage, with over 100 children. Excluding the very young ones, nearly all of them came here. The valley was surrounded by early spring greenery. Sunlight penetrated through the layers of leaves, casting patchy shadows below. Underneath an ancient tree, a young man in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged. His face had distinct contours, and his eyebrows were long and sharp, lending him a fierce appearance, while his aura seemed ethereal and transcendent. An invisible gentle breeze swirled beside the young man, lifting his robe and hair, bringing a refreshing and soothing presence. Liao Shizhao signaled the others to stop and prepared to pay their respects. In the previous 2 visits, Chu Jing had not opened his eyes to see him, and this time, he held no hope either, ready to pay his respects and leave, deeming it a form of worshipping the gods for good fortune. The temples were only filled with clay bone stone embryos, they could not compare to the true immortal before them. Sensing the movement, Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes. In the 1 year that had passed, the repair of the patrol ship had nearly concluded, lacking only the final touch needed that very day. This also meant, it was time for him to leave. Greetings, Superior Immortal. Seeing Chu Jing open his eyes, Liao Shizhao's expression brightened slightly. He bowed deeply, followed by all the royal descendants behind him. Many princesses covertly raised their heads to look at the young man under the tree. Upon opening his eyes, his face seemed instantly endowed with spirit, unconsciously making people feel affinity. Today, our fate ends here. Considering your dedication in searching for heavenly and earthly treasures on my behalf, I shall fulfill one of your wishes. Chu Jing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi and stood up, saying, "What is your wish?" Upon hearing this, Liao Shizhao was both shocked and delighted. After a moment, his throat turned dry, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation, he hoarsely asked, "May I ask the Superior Immortal, is there an art of longevity?" In terms of power and glory, he was at the pinnacle of the world, desiring nothing else but the ancient legend of longevity, which alone held allure for him. In Liao Shizhao's eyes, Chu Jing's abilities were akin to divine communication, certainly holding secrets to extending life. He even suspected that the 14 or 15-year-old appearance of Chu Jing was far from his actual age. "I cannot live forever, nor do I believe in immortals in this world." Chu Jing shook his head slightly and gestured for him to come closer, "Step forward." Liao Shizhao stepped forward as instructed. Liao Shizhao, Zeroth Order Emperor of the Yuangu dynasty, with a certain level of inner strength cultivation, physically depleted, overworked, deficient and not nurturing, damaging his lifespan, will not live past 65. Reparable, now approaching his 60s, if nothing unexpected occurred, the hidden ailments in his body would erupt in the next few years, his condition worsening. Chu Jing placed his hand on Liao Shizhao's crown and repaired the ailments in his body. A moment later, Chu Jing withdrew his hand and spoke gently, live with a pure heart and few desires, cultivate your moral character, and you will have another 60 years of life. This act was equivalent to extending Liao Shizhao's life. Hearing Chu Jing's words, several older princes behind him froze, uncertain of how to react. 60 years, they did not even know if they could live that long. Could they still have a chance at the throne in their lifetimes? Liao Shizhao's eyes were full of gratitude, he could feel that his body had undergone an astonishing transformation. The once sore and weak knees and waist were now strong and vigorous, his energy levels were unprecedentedly high. He did not mention the art of longevity again, but instead knelt directly on the ground, bowing deeply as if to a god or Buddha. Though he had not achieved immortality, he was content, for to witness 100 years of worldly glory, among the emperors of former dynasties, it was only he who had achieved this feat. Chu Jing waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk towards the valley. The moment his figure disappeared at the mouth of the valley, the rock walls on both sides roared thunderously, transforming the valley entrance into a sheer cliff hundreds of feet high, without the slightest trace remaining. It was only then that Liao Shizhao remembered the first words Chu Jing had spoken. Our fate together ends today. He stood in place for a long time, feeling a sense of loss, unwilling to leave for a long while. In the center of the valley, 100-meter-long silver-gray battleship lay quietly. Chu Jing walked unhurriedly to the side of the battleship, using up today's repair quota, and soon a prompt appeared on the panel. Patrol Ship, 4th Order Patrol Ship mounted on the Tianyao Federation's God of the Starry Sky flagship, originally destroyed, now thoroughly repaired by your great efforts, equipped with an intermediate energy core, advanced search radar, advanced firepower deployment, carrying 2 Tianyao 7-type bombing missiles. After nearly a year, the patrol ship was finally fully repaired. Including the year he spent in the imperial capital, Chu Jing had been on this star for over 2 years now. With the nourishment of the abundant vegetation essence qi, his cultivation progressed steadily each day, and now he was in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, nearing perfection. This speed, in comparison to his true body, was undoubtedly much slower, but in this world, it was already remarkably valuable. In fact, the speed of qi refining of this incarnation was nearly 10 times faster than that of his true body in the Tsungyun realm. Without it, even with the aid of numerous old medicines, it would have taken him at least 20 years to reach this point. More importantly, as his cultivation grew, one thing made Chu Jing extremely puzzled. He had not felt the slightest bit of heavenly fate's blessing. The qi refining lineage could not be separated from the influence of destiny. Seizing heavenly fate to fight for one's own was the way to progress. Even in the early days of qi refining in the Tsungyun realm, Chu Jing could feel the feedback from heaven and earth. But on this star, he hadn't felt any response at all. He wondered whether it was because the influence of this star was too small, or if the heavenly Tao here was too weak. He felt no assistance from heavenly fate and was not subjected to any suppression. There was nothing, as if in a void. This made him increasingly uncertain about which power's dominion he was currently within. In the great universe now, the 2 paths of immortal martial accounted for 40% of heavenly fate, the myriad heavens and realms combined for 30%, the remaining 25% belonged to the ancestral Tao, and the final 5% was scattered throughout the chaos sea. Where he was now, he did not know which area it was part of. Chu Jing shook off these thoughts and leaped down from the patrol ship, opening the hatch and stepping inside. As soon as he entered the ship, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Current coordinates, Dong'an star, connecting to the internal network of the star domain. Network connection successful. Retrieving information. Retrieval complete, environmental sample verification complete, no anomalies, all previous data lost, attempting recovery. recovery failed. Listening to the successive voices, Chu Zhang's gaze shifted slightly, and he quickly understood that he had overlooked a serious problem. His habit had prevented him from realizing the vast differences between such warships and magic treasures. With the technology of the Tianyao Federation, these kinds of warships would inevitably have some form of artificial intelligence system. This was different from an artifact spirit in magic treasures. It was purely a systematic program that did not function simply by being obtained. Moreover, once the warship was repaired, it would certainly make autonomous contact with the Tianyao Federation. Through the network, the Tianyao Federation would likely discover the existence of the warship very quickly. Before Chu Jing could think further, the mechanical voice rang out again, an unidentified person detected in the cabin, verifying identity. Information retrieval failed, no piloting authority, initiating expulsion protocol. Chu Zhang's brow furrowed slightly, and his figure began to fade into the void. Invisibility technique. He wasn't quite sure if this divine skill could deceive the patrol ship's search system. But regardless, he had to make an attempt. Having waited here for a year, he naturally wasn't willing to give up easily. The next opportunity, who knows when it would come, to make contact with the Tianyao Federation through other means, he didn't know how much energy and time it would consume. Chu Jing held his breath and focused, concealing his breath to the ultimate extent, like a stubborn stone, unmoving. Soon, the mechanical voice echoed in the cabin again, searching, target lost, no unauthorized personnel in the cabin, no anomalies, docking with internal network. Confirm docking code, verify identity information, Lieutenant Fair, Junior Lieutenant Qing Qiao, deploying holographic projection. Before the voice faded, a flash of light and shadow passed, and suddenly two figures appeared in the empty cabin, a man and a woman. The man had golden short hair, wearing a tight battle suit, with a robust physique. The woman had chestnut ear-length hair with a small ponytail at the back of her head, also wearing a tight battle suit, somewhat lean, with clear muscle lines in her waist, buttocks, and legs, exuding visible explosive strength. Lieutenant Fair, are you sure this is the patrol ship lost 300 years ago? The woman's hologram circled the cabin with some confusion. This doesn't look like an antique from 300 years ago at all. Junior Lieutenant Qing Qiao, you have to believe in the Federation's technology, the information codes all match up, there's no mistake. The blonde man approached the central console, retrieving a large amount of information. Chu Jing had exceptional eyesight. He quickly scanned the information, initially memorizing broadly, then slowly digesting the details. Fortunately, for him who had almost observed the development of the Tianyao Federation from the sidelines, these textual information were not unfamiliar. Otherwise, he would only be able to memorize a bunch of gibberish now. The ship has no records for the past 300 years, the previous records have all been lost and cannot be retrieved. Lieutenant Fur's brow furrowed, and soon he pulled up another image. The image displayed Chu Zhang's face along with a series of analytical data. Beep, looking at the values that emerged on the panel, both of them had their faces tighten. Could there be a mistake? Qing Qiao showed a shocked expression. How can the energy value of this local be so high, more than 10 times higher than that of second-generation evolvers? It's almost catching up to the third-generation armor values. As the two were marveling, the image suddenly twisted, and in the next instant, the figures disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this bizarre scene, the two officers, accustomed to grand spectacles, were both stuck in a cognitive freeze. Disappearing into thin air, it was quite a cognitive challenge. After a while, the two came back to their senses. After a brief discussion, they decided to have the patrol ship return first, using the Federation's core technology to see if they could restore the lost information. As for that unusually overpowered local, they would have to think about it later. Under Fur's adjustments, the mechanical voice in the cabin sounded again. Docking complete, preparing to initiate space leap. Lieutenant Fair, please set the leap region. 20,000 kilometers above Dongan Star. Boom, a moment later, the warship shook violently, like a sharp sword piercing the heavens, shooting straight into the sky. Outside the valley, watching the silver behemoth take to the skies, many royal descendants immediately fell to their knees in worship, repeatedly bowing, believing they had witnessed a divine miracle. Watching the warship head straight into the starry sky, Liao Shihua was unable to regain his senses for a long time. He suddenly had many questions in his mind. Could Chu Zhang's abrupt emergence imply that he might not be from this star? Above the firmament, with so many stars, could they all be like their current world, harboring different forms of life? Could the gods and Buddhas of the legends have truly existed? A flood of questions filled the mind of this son of heaven, and after a long while, he shook his head, his expression somewhat forlorn. These questions, perhaps he would never have the chance to unravel them in this lifetime. The magnificent starlight crisscrossed beneath the dome of the starry sky, illuminating the dark universe. In the endlessly distant beyond, countless star domains and nebulae were scattered everywhere, like bright lamps, visible yet unattainable. Any creature that saw the vast universe for the first time would feel its own insignificance, and Chu Zhang was no exception. At this moment, as he looked out the porthole at the vast expanse of starry sky, his expression was somewhat dazed. This was his first time standing at this angle, touching the universe's starry sky, vast and enchanting, filled with too many secrets that he could not fathom. Certain worlds were utterly insignificant to the entire universe. Chu Zhang took a deep breath, slowly returned to his senses, and the starlight outside the porthole fell into his heart, where a seed seemed to sprout, breaking through the soil and starting to grow wildly. Facing such a universe, focusing only on one small world seemed rather short-sighted. Worlds would eventually perish, while the starry sky remained eternal. If there came a day when he could make all beings in the universe chant his true name, inscribing his name under this starry expanse, then, only then would his life not have been in vain. But first, he had to reach the end of the path of cultivation, and at least surpass that ancestral Tao. After all, even the pinnacle figures who monopolized 2.5 parts of heavenly fate, within the current great universe, few knew their names. He could not yet see the back of that ancestral Tao, but that did not mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. Chu Zhang slowly raised his hand, as if he was grasping the specks of starlight through the porthole, his eyes blazing like fire. The spiritual energy in the starry sky was pitifully scarce, the panel's daily refresh of repair times directly dropped to zero, and the environment was extraordinarily harsh. When Chu Zhang used the panel to supplement his own qi, it took him a long time to fully replenish it. This was a dead zone, utterly devoid of life. Chu Zhang couldn't even feel the slightest presence of heaven and earth primordial qi. Faced with this situation, Chu Zhang could only minimize his movements, curling up in a corner, to conserve qi. Since the patrol ship set sail, the projections of those two from the Tianyao Federation had vanished, leaving the patrol ship to navigate autonomously. Before long, more than 2 months had passed. This period was undeniably extremely tedious and dull for Chu Zhang, unable to cultivate, with no increase in the qi within his body, which added to his irritability. If most of his consciousness were transferred back to his true body, naturally he would not feel the hardship, but Chu Zhang had not done so. Feeling irritability was enough to prove that his skill in cultivating his temperament was still lacking, needing more refinement. Buzz, inside the cabin, which had been silent for over 2 months, suddenly there was a stir, and several holographic projections appeared, entering the cabin. After a brief inspection, the patrol ship began to descend, like a ship slowly entering a massive harbor. Around it floated numerous warships of various colors, the largest of which spanned tens of thousands of yards, over 1,000 times larger than the patrol ship Chu Zhang was on, a veritable behemoth of war. As his gaze swept over, various pieces of information surged into Chu Zhang's mind. Just among the warships docked in this harbor, there were no less than 10 of the 6th order, each capable of rivaling a Tongxian pseudo-immortal in power. Among them was one of the 7th order, and its data made Chu Zhang somewhat alarmed. Star God Heavenly Battleship, 7th Order God of the Starry Sky Series 3rd Generation Reformed Main Battleship, commanding 12 Planet Annihilator-class warships, equipped with Star God-class energy core, Annihilation-class firepower, spatial scanning radar, loaded with 24 regular Planet Annihilator cannons, 1 heavy Armament-class Planet Annihilator main cannon, capable of shattering all stars under a diameter of 30,000 kilometers with one strike, and carries 20 miniature quantum annihilation bombs, possessing the ability to conquer star domains on its own. At 7th order, equivalent to an immortal of the immortal Tribulation realm, capable of dominating within the star domains, achieving this as immortal was indeed admirable. Chuzheng unconsciously held his breath, watching the patrol ship where he stood slowly come to a stop in the harbor. Hiss, the cabin door opened, and about a dozen mechanical figures walked in. Chuzheng glanced at them and understood immediately. These were ordinary intelligent robots belonging to the Tianyao Federation, responsible for maintenance. Clearly, for a large federation that spanned the starry sky, a patrol ship returning was not a major event. They did not send people to deal with it immediately, but rather sent a group of maintenance robots. Chuzheng maintained his invisibility technique, brushing past these robots. Wu, just as he stepped out of the cabin door, before he had time to deactivate his invisibility technique and stretch his limbs, a shrill alarm sounded above his head. In just a few breaths, several small drones hovered over his head, their pale blue gun barrels scanning around, ominously locking onto his skull. Chuzheng froze for a moment, then quickly realized. Clearly, the detection radar enveloping this area was far more precise than that on the patrol ship, seeing through Chuzheng's invisibility technique and detecting his presence. After all, this was just a first-order invisibility technique, barely enough to conceal his form, and would be exposed even to the divine sense of ordinary cultivators. In the surrounding heavens and earth, there was again a trace of thin qi, and the panel's daily repair count rose to 2 times. The concentration of spiritual energy here was much higher than that of the previous star. Chuzheng glanced at the drones overhead and directly accessed their detailed information. Drone, First Order God of the Sky Series 11th Generation drone, equipped with light laser weapons, possessing extremely precise auto-targeting radar, its only flaw being poor combat endurance. After a few moments, Chuzheng's eyes flickered subtly as he deactivated the invisibility technique, willingly exposing himself to the numerous drones. Living in a developed civilization of the Tianyao Federation scope, moving around in this region would be nearly impossible without identity information. Perhaps it would be better to directly contact the Tianyao Federation. Currently in their eyes, he must seem merely a native with not much threat. After going through some procedures, there should not be much danger. After all, to the colossal entity that was the Tianyao Federation, Chuzheng was truly insignificant. Soon, several tens of individuals clad in armor appeared and completely surrounded Chuzheng. Chuzheng glanced at them. They were all second order, dressed just as Zhuo Xiu had been outside Yunqiao City. It seemed that this type of armor had already reached mass production capability within the Tianyao Federation. This was undoubtedly quite terrifying, for second order was comparable to the entry Dao realm of cultivators, and even for those with middle-quality immortal bone, it would take 10 years of diligent cultivation to reach this realm. Yet the Tianyao Federation could effortlessly produce countless cultivators of the entry Dao realm. Moreover, considering the many warships, setting aside those immortal treasures that suppressed fortune, the forces Chuzheng now saw, compared to Songyun before the great changes between heaven and earth, were evenly matched, if not stronger. And what Chuzheng saw now could still be only a fraction of the Tianyao Federation's full strength. Before Chuzheng could speak, 2 individuals approached quickly, said nothing, and directly forced Chuzheng to the ground, their powerful strength breaking his arm bones. The rest, all armed, were on full alert, ready to instantaneously reduce Chuzheng to pulp should anything amiss occur. Pissed, a numbness spread from the back of Chuzheng's neck as a wave of drowsiness surged over him, and a notification flashed on the panel that his body was being eroded by a strong anesthetic. Immediately after repairing his own condition, Chuzheng still feigned unconsciousness while dispersing the qi within him into the limbs and bones of his body. From the initial analysis of the 2 people who had boarded the ship, it was clear that the Tianyao Federation had the means to observe energy fluctuations. Although he was unsure if this would remain undetected, it was still better to be cautious. Only when Chuzheng's eyes were tightly closed, and his breathing became regular, did some of the tension in his body ease, followed by a cold voice from above. Report, patrol ship number 424356, which disappeared suddenly 314 years ago, has returned. An alien realm native has been caught stowing away and is now successfully subdued. The silvery gray metallic room, its walls and ceiling, shimmered with a cold metallic luster. A mirrored one-way glass reflected the scene within the room, the figure's face obscured by long hair hanging down as several metal chains suspended it in midair. Snap! Intense light struck Chu Zheng's face as strands of electricity surged from his limbs, bringing a wave of intense pain. Chu Zheng slowly opened his eyes and lifted his head with a frosty expression. This method of waking was far from friendly. The electric current that was introduced into his body was retained by Chu Zheng. He reversed the thunder method, transforming yin and yang with thunder into the 5 elements, eventually converting them into ordinary qi, which he absorbed into his body. This action was quite exhausting and even slower than direct cultivation itself, an inefficient and thankless task. Chu Zheng lifted his head and looked toward the one-way glass not far opposite, where the disheveled reflection grew colder. The Tianyao Federation's reaction was vastly different from what he had anticipated. During the process of being brought to this metallic room, he did not perceive any indication from the Tianyao Federation that they regarded him as a person. This journey into the alien realm seemed not to be as smooth as he had imagined. Behind the one-way glass was a laboratory, where a vast screen displayed various physical data about Chu Zheng. The muscle and bone density of experiment number 173 vastly exceeds that of the first generation of gene evolvers and is even much higher than that of the second generation. Tests show that the subject has a high tolerance for pain, with no observed stress response, not excluding the possibility of electrical storage. No discharge was observed after electrocution. He appears similar to those natives we've encountered practicing ancient methods, capable of tapping into their own potential. This likely also entails certain thresholds, with no broad replicability. In a flurry of discussion, a middle-aged man nearing his 40s slowly walked up to the glass mirror, looking at Chu Zheng suspended in midair like a dead fish, slightly furrowed his brow, and expressed slight disinterest. This native's invisibility ability is somewhat troublesome. Implant the chip, monitor his physical condition, inoculate him with the necessary vaccines, and then send him to the reformation place. Someone there should like him. As his words fell, he turned around and walked to another light screen. In a similar silver-gray room, a rugged man in tattered clothes was chained. At that moment, his expression was furious, bellowing and howling like a wild beast. Seeing this, a flicker of excitement passed through the middle-aged man's eyes, increased the electric current. In the spaceport, encountering some smuggling natives was nothing unusual. Every day there were several who emerged from nowhere. This was also considered a diversion in their monotonous life. Reformation Place. This place held all sorts of creatures of unknown origins, humans, wild beasts, and humanoid beings. What the Reformation Place did was to tame these natives' wild natures, transform them into pets, and then display them on stands for selection. This was an amusement park for the wealthy, allowing close contact with native beings from various stars in the universe, an opportunity not available to ordinary citizens. After 3 months in the Reformation Place, Chu Zheng had deeply understood one fact. The protection laws of the Tianyao Federation only applied to true citizens of the Tianyao Federation. Here, natives had no so-called human rights. It was just like the Immortal Alliance, which only stood on the side of the Immortal Path cultivators. But the biggest difference was that the Immortal Alliance killed off other Taoist orthodoxies only in battle. Whereas the approach of the Tianyao Federation was to turn them into slaves for amusement, an attitude that was much more exaggerated than that of Immortal Path cultivators before mortals. Reflecting on this again, Chu Zheng realized that the people on his entire star had essentially been in a state of captivity. Throughout the taming process at the Reformation Place, Chu Zheng had been exceedingly cooperative and soon successfully graduated from the Reformation Place. He became quite a qualified product, now displayed in a showcase. In a lavishly decorated palace, piles of alloy iron cages were placed. Chu Zheng squatted among the cages, dressed in a white jumpsuit, and his hands and feet were shackled with extremely heavy chains, weighing tens of thousands of pounds. Had he not previously concealed his immortal bone, these chains would have been even heavier. "Father, I want him." A soft call came from above his head, and Chujing looked up to see a father and daughter. A girl nearing 16, in a dress, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes full of fondness. The father, wearing an exquisite suit with gold trim, hair partially gray, eyes deep. Chu Zhang's gaze tightened slightly, and his back progressively tensed, sensing the fluctuations of tribulation chi, an invisible spiritual perception raising an alarm. A calamity was approaching. Soon, he sensed the source of the calamity. It was indeed from the seemingly harmless girl in front of him. The girl's look wasn't that of seeing a person, but rather of viewing prey. In her gaze, fondness mixed with clear and evident greed. As a product, Chujing clearly had no right to choose his buyer, and within moments, the control of the chip behind his head had already passed into the girl's hands. An alloy-forged iron chain tightly fastened around his neck. The girl, following behind her father, took brisk steps and led Chujing away from the Reformation Place. The moment Chujing left Reformation Place, he almost felt as if he were in another world. The taming process inside Reformation Place was unbearable for ordinary people. Had Chujing shown any signs of resistance, it would have been excruciatingly painful. It was akin to being shattered to pieces and then reassembled, far more terrifying than brainwashing. Returning to his senses, Chujing glanced at the father and daughter duo, a trace of spiritual light flickering in his pupils. Soon, all the information about the two entered Chujing's mind. To his surprise, neither of them had chips implanted at the back of their brains. There might be some hidden issues involved. Qi Shanyong, second-order bone age 63, third-generation gene evolver of the Tianya Federation, chairman of Star Peak Corporation. Detailed information. During the third evolution, his genes mutated, and he developed a hidden illness. His lifespan drastically reduced, with an estimated 30 years of life remaining, constantly immersed in seeking various methods of life extension. Reparable. Qi Hua, first-order bone age 15, second-generation gene evolver of the Tianya Federation, the only daughter of the chairman of Star Peak Corporation. Detailed information. Has taken too many lives, surrounded by blood fiend, fond of raw food, and already showing signs of demon transformation. Qi Shanyong was still manageable, but the issues with Qi Hua were quite alarming. The human heart is fickle. Straying off the path, becoming consumed by inner demons, one would fall into malevolence. This kind of malevolence, though somewhat different from the malevolent beings in the hidden realms of the vast universe, was equally terrifying. They were ferocious beings that had almost completely eradicated all spirituality. Qi Hua was already wrapped in blood fiend. The beings she had killed numbered no less than 1,000, and perhaps even thousands. Considering her age, this was undeniably frightening, as her killing seemed almost unceasing. Moreover, even the repair panel could not pull her back from the evil path. After all, this was merely another path, not an incompleteness. Qi Hua, humming an unknown tune, led Chujing, following behind Qi Shanyong onto a flying vehicle. Soon, the flying vehicle soared into the sky, paused for a moment, then tore through the sound barrier, unleashing a majestic tidal wave of air as it headed directly north. A while later, the flying vehicle slowed down and descended onto a spacious lawn. Chujing silently observed, gaining a clearer understanding of Star Peak Corporation's power. Having been in the Tianya Federation for some time, he had already acquired a general understanding of its basic information. The star he now stepped onto was named Heaven's Gift, one of the Tianya Federation's several crucial main stars. 1,000 years ago, it did not belong to the Tianya Federation. Another civilization thrived here until the Tianya Federation took over the star after interstellar warfare, and named it Heaven's Gift. The original inhabitants of this star became slaves. Only a few exceptional ones could attain the status of lower-class citizens and enjoy a minuscule portion of ordinary citizens' privileges. Here, the Tianya Federation established a governing district, along with logistics, accommodating a total of 4 million gene evolvers in its Iron Army and housing a population of 24.6 billion people. The star was already crowded, making every inch of land valuable. To have such a vast lawn in such an environment was undoubtedly a luxurious affair. The instant the flying vehicle came to a stop, Chihua could not wait to pull Chujing out of the hatch, her face full of excitement. "Father, I'm going to take a bath first. I want to try him out later." To this, Qi Shanyong smiled indulgently, love filling his eyes. "Be careful." "I know." Chihua pulled Chujing away without looking back. Moments later, they entered a mansion. There were maids visible all around. They were not bionic machines, but living people. Without exception, the information about these people all marked them as lower-class citizens, clearly descendants of the indigenous people of this star. Before Chujing could take a closer look, Chihua had already dragged him into a massive room, more a palace than a room. Columns of jade supported the enormous dome, and the dark red walls were inlaid with unknown gems. Complicated patterns wove into gorgeous designs, interlacing gold and silver, the extravagance extreme. Thick plush curtains hid the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. At the center of the room was a snow-white, soft large bed, big enough for 10 people to lie across. Once inside the room, Chihua casually tied Chujing to a column and immediately began to undress. In just a few breaths, she was completely nude. Watching Chihua hop into the bathroom, Chu Zhang's gaze turned slightly cold. The sense of modesty in humans is something that arises in the presence of one's peers. Like in his previous life, the vast majority of people would not mind stripping and bathing in front of their household cats and dogs. This alone made it evident that Chihua never considered him a person. Shortly after, Chihua emerged from the bathroom, not bothering to dress, with only a towel draped over her neck, glistening water droplets rolling down her fair skin, shimmering in the light as if coated with a sheen. She walked straight up to Chujing, reached out to touch his head, and spoke with a smile. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Because she was so close, Chujing could smell her fragrance, mixed with an elusive scent of blood. "Yes," Chujing nodded. "Miss Qi, I." Until this moment, he still held on to the hope of escaping safely, wanting to negotiate with Chihua. The tribulation Qi beside him was surging, but it hadn't transformed into a death tribulation. There was still room for maneuver. "Good to know you can understand." However, Chihua had no intention of communicating with Chujing. After cutting off his words, she turned and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The thick plush curtains slowly opened, revealing the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Beneath the window lay an extremely vast arena, spanning thousands of feet, forged from extremely sturdy alloy, its durability evident at first glance. At least, with Chu Zhang's current strength, he was utterly unable to break through it. Chihua clapped her hands, and the ground of the alloy arena cracked open, slowly raising a metal cage. The cage imprisoned a beast nearly 9 meters long, resembling an ancient crocodile, with a horn on its head, sturdy limbs, and a body covered with thick scales, short teeth, and slightly yellowish eyes. Black Gold Beast, first order, a social and omnivorous creature of a different kind living in the deserts of Quicksand Star, generally mild-mannered. Before Chujing could take a closer look, Chihua's voice came from one side. "If you can survive today, I will reward you." Before the echo of her words had faded, the floor-to-ceiling window shook violently and slid open to both sides. Chihua licked her lips, slightly excited as she grabbed a chain with one hand and forcefully flung Chujing into the middle of the alloy arena. Clack! The moment he landed, Chujing heard a clear sound of a lock opening by his ear. The iron cage opened instantly, and the scale-covered beast broke free and charged directly at Chujing. Before he could stabilize himself, its massive, powerful tail had already smashed hard against his chest. Boom! Chujing was thrown into the air, slamming hard against the alloy wall, his chest visibly caving in, a few ribs broken. After gathering himself, Chujing glanced at Chihua, a murderous intent surging wildly in his heart. Thud thud thud, the dull sound of footsteps echoed as the black gold beast charged at him again, its single horn splitting the air, producing a series of oppressive whooshing sounds, terrifying in its intensity. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Chihua held a wine glass in her hand, the cup swirling with a thick, blood-red liquid, her eyes filled with excitement, her fair skin flushing visibly. Chujing forcibly suppressed his emotions and focused on the approaching black gold beast. Its huge form and strong muscles made it somewhat challenging, but he had ways to directly damage its organs. He had just been momentarily distracted, which led to his injury. Instantly, Chu Jing channeled Yuan Qi into his palms and, taking advantage of his agility, brushed past the black gold beast, landing dozens of palms on its chest and abdomen, infusing more than 10 strands of Yuan Qi, which quickly shattered its internal organs. Boom, the heavy body of the black gold beast collapsed with a thud, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, emitting pitiful whimpers. After a brief struggle, it could no longer rise. Chu Jing glanced at it, accessed its detailed information, and a realization flashed in his eyes. No wonder the black gold beast hadn't shown even a hint of its mild nature from its actions just now. Its body had been injected with a large amount of stimulants, and inside the cage, it had to constantly endure strong electric shocks, which naturally made it appear irritable. Clap clap, Qi Hua clapped, her face beaming with an increasing smile. Soon, a physically fit maid entered the arena, holding a short knife and a porcelain plate, swiftly slicing large chunks of flesh from Chu Jing's chest, abdomen, and thighs, all still faintly twitching and blood-drenched, and placed them on the plate. The maid turned back, directly presenting the plate to Qi Hua. Qi Hua lifted the wine glass in her hand, drained it in one gulp, and then took a few hot pieces of flesh into her mouth, savoring them as if enjoying a delicacy, her tender lips tinged red with blood, a sinister glint in her eyes showing through. Only at this moment did Chu Jing realize that Qi Hua's teeth had already begun to sharpen, crisscrossing each other. In such a state, she was no longer human, only one step away from a demon transformation. Although his mind was seething with murderous intent, Chu Jing's expression remained as calm as water, as he was still not completely sure of his capabilities. Only after reaching the Jade Bone realm could he attempt a challenge. After winning a battle, Chu Jing's treatment changed, pleasingly earning his own metal cage, locked away in a sunless underground. Besides himself, there were dozens of cages placed in the underground. Chu Jing scanned them one by one until suddenly, his gaze paused. Niao Longhu, 2nd Order/8th Order Bone age 28, an embodiment of a heavenly immortal undertaking tribulation, with awakened enlightenment. Detailed information, a disciple lineage of the Great Clarity Primordial Taoist Lord, has practiced up to this day, enduring 974 tribulations. Looking at the information on the panel, a flicker of interest passed through Chu Jing's eyes. Qi Hua's luck is hard to define as either good or bad. Aside from him, they actually chose someone who was a heavenly immortal undergoing demon transformation. After regaining his composure, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. From this Niao Longhu, it was evident that many other Qi cultivators also likely mastered the technique of transformation through tribulation. It was unclear whether this technique originated from the Eternal Calamity Treasure record or if other cultivators from the Taoist school had independently discovered this path. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jing slowly closed his eyes and began to engage in cultivation. Now was not the time to consider these matters. The nature's spiritual energy on heaven's sent star, although not dense, was still much better compared to the previous star, sufficient to maintain his normal cultivation routine. Now, he was on the verge of reaching the Jade Bone realm, and it wouldn't be long before he could break through. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. Under the nourishment of nature's spiritual energy, Chu Jing naturally stepped into the Jade Bone realm. Considering that this body had been practicing qi refining techniques for over 3 years now. 3 years to Jade Bone, though incomparable to his original body, was still far beyond the ordinary qi cultivator under such harsh conditions. Boom, a dull, loud sound awakened Chu Jing, who was immersed in cultivation. He stood up, slowly raised his head, and looked at the gradually brightening light above with a calm expression. Every 2 weeks, he would enter the metallic arena and face a battle. This was also his only chance to get close to Qi Hua. Soon, the iron cage slowly rose and stopped in the middle of the arena. In the distance, the giant floor-to-ceiling windows opened slowly, and Qi Hua, draped in a sheer gown, sat by the window, dangling her jade-like legs, seemingly in good spirits. Not far from the cage stood a young man, his face filled with terror, clearly Chu Jing's opponent for this time. Clank, the iron cage slowly opened, yet Chuzheng didn't move an inch. Seeing this, Chihua stopped swinging her legs, her eyes filled with confusion. Chuzheng locked his gaze on Chihua before the floor-to-ceiling windows and slowly raised his hand, forcefully plunging it into the back of his skull, his fingers accurately grasping a chip. Spurt, the chip, mingled with blood plasma, was violently torn from his body by Chuzheng. Under the effect of the repair panel, the heavily damaged back of his head healed instantly, and the chip was crushed to bits. Then, he raised his hands again, one grabbing his hair, the other grasping the iron chain on the side of his neck. Clank, under colossal strength, the iron chain, along with the vertebrae of Chuzheng's neck, was brutally torn off. Chu Zheng, holding his own head, swung it in midair with the wind. Ordinary humans could still live a few moments after decapitation, but for a chi cultivator like Chuzheng, after having his head chopped off, he could even have time to drink a cup of tea before dying. Under the repair of the panel, the flesh and blood on his neck started to regenerate at a visible rate. Such a bizarre scene instantly stunned Chihua, who froze in place, and for a moment, she couldn't even react. Boom! A piercing screech exploded from within the alloy fighting arena. Blurry in front of Chihua's eyes, in the next moment, Chuzheng already stood in front of her. Bang, a palm, without the slightest hesitation, thrust into her mouth, pinning her firmly to the ground. With fierce light radiating from his eyes, Chuzheng leaned close to her ear. How does it taste? With her tongue and teeth utterly shattered, Chihua could no longer speak but only let out muffled whimpers, her eyes filled with terror. Chuzheng restrained the expression on his face, returning to indifference, withdrew his hand, slowly clenched his fist, and smashed it down with force. Bone fragments mixed with red and white fluid splattered. Chihua was not Chuzheng, lacking the ability to regrow her head. In a flash, she was dead beyond revival. At the instant Chuzheng crushed the chip, the Reformation place discovered an anomaly. In the vast silvery white room, numerous virtual screens flickered with various information and data, occasionally emitting a sharp beep. Beep, another sharp sound resonated, and a young woman turned her gaze toward it, scanning the information that appeared. She quickly reached a conclusion. Number 46, 173, the chip has been destroyed, forcibly excavated and damaged with external force, over 30% of brain tissue is damaged, survival rate extremely low, even if he survives, likely to lose all mobility. Not far away, an older man heard this and said indifferently, check, who took away number 46, 173. The woman bowed her head, and after a couple of breaths, she lifted it again, with a look of realization on her face. It was Miss Chihua. Hearing the name Chihua, the man waved his hand dismissively, shifting his gaze. Don't bother with him anymore. Managing to last more than 2 months before losing Miss Chi's interest is already quite an achievement. Delete his file records. Yes. Many indigenous beings die every day, some within the Reformation place, and even more at the hands of their buyers. But no one would be held accountable for these indigenous lives, for after all, indigenous beings are not federal citizens. The Reformation place is merely a marketplace for pets and doesn't possess any enforcement authority. Moreover, there are no laws mandating the protection of these natives. Within the cold, silent alloy fighting arena. In front of the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, Chuzheng casually pulled over a fluffy curtain and slowly wiped the blood off his hands. Without permission from Chihua, the maids stationed outside would not enter, lest they disturb the young lady's enjoyment. However, if too much time passed, those perimeter maids would definitely check on the conditions within the arena. Chuzheng didn't have much time left. Looking at the unrecognizable corpse before him, he pondered for a moment, then turned back into the arena, following the iron cage's ascending pathway into the underground, arriving in front of the cage where Niao Longhu was being held. Niao Longhu sat cross-legged in the cage, immovable as a mountain, exuding an obviously tranquil chi, serene as water, free of any hint of anxiety, slowly cultivating. Even if Chihua hadn't died by Chuzheng's hand, as soon as this heavenly immortal accumulated enough strength, he would likely still face an inevitable death. Noticing Chuzheng's approach, Niao Longhu did not stop, but continued to circulate his circuit of qi. After a long while, only after completing a full circuit of qi did he slowly open his eyes. Nialong, who had previously sensed the fluctuations in Chu Zheng's qi, and with no sign of surprise, he spoke in a calm voice, "Which Dao Lord do you hail from, fellow Daoist?" "We all come from the ancestral Dao, there is no question of lineage." Chu Zheng casually sidestepped the topic, stating bluntly, "I killed Qi Hua and need to find a way to escape. There's not much time." To attempt a forceful escape on his own was certainly an option, but on Heaven Sent Star, it would still be difficult to move a single inch. This was a cure for the symptoms, not the root. Upon hearing this, Nialong, whose brows slightly furrowed, "You disrupt my tribulation sequence, you're breaking some rules." Killing Qi Hua brought with it inevitable greater troubles, and he could very well be implicated, with Qi Shanyong taking out his anger on him, leading directly to his death, a foreseeable outcome. Surviving as a heavenly immortal's incarnated tribulation was not easy. Even as a heavenly immortal, it would take him several years to recuperate before he could embark on the next one. To shield a heavenly immortal from tribulation, this incarnation's cultivation would at least need to be at the Unity Realm stage to be barely sufficient. If this incarnation died too soon and failed to absorb enough tribulation qi over the next few years, it's unpredictable what might happen to his true form. The tribulation sequence of a qi cultivator is often unpredictable. Even the most basic natural calamities and man-made disasters are indiscernible, with no knowing from where death might strike. Chu Zheng naturally didn't know about these rules, nor was he inclined to ask. He gave Nialong a faint glance, slowly rolled his sleeves, and said in a calm tone, "How about I repay you with one tribulation right now?" As a fellow at the Jade Bone Realm, coupled with the fact he possessed a healing panel, even facing an incarnation of a heavenly immortal, Chu Zheng had no reason to be apprehensive. This tribulation, if Nialong couldn't withstand it, then his incarnated journey through tribulation was likely to come to an end prematurely. The moment Chu Zheng rolled up his sleeves, Nialong's mouth slightly twitched, as he perceived the surge of tribulation qi next to him beginning to roil. Chu Zheng was not joking in the slightest. A moment later, he took a deep breath, as if he had made some great resolution, and said in a measured tone, "Let me out, I have a way." Time was running short, so Chu Zheng didn't ask any further questions and directly opened the iron cage, taking the lead towards the ground. One after the other, the two quickly exited the underground, arriving in front of Qi Hua's corpse. Looking at Qi Hua's corpse, Nialong slightly furrowed his brow. "The demonic qi on this woman's body is heavier. Even if you hadn't killed her, she probably wouldn't have lived much longer." Upon hearing Nialong's words, Chu Zheng's eyes flashed. Clearly this heavenly immortal knew many secrets of which he was unaware. Before he could ponder further, a crisp crackling sound suddenly emanated from Nialong's body. His towering form began to shrink, rapidly becoming shorter and slender. Then, Nialong slowly extended his hand, sliced open Qi Hua's skin, and peeled off pieces of skin thin as cicada wings, placing them on his own body. The moment the skin attached to his body, in the blink of an eye, it adhered and fused into one piece, smooth and like new. Watching Nialong's actions, Chu Zheng's eyes narrowed involuntarily, and he murmured subconsciously, "Skin painting." Skin painting? This term is quite interesting, self-explanatory. Nialong heard Chu Zheng's whisper and explained, "This is a method of the demonic beings within the vast universe. Often having to contend with them, one must make some progress, for staying behind closed doors will only lead to a dead end." "I see." Chu Zheng came to a realization. "You truly do not come from a Taoist sect of qi cultivators." Nialong glanced at Chu Zheng and spoke indifferently, "This is a divine skill that all heavenly immortals must master. If you were from the Taoist sect, you would have surely known about it, and you also know the name Vast Universe. It seems the power behind you is not simple either." Chu Zheng couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. A heavenly immortal who had survived countless tribulations was indeed not one to be taken lightly. Within a few words, Nialong had already probed much information. "I won't inquire about the lineage of your teacher. As fellow qi cultivators, you should understand that cultivation is not easy." Nialong didn't speak further on the matter and slowly attached the facial skin. In an instant, he was indistinguishable from Qi Hua, his eyes shining with a cunning and agile light. Even Chuzheng was somewhat unable to tell at this moment whether this person in front of him was Chi Hua or not. Looking at Chi Hua's shattered head, Niao Longhu shook his head slightly, feeling a bit of regret. You have wasted a pair of eyes worth their weight in gold. Many things here need to be confirmed by a membrane in the eyes. This thing is hard to simulate to complete likeness. You seem to have a deep understanding of this place? Chuzheng was somewhat surprised. This heavenly immortal in front of him had given him too many surprises, nothing like an ancient relic who had experienced 1,000 tribulations. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Without understanding this world, how can one live a long life? Did you take the trouble to project a soul division here just to meet your death? With a low murmur, Niao Longhu's gaze suddenly swept towards the door not far behind him. Because they had spent quite a long time, some maids had quietly stepped in, wanting to check on the situation. Get out! Niao Longhu suddenly roared sharply, his voice piercing and with a penetrating force identical to Chi Hua's, true and false indistinguishable. The maids immediately retreated with faces full of panic, not daring to stay in the slightest. Do you have a way to deal with the chip in the back of the head? Chuzheng regained his thoughts and looked towards the back of Niao Longhu's head. Granted, the appearance could be changed, but the implanted chip was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. Wait until I master the art of head replacing immortality, and I can break it with a flick of my finger. Niao Longhu apparently had no immediate solution, but after freezing for a moment, he suddenly came to his senses, his eyes narrowing. You have a way? If Chuzheng could resist Chi Hua, then the chip was certainly unable to threaten him. Chuzheng did not deny it, nodded slightly, made his hand into a sword gesture and with a bolt-like swiftness, stabbed directly at the back of Niao Longhu's head. It might hurt a bit, just bear with it. Facing the sudden move by Chuzheng, Niao Longhu suppressed the impulse to counterattack subconsciously. He didn't sense any killing intent, and besides, without his help, this fellow Taoist of unknown origins wouldn't have survived. Chuzheng's sword finger pierced through the back of Niao Longhu's head, and in an instant, he extracted the chip within. The repair panel almost simultaneously started operating, completing the repair immediately. The process was so rapid that Niao Longhu didn't even have time to react. He only felt his thoughts break for an instant, and the chip was already in Chuzheng's hand. Crack, watching the chip crumble to pieces between Chuzheng's fingers, a trace of solemnity flashed in Niao Longhu's eyes. He hadn't noticed what technique Chuzheng had just used. The only trace left behind was the spiritual energy of nature around them that, in that moment, became much thinner. That undoubtedly proved that Chuzheng had just used some kind of divine skill. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Fellow Taoist, follow me. A hint of firelight flashed on the tip of Niao Longhu's finger, incinerating Chi Hua's mutilated corpse, then he turned and headed towards the door. Where are we going now? Chuzheng caught up, looking somewhat puzzled. Qi Shanyong aided the tyrant, and his karmic obstacles are profound. I collected him today, which is also acting on behalf of the heavenly Tao. As he transmitted his voice, Niao Longhu kept moving, soon leaving the estate. Having subdued Qi Shanyong, fellow Taoist, you can impersonate his identity as a cover for your actions. His forces wield no small power on this star and can save us from much trouble, and are worth using. He seemed extremely familiar with the estate's surroundings, and after walking for a while, he led Chuzheng to a small building. In front of the small building was an oasis with an attached pond. Qi Shanyong stood by the shore in slightly loose black clothes, his eyes slightly closed, his pose somewhat strange. Chuzheng immediately noticed something off. Qi Shanyong was practicing some kind of breathing technique, slowly absorbing nature's spiritual energy. But the efficiency seemed rather low. No one was around, there was no disturbance, and everything was very quiet. Feeling the approach of the two men, Qi Shanyong opened his eyes, glanced at Chuzheng, and immediately frowned. Where's his chain? Why is he being so willful? What if he hurt you, then what? Niao Longhu didn't bother with any idle talk, and quickly stepped forward, his palm manifesting a vision of windswept clouds mixed with the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. In the blink of an eye, before Qi Shanyong could react, the delicate and fair palm had already pressed against his chest. Thump, Qi Shanyong's feet shifted slightly, and an internal thump sounded from within. After a few breaths, he fell backward, blood spewing from his 7 orifices, dead on the spot. Seeing this, Chujing felt a chill in his heart. Niao Longhu's control over his power was undoubtedly at a kind of extreme pinnacle. Qi Shanyong's body showed no visible injuries, but his internal organs were thoroughly shattered into a bloody pulp. Watching Niao Longhu start skinning the body, he asked subconsciously, will this not interfere with the tribulation process? Having previously used the identity of Fu Quanliang as a precedent, Chujing had always held some psychological shadow about such methods. That was the closest he had come to death. Even though the environmental conditions of heaven and earth are different, and in Songyun realm, he was the only Qi cultivator, there were still common factors. It seems fellow Daoist has suffered before. Niao Longhu didn't seem surprised by Chu Zheng's reaction and shook his head slightly. Here, there are no heavenly Dao laws to uphold, so using such methods occasionally is of no concern. Soon, he used his divine skills once more, helping Chu Zheng to put on the skin of Qi Shanyong, and then he destroyed the corpse and erased all traces. My surname is Nya, given the name Longhu by my master. I am a disciple of the Great Clarity Primordial Daoist Lord lineage. My master is the North Spirit Golden Immortal. He cultivates in the Chuyun Cave of Liyang Mountain within the Guangyuan realm, and has been doing so for 38,400 years. Once the dust had settled, Niao Longhu got straight to the point, voluntarily disclosing his own background, and then he inquired, may I ask, fellow Daoist, from which celestial home do you hail? My surname is Chu, given name Jing. As for my background, it is inconvenient to disclose. I hope fellow Daoist Niao will not take offense. Niao Longhu treated Chu Jing with sincerity, and Chu Jing did not excessively hide anything, but when it came to discussing his background, he hesitated for a moment. A heavenly immortal like Chu Jing was still a bit too powerful for the current Songyun realm, not to mention, behind Niao Longhu there was the existence of a golden immortal level being. Chance encounters are like drifting water, it's normal for Daoist Chu to have reservations. Niao Longhu didn't mind this at all. After a moment of silence, Chu Jing voiced the question he had been suppressing for a long time, is this place part of the Myriad realms or is it among the all heavens? Neither, Niao Longhu shook his head, this place belongs to the Chaos Sea. Chaos Sea? Chu Jing's heart shook violently, he remembered Zhao Tingxian. After betraying the Immortal Alliance, Zhao Tingxian had fled into the Chaos Sea and vanished without a trace. He had not expected that by arbitrarily choosing a world to travel to, he would also end up in this place. In the Myriad Realm's great realm, the heavenly Dao laws are basically under someone's control. Alien realm soul divisions wanting to enter are simply impossible, they would be directly exterminated, the risk is extremely high, and as for the all heavens, there are few of the human race, making survival even less likely. Niao Longhu sighed softly, only in this Chaos Sea, though also rampant with alien species, can it be considered a pure land, yet untouched by various forces. From Chu Jing's question, Niao Longhu had already seen his lack of experience and quickly came to a conclusion, fellow Daoist, you are quite fortunate this time. For a Qi cultivator entering a world like the Tianyao Federation to experience tribulations, this was already a very good start. Thanks to the face of Qi Shanyong, Chu Jing was granted a brief respite. After stabilizing, the first thing Niao Longhu did came as a surprise to Chu Jing. He crafted a golden body for the ancestral Dao. Within the confines of a temple spanning 30 feet. Looking at the clay model that had been formed in front of him, Chu Jing appeared somewhat hesitant. This clay model was almost identical to the one he had seen in the Songyun secret realm. The only difference was that this one seemed to look even more like his true self. Do you feel that this statue resembles your true appearance when you look at it? Seeing Chu Jing lost in thought, Niao Longhu couldn't help but let out a faint smile. I was abandoned by my parents at a young age and raised on the charity of others, never having seen the faces of my mother and father. When I first saw the ancestral Dao statue, I was quite startled, it seemed almost exactly like myself. At that time, I almost suspected the ancestral Tao to be my birth father. Later, my master told me that the ancestral Tao has severed all karma, unaffected by the myriad ordeals of the world and the heavenly Tao. This divine statue, for the ancestral Tao, represents invisible threads of karma, thus, no one can recreate his likeness. But the ancestral Tao is there, impervious to erosion. By using a specific method, one can still craft his golden body, yet what beings see is their own true likeness. Niao Longhu provided an answer to Chu Zhang's doubts. This once again exceeded Chu Zhang's expectations. The countenance of the ancestral Tao could not be captured by commonplace means. Fellow Taoist Nia, what is the purpose of crafting this golden statue? Chu Zhang was somewhat puzzled as he looked at the golden statue before him. Niao Longhu had used only the most ordinary clay, devoid of any spiritual energy, just like what Chu Zhang had seen in the Tsungyun's secret realm before. The statue he had previously encountered in the Tsungyun's secret realm was originally of high rank, reaching the fifth order. This statue before him, according to the information displayed by his spiritual eye, was also just an ordinary divine statue, which had not reached any entry stage and did not possess any divine mysteries. He really could not see what use such a golden statue might have. To collect a portion of the incense from this realm for the ancestral Tao. Niao Longhu lit 3 sticks of pure incense, respectfully bowed 3 times, then placed them in the incense burner, turning around to explain, the ancestral Tao is not one of the incense fire deities. The incense within this golden statue can guide those who come after and also serves as a contingency for the ancestral Tao. With the ancestral Tao's level of cultivation, even if faced with a dreadful calamity and his original form was obliterated, as long as one golden statue remains, there is a chance for rebirth, preventing complete extinction. At this, Niao Longhu laughed lightly. In all my years of cultivation, I have never enjoyed the slightest bit of the ancestral Tao's blessing, but I have constructed golden statues for the ancestral Tao, no less than 800 if not 1,000. Qi cultivators seek heavenly fate for themselves and not for others. Even as Qi cultivators, they cannot enjoy any benefits brought by the ancestral Tao. The path of a Qi cultivator is destined to be one of extreme solitude, everything besides oneself is mere illusion. Yet, for the sake of constructing a statue for the ancestral Tao, he was still willing. It was a mountain, supporting the lineage of the Taoist school, representing the pinnacle a Qi cultivator could aspire to reach, representing the end of the road he might someday attain. Niao Longhu was more than willing to do things for beings of such stature. A flicker of understanding passed through Chu Zhang's eyes. Perhaps, once upon a time in the Tsungyun realm, there was a Qi cultivator who arrived there and constructed that temple, forging a golden statue. Suddenly, a spark flashed across his mind, and looking at the statue before him, he gained some insight. The fact that the ancestral Tao alone possessed 2.5 portions of heavenly fate may have some inextricable connection with these golden statues scattered throughout the myriad heavens and realms. However, this was only his speculation with not much concrete evidence. Chu Zhang stepped forward, raised his head to look at the golden statue that bore a striking resemblance to himself, lit 3 sticks of pure incense, and bowed deeply 3 times. The moment he lifted his head, he felt a trace of confusion. Was he worshipping the ancestral Tao, or was he worshipping himself? In that moment, Chu Zhang seemed to vaguely grasp some of Niao Longhu's thoughts. In the eyes of many Qi cultivators, this was likely equivalent to worshipping their own future self. One day, to sit in the position of the ancestral Tao was perhaps the goal of all Qi cultivators. These past few days, I have been observing the stars at night and after some calculation, found some clues. Without paying too much attention to Chu Zhang's thought process, Niao Longhu turned to share his recent findings. This star domain must once have been a great realm surrounded by many life stars. For some reason, the great realm experienced drastic changes and collapsed, with the consciousness of heavenly Tao nearly dissipating completely. The remaining life stars began to wander, gradually evolving into this expanse of starry skies. Over time, heavenly fate settled and showed signs of revival. However, due to the lack of nature's spiritual energy, civilizations like the Tianyao Federation that leaned towards external things came into existence. Such civilizations combine their understanding of nature with practical applications of learning, comprehend and utilize universal laws, and with the frail bodies of mortals, they have carved out a path capable of slaying immortals and eradicating deities, which they call technology. Everything in the universe operates according to its own laws, and the stars are no exception. Niao Longhu's proficiency in star observation was remarkably high, far beyond Xu Zheng's reach. This profound foundation, derived from a heavenly immortal, was something Xu Zheng knew would take him an indeterminate amount of time to match. After digesting this information, Xu Zheng instinctively asked, "Are there many civilizations like the Tianyao Federation in the universe?" From many of Niao Longhu's reactions, it was clear that he was not encountering such a technological civilization for the first time. Not a few, but the vast majority have a low ceiling, managing to rival only those at the refined spirit realm is already difficult. For cultivators at the unity realm stage, they are but easily extinguished. As he said this, Niao Longhu suddenly shifted the topic, but there are always exceptions. Within the Myriad realms, there is one great realm that has developed technology to its pinnacle, containing terrifying weapons capable of contending with golden immortals, and even capable of reversing time and space within a small scope. Reverse time and space? Xu Zheng was shocked. This was somewhat unimaginable within his concepts. Reversing time and space was different from traversing it. Reversing time meant reverting events that had already occurred back to their origin, effectively overturning certain laws. Prosperity and decline, gains and losses, life and death, these could all be changed. Even those above the immortal kings and up to Daluo golden immortals simply traverse through the river of time, not reverse it. Reversing time and space naturally has many constraints, but this is enough to prove its power, Niao Longhu added without elaborating further. Actually, the true strength of a technological civilization lies in its ability to mass-produce its peak combat forces, provided there are sufficient resources. This single aspect is enough to make all forces wary. Resources are always scarce, even the most powerful worlds need to replenish energy and cannot use it without constraints. Thus, that particular technological civilization was directly restrained within a single great realm and has made no progress in expanding outward for many years, having nearly come to a standstill. If it weren't for its many useful methods in the Myriad realms, coupled with the fact that the Mo family had established trade relations with it, exchanging what each needed, that part of the great realm might have ceased to exist long ago. The potential of the human race is boundless and endless. No matter what situation they are in, there will always be those who adapt to the environment first, leading the tide. Niao Longhu changed the topic and seemingly casually said, "Do you still remember, my friend, when you first started cultivating, how long it took to channel qi into your body?" After a slight ponder, Xu Zheng told the truth, less than 2.5 hours, and this time, undergoing incarnation and tribulation, it was even quicker. My friend's insight can be considered excellent. With a bright future ahead and much to achieve, hearing Xu Zheng's cultivation speed, Niao Longhu's eyes revealed a touch of amusement. "I was a bit quicker than you, my friend, it only took me a little over an hour." Realizing qi sensation in 2.5 hours was already considered as having fairly good insight among many qi cultivators, but compared to him, it was still a considerable distance. As for what Xu Zheng mentioned, that his qi refining technique became faster after undergoing incarnation and tribulation, Niao Longhu didn't pay much attention to it. With his previous experience, if he were to undergo incarnation, he could control the channel qi process within an hour. Even if Xu Zheng was faster, it would still take him at least around 2 hours. 2 hours, compared to him, was much too long. Channeling qi into the body in 1 hour, this speed was already considered divine speed among qi cultivators, and many mysterious immortals weren't as fast as he was. If one could find qi sensation in about half an hour, that would qualify as the talent of a golden immortal. As for faster, as far as he knew, none have appeared yet. After all, aside from the ancestral Tao, no second Daluo golden immortal has emerged yet within the qi refining lineage. The Daluo golden immortal is a legendary realm for qi cultivators, one that no one has yet managed to reach. After hearing a rough idea from Niao Longhu, Xu Zheng had some general impression of his own talent. It seemed there ought to be quite a few with a cultivation speed like his. He originally thought that his talent belonged to the upper echelon, but now it seemed there was still some distance. From Niao Longhu's expression, it seemed that speeding up the process of channeling qi into the body after undergoing incarnation and tribulation was not such a rare occurrence. In the following days, Chu Zheng's life was quite stable, cultivating methodically every day. Star Peak Corporation, among the top 10 major groups on Heaven Sent Star, possessed almost boundless wealth. As the chairman of Star Peak Corporation, Chu Zheng didn't need to do anything, as various electronic documents were automatically sent to his mailbox punctually and at set times. What he needed to do was to sign them, cultivate, and then watch the assets of Star Peak Corporation rise day by day, monotonous and dull. Niao Longhu spent a lot of money to get a lot of genetic evolution fluid, which Chu Zheng was somewhat resistant to. Looking at the previous body information of Qi Shanyong, this evolution liquid had a certain chance of causing genetic mutations. Clearly, there were significant side effects, and even with a repair panel, Chu Zheng had no plans to touch such a thing. Genetic evolution fluid, Second Order Tianyao Federation's third-generation God Creation Series genetic evolution fluid, primarily composed of star origin liquid. After injection, there is a 30% chance of birthing spiritual energy. Detailed information, there are some risks involved, with a high chance of inducing uncontrollable genetic mutations in the human body, along with side effects such as infertility, reduced lifespan, etc. From the information provided by the panel, it wasn't hard to see that this genetic evolution fluid indeed had significant flaws. However, the evolution liquid currently produced by the Tianyao Federation had already reached the 5th generation, said to have astonishing effects. Looking at the slight ripples of the azure liquid in the glass tube in his hand, Chu Zheng looked puzzledly at Niao Longhu and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by this, my friend?" "I fear this item might." This item is refined from spiritual liquid extracted from the core of stars, with a chance to cause the human race to mutate and develop minor divine skills. The side effects are significant, but for us qi cultivators, it's nothing short of a tonic. As he spoke, Niao Longhu opened a bottle of evolution liquid, took a sip, and used the qi absorption method Chu Zheng was all too familiar with. A faint blue breath emerged and was drawn into Niao Longhu's mouth. In Chu Zheng's spiritual eye, the evolution liquid in the glass tube gradually became transparent, turning into water that was utterly ordinary. After absorbing a bottle of evolution liquid, Niao Longhu's aura had noticeably increased by a margin. Chu Zheng suddenly understood, followed suit, and absorbed the essence of a bottle of evolution liquid. In the blink of an eye, a pure stream of Yuan Qi entered Chu Zheng's body and transformed into his own Yuan Qi without much effort, rivaling the effects of several second-order spirit pills. Setting other factors aside, the purification techniques of the Tianyao Federation alone could be deemed brilliant. Good stuff. Chu Zheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, his eyes lighting up with a glint. This thing was a significant boost to his cultivation. You must not be greedy. Given our current level of cultivation, we can consume a maximum of 3 bottles per day. Otherwise, the meridians and dantian could be damaged, and the healing would take even longer, which would be counterproductive, said Niao Longhu. Chu Zheng completely ignored this piece of advice from Niao Longhu. With the repair panel, he didn't care about so-called meridian damage. Having tasted the benefits, Chu Zheng began to formally employ the power of Star Peak Corporation, procuring evolution liquid on a massive scale. However, as this was a military-regulated item not allowed for private resale, a small amount might be manageable, but large quantities could easily attract unwanted trouble. In response, Chu Zheng quickly started preparing. Money can make the devil turn millstones. Assuming the role of chairman of Star Peak Corporation, Chu Zheng threw around large sums of money and soon corrupted many officers stationed on Heaven Sent Star, acquiring a large stash of evolution liquid, totaling tens of thousands of vials. However, most of the genetic evolution fluid belonged to the 2nd generation with only first-order quality. Its energy was not as instantly impactful as the 3rd generations. But for Chu Zheng, it was already sufficient. The money spent, naturally, was astronomical, enough to make any major financial group's heart bleed. But Star Peak Corporation's money was seemingly inexhaustible. Not to mention the company's capital, even the personal savings of Qi Shanyong were enough for Chu Zheng's lavish spending, merely a string of numbers. This was thanks to the blessing that Qi Shanyong had never implanted a chip. If he had implanted a chip, all his assets would have been frozen immediately upon his death, and would not be unfrozen until the will was declared. With the advent of the evolution liquid, Chu Zheng's cultivation level began to advance by leaps and bounds. Unlike Niao Longhu, who had many considerations, Chu Zheng devoted himself to cultivation with single-minded focus. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed since Chu Zheng arrived at Heaven Sent Star. Over 10 years ago, Chu Zheng had already successfully condensed a Dao embryo, and now he was in the late stage of the Dao embryo realm, only one step away from his original cultivation level. As for Niao Longhu, he had only just reached Jade Bone perfection and was still some distance away from the Dao embryo realm. With such scarce nature spiritual energy available in this place, without the evolution liquid, Chu Zheng's cultivation speed would plummet to rock bottom. Even if he spent the greater part of each day cultivating, the results would be minimal. Evolution liquid was not easy to produce and, being a military-regulated item, every movement was closely watched. Chu Zheng didn't want to attract trouble, so he could only gather as much evolution liquid as possible within the greatest limit, which was still an insignificant result. As time passed, the amount of evolution liquid he could collect became less and less. In recent years, the military had paid even closer attention to evolution liquid. There were seldom opportunities for large quantities to flow out. The occasional shipments consisted of only tens of vials, barely enough to fill the gaps between Chu Zheng's teeth, like a drop in the bucket. The environment was deteriorating, and it was necessary to seek change. Early in the morning, with the dew still fresh. Inside the manor, on the lawn, two figures sat opposite each other. Over the years, Chu Zheng would often seek Niao Longhu out to exchange cultivation insights and discuss applications of various divine skills. In this respect, Niao Longhu's experience far surpassed his, making him an excellent mentor. While they were exchanging thoughts, Chu Zheng's eyes suddenly shone with understanding. He immediately closed his eyes to experience it thoroughly. After he closed his eyes, Niao Longhu began to scrutinize him from head to toe, furrowing his brow, his face etched with disbelief. He always felt something was wrong. Chu Zheng's cultivation speed should not be like this, at least not faster than his own. Even now, he was already an entire major realm behind Chu Zheng. As his contact with Chu Zheng deepened, Niao Longhu began to notice many incongruities. Chu Zheng was unclear about some of the basic paths of qi refining. With the use of certain divine skills, he was half-informed, relying solely on his own feelings. In such a state, he did not at all seem like one from the authentic mysterious gate, nor like he had a mentor. It was more like he had accidentally obtained a qi refining technique and then blindly practiced without guidance. But the terrifying part was that, even going by feeling, Chu Zheng could casually use various divine skills, and although he might be a little rusty at first, within a few days at most, he could do it with ease, and even progress to understand and apply the concepts broadly. Since Chu Zheng mostly asked rather basic questions, Niao Longhu couldn't help but be curious about the extent of Chu Zheng's cultivation. To incarnate and transcend tribulations, as far as he knew, one had to be at least at the returning to void or even at the Dao integration realm stage before attempting it, otherwise the damage to the divine soul's origin was too great, a loss outweighing the gain. Yet from his perspective, Chu Zheng's performance did not at all resemble that of a cultivator at the returning to void or Dao integration realm stage. He began to suspect that Chu Zheng's own cultivation level might only be at the refined spirit realm or even lower. If that were truly the case, then Chu Zheng's talent would be far beyond what he had confessed. But now, Niao Longhu was unable to verify the truth of the matter. Chu Zheng was already at the soul-condensing late stage, a full major realm higher in cultivation than him, and from just this fact, some clues could be discerned. If Chu Zheng was indeed a qi cultivator who had advanced alone, with such talent, pulling him into one's sect would be beneficial for the entire Great Clarity primordial Taoist Lord lineage. As Niao Longhu was weighing the options, Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes and sincerely expressed his thanks. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for resolving my doubts. The experience Niao Longhu possessed was invaluable to him. Especially the techniques for condensing a golden core. These were the results of countless attempts by predecessors and would be of great help to him in condensing his golden core. Would fellow Taoist like to join our great clarity primordial Taoist Lord lineage? I could introduce you to a golden immortal, and perhaps a mentor-disciple relationship may ensue. Niao Longhu pondered for a while before finally extending the olive branch. The cosmos is vast beyond measure, and the chance encounter with another chi cultivator when one transcends tribulations is incredibly slight, unless both are already in the same place. Meeting is fate, and at this moment, Niao Longhu sincerely hoped to invite Chu Jing to join the sect. Chu Jing could feel Niao Longhu's earnestness and pretended to hesitate for a while before shaking his head and politely declining. My talent is mediocre. I'm afraid it might tarnish your sect's esteemed reputation, so I must decline. His own circumstances were too special. Aside from chi refining techniques, repairing his panel was his foundation. In the presence of those at the golden immortal level, he didn't think he could conceal his true state well. Living a life of partial concealment was distressing and nowhere near as uncomplicated and peaceful as solitary cultivation. With the conversation having reached this point, Niao Longhu did not continue to persuade. It was enough to mention it and leave it at that. Entering the Golden Immortal sect was not something one could do on a whim, such opportunities were rare. If Chu Jing was unwilling, Niao Longhu would not force the issue. If he appeared overly enthusiastic, it could also be disrespectful to his own sect elders. Beep beep. Suddenly, a message appeared on the smart light computer on Chu Jing's wrist, urgent and originating from the commander of the Heaven-Sent Star Military Partition, Su Huafeng. Chu Jing opened the message, and immediately a projection materialized before him. He saw a man, nearing 30, with handsome features, brown hair, and black pupils, 9 feet tall with broad shoulders and an upright stature like a pine. Director Qi, we may have trouble, Su Huafeng said gravely. 5 days ago, the Federation held its decennial parliamentary assembly and issued a declaration of war. The Tianyao Federation is about to wage war against another unknown star domain. All legislators will visit the main stars to review the troops. Because of you, Director Qi, I have made exceptional requests for a lot of genetic evolution fluid over the years, but the army hasn't received the corresponding fresh blood needed as a supplement. We'll discuss the specifics when we meet. As his words ended, the projection slowly dissipated. Chu Jing, lost in thought, turned to Niao Longhu, fellow Taoist, what do you think? Don't wade into muddy waters. Leave Heaven-Sent Star, find any random star. I have the method for extracting star origin liquid, which should be enough for both of our cultivations, Niao Longhu replied decisively, without any hesitation. Star domain wars are quite terrifying, where Third Order and Fourth Order are just cannon fodder. Their current level of cultivation paired with the influence of tribulation chi would mean certain death. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Niao Longhu's idea was exactly in sync with Chu Jing's. He also didn't want to stay on Heaven-Sent Star for long. As the genetic evolution fluid he received became scarcer, he had already considered this plan. Even the battleship for crossing the starry skies had been secretly prepared by him, ready to leave at any moment. Recently, the prices Su Huafeng offered him had been getting steeper, and his undisguised greedy demeanor made Chu Jing unwilling to endure any longer. Now that Niao Longhu had a method to extract star origin liquid, as long as they entered the starry sky and found a few stars with residual energy, it would be enough to sustain their cultivation for a considerable time. Compared with dealing with these people on Heaven-Sent Star and wasting time, Chu Jing would rather endure the silent void of space. After making some brief preparations, Chu Jing, along with Niao Longhu, hurried to the military headquarters where Su Huafeng was located. Over the past 20-odd years, under Chu Jing's deliberate arrangement, Niao Longhu had acquired a new identity, shedding the skin of Qi Hua and becoming a master of ancient Qi techniques. For the power of Qi Shanyong, providing a legitimate civilian identity was a trifling matter. As for Qi Hua's whereabouts, Chu Jing claimed to the public that he had sent him to study on other stars. This claim did not arouse any suspicion at all, since Chi Hua was at the right age to attend higher educational institutions. Soon, the two of them stepped into the headquarters and met Su Huafeng. After a round of pleasantries, just as they were seated, Su Huafeng couldn't wait to speak. "Director Qi, have you thought of how to deal with the congressman who is about to visit? Why should I think of a way to deal with him? What does it have to do with me?" Chu Jing looked genuinely perplexed. "For those genetic evolution fluids, I paid for each one, nearly double the market price, and for the most recent batch, even triple. You sold these drugs to me, so naturally, that's legal." Chu Jing understood well Su Huafeng's real intent. He simply wanted him to think of a way to deal with the visiting congressman. In the past, Chu Jing would not have chosen to break with Su Huafeng and would have started to think of ways to cope. But at this moment, the situation was different, because he was already preparing to leave Heaven-Sent Star. When that congressman arrives, he could, in the name of Star Peak Corporation, legitimately send out the battleships, with no need to go through Su Huafeng's cosmic defense zone. "Qi Shanyong, are you joking with me?" Su Huafeng suddenly stood up, his expression brewing with the thunderstorm of impending rage. Looking at Su Huafeng, who was clearly on the verge of fury, Chu Zhang's expression remained calm, utterly unmoved. Su Huafeng was very strong. Setting aside armor and other external enhancements, he was also a fourth-generation gene evolver of the Federation, his physical strength already comparable to an immortal path cultivator of the entry Dao realm. He had evolved a kind of incomplete fire-controlling divine power, and his lifespan had been extended to 500 years. Beyond his personal strength, he commanded a 7th-order battleship, along with a fleet of more than 10 6th-order battleships, one of the main fleets of the Tianyao Federation. If this were in the Tsangyun realm, facing such a being who controlled vast 6th-order and even 7th-order powers, Chu Jing would inevitably avoid provoking him and would not directly tear his face like this. But this was the Tianyao Federation. The Tianyao Federation had an extremely sophisticated legal system. Once implanted with a chip, one would be under the surveillance of the Federation's heavenly eye. Even if Chu Jing were an ordinary citizen condemned to death, Su Huafeng would need to follow a highly cumbersome process to kill him and did not have the authority to execute him on the spot. In most civilizations formed mainly by ordinary people, the laws must protect the rights of the ordinary people. This was an inviolable ironclad rule. The rule where the strong dictate everything applied in the Tianyao Federation as well, only it was deeply buried underground, not blatantly displayed, much more implicit. Su Huafeng might have been strong, but he was far from being the one who made the rules, hence, at times, he too could only be confined within certain frameworks. Moreover, Chu Zhang's current identity was the person in charge of Star Peak Corporation. Star Peak Corporation was one of the top 10 major conglomerates on Heaven-Sent Star, influencing various industries. Even counselors would not dare to move against him easily. "Director Qi, if this is your attitude, then there is nothing left for us to discuss." Looking at Chu Zhang's unconcerned expression, Su Huafeng took a deep breath and his expression returned to calm. "I'll remind you, interstellar wars require massive logistical support. If necessary, I will utilize a Federation mandate to requisition all resources under Star Peak Corporation. If you defy this, it will be considered a crime against humanity, and I will legally sanction you." This statement was an evident threat, intending to use Star Peak Corporation to force Chu Jing to yield. As for this so-called threat, neither Chu Jing nor Niao Longhu, who was quietly listening, showed any reaction. For them, money was as worthless as dirt. For this, Su Huafeng obviously couldn't entirely imagine it, and the complete asymmetry of information had already doomed all his plans to be futile. "When the time comes, Director Su, just come and take it." Chu Jing ignored Su Huafeng's words and asked the question he was most concerned about. "May I ask when will the counselor arrive?" This was his main reason for seeing Su Huafeng, representing the time he would depart from Heaven-Sent Star. 9 days. Su Huafeng, with an icy expression, replied briefly, then directly summoned his guards. Clearly, after being rejected by Chu Jing, he no longer intended to waste time entangling with Chu Jing and was planning his next step. Chu Jing and the other person were not at all interested in his so-called plans. Niao Longhu was the first to step out of the military headquarters. At this moment, he had already begun determining the next stars to visit based on the star signs. In his eyes, these stars were no different from dust. Staying here was just a waste of time. To find a few life stars and cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of years, progressing to returning to void and even Tao integration, then he could start exploring the Chaos Sea. The only advantage of the Chaos Sea was that the flow of time was different from that in the Myriad heavens and realms, at least 100 times slower. In some special areas, there even existed a 1,000-fold difference in the flow of time. Within the Qi refining lineage, there had always been a rumor that the remaining half of heavenly fate in the Chaos Sea had been intentionally left by the ancestral Tao, specifically to give the Qi cultivators a chance at life. Otherwise, even with the method of incarnating through tribulations, the growth rate of Qi cultivators would be greatly limited. A millennium in one lifetime, if one had to survive through millions of calamities, who knows how many years it would take, and the lifespan of a heavenly immortal might also be hard to sustain. In 9 days, we can set out towards that direction. Niao Longhu raised his hand pointing southwest of the sky, speaking slowly. There is vitality there. It should have a star with an ample supply of yuan qi. To this, Chu Jing naturally had no objections and directly instructed through the smart brain computer to begin gathering information about this interstellar war. This was to be cautious. If they went in the wrong direction and directly entered the battlefield, it would be akin to courting death. In a highly informationally developed civilization like the Tianyao Federation, news spread extremely rapidly. Chu Jing gave a few casual instructions, and within half an hour, he received a detailed dossier on the Tianyao Federation Council's meeting. After briefly reviewing the dossier, Chu Jing understood part of the whole story. This interstellar war had been initiated by the Tianyao Federation. In recent years, the development of the Federation had gradually stagnated. The explosive growth of the population brought a heavy burden, forcing the Federation to carry out massive energy mining on various stars, but the speed of energy mining was far slower than the pace of population explosion. This also led to energy shortages in many areas, and the Tianyao Federation could only further expand its range of exploration. About 3 months ago, during one of these explorations, the Tianyao Federation discovered a small star domain composed of life stars. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.